Confessed 99 times, and the school bell got anxious. Dormitory. Xiao Yang, I like you. Be my girlfriend. This was his 99th confession to the school bell, Lin Qiyue. The next day. School bell, why didn't you come to confess today? Xiao Yang, who are you? School bell. Chapter 1, The 100th Confession. At Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics, outside the girls' dormitory. A crowd gathered, all waiting expectantly for something to happen. Soon, more and more people filled the area, murmuring among themselves and occasionally glancing into the distance, anticipating a familiar figure to appear. A freshman who had just recently enrolled couldn't help but ask a senior out of curiosity, "Senior, why are there so many people here? What are they waiting for?" "They are waiting for Xiao Yang." The senior replied casually. "Who is Xiao Yang? Why are so many people waiting for him?" "Of course, today is a special day." "You don't even know Xiao Yang." The senior shook his head, seemingly disappointed. "What do you mean? Is he famous?" "It's not about fame. He is as stubborn as they come." The senior shook his head, glancing at Xiao Yang with a mix of pity and admiration. "You know Lin Qiyue, right?" "I do. I heard she is the school belle." The freshman, now excited, had a sudden realization. "So, Xiao Yang is her admirer." "That is right. So, all these people are waiting to see his confession." "But I heard there are tons of guys chasing Lin Qiyue. What makes Xiao Yang so special that everyone is here waiting?" "It's not really special. It's more, stubborn. Do you know how many times he has confessed to Lin Qiyue?" "No idea." "Is it a lot?" "Including today, it's exactly 100 times." The senior sighed. "That many?" The freshman gasped, thinking that Xiao Yang was truly determined. "That is why he is unique. Lin Qiyue is known as the cold goddess on campus. Plenty of guys have confessed to her without success, including wealthy, handsome ones. But every one of them backed off after hitting a wall. Only Xiao Yang never gives up. Rain or shine, he is here every day, like clockwork, at 6 p.m. Today marks their 100th confession, so it's a big event. Everyone is eager to see it." "Oh, I get it now. There is even a rumor that Lin Qiyue might actually be moved this time. According to some experts, the success rate for this 100th confession is around 5%. Only 5%. But it's Lin Qiyue. 5% is astonishingly high for her." "True enough." Meanwhile, upstairs in the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiyue, the legendary, ethereal school belle, sat with her legs dangling off a chair, waiting for something. Suddenly, she paused and asked, "What time is it now?" "Ooh, it's 6:30. Replied a dorm mate. 6:30 already." She glanced out the window, frowning slightly. How come it's already 6:30, and she hadn't heard his voice? "Yeah, it's 6:30. Where is Xiao Yang? He is usually here right on time at 6. Maybe he got held up by something, or he is preparing a special gift that needs extra time. Could something have happened to him?" Lin Qiyue's brows furrowed with a hint of worry. "Oh, come on. What could possibly happen to him? You two aren't even together yet. Why are you so nervous?" A rare blush crossed Lin Qiyue's face as she muttered softly, "I think I might have already fallen for him. Maybe it was his persistence that touched me. But somehow, he feels different from the other guys, so I decided to give it a shot. At the very least, I don't want to waste his countless confessions." At first, she thought Xiao Yang would back off if she treated him with the same coldness as her other suitors. But soon enough, she realized Xiao Yang was different. No matter what she said, how sharp or cold her words were, he would just laugh it off, only to show up the next day and confess again. Once, twice, 3 times. All the way until yesterday. 99 times. Rain or shine, Xiao Yang was always there at exactly 6 in the evening, confessing his feelings. She didn't know when, but over time, her feelings for him had subtly shifted. Sometimes, she even felt the urge to run down and say yes. But she was too reserved to admit it. Girls can't be too reserved. Sometimes, being too reserved is a barrier to happiness. She couldn't quite pinpoint when it started, but she had begun to enjoy Xiao Yang's daily confessions. Just one more time. Today is their 100th confession. If he comes, I'll say yes. Lin Qiyue hesitated, but then resolved firmly. Hearing her decision, the girls around her looked envious. 99 confessions, rain or shine, day after day today would make it 100. Who wouldn't he envy that? If a guy had confessed to any of them even 30 times no, 20 they would have already fallen for him. A little while later, Lin Qiyue put on a pink dress and walked over to the others. After a few twirls, she hesitated. Is this too girly? What if Xiao Yang doesn't he like it? Oh, come on, our beloved school Belle. You've already tried on 7 or 8 outfits. Don't worry, he likes you for who you are, not what you're wearing. I'd say nothing would look best. Get lost. Lin Qiyue's face flushed. How about this? When he shows up, we'll ask him what type of outfit he likes. Then you can wear that, and he'll be over the moon. Sounds like a plan. Time ticked by, minute by minute. The crowd downstairs started thinning. But Xiao Yang still hadn't shown up. 7 o'clock. Finally, Lin Qiyue and her friends exchanged uneasy glances. Xiao Yang. He wouldn't just not come, right? He'd always been so punctual. Lin Qiyue tried to remain calm, but a flicker of worry betrayed her. He'll come. He has to. But deep down, she was full of anxious thoughts. He wouldn't just not show up, would he? I'm all ready for this. By 7:30, it was already more than an hour later than usual. They grew increasingly anxious, their expressions turning from hope to concern. Something seemed off. Chapter 2, could he really not be coming? 1 hour earlier. The much-anticipated Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and yawned, just waking up. He glanced at the time. 6 o'clock. Shaking his head to clear it, he remembered that he'd stayed up all night drinking with his roommates and only got back to sleep this morning. A mild headache still lingered. Forgetting the event that everyone had been eagerly waiting for, he first opened his online banking app and casually checked his balance. Balance, 1,001,698.00. Sweet. Xiao Yang smiled with satisfaction. Consistently confessing his love for 99 days, come rain or shine, had finally paid off. It all started over 3 months ago. The godly wealth system. This mysterious system had appeared in Xiao Yang's mind unexpectedly 3 months back. As a fan of online novels, Xiao Yang understood perfectly well what a system was, especially a godly wealth system. In this world, you could lack anything except money. Upon acquiring the system, its first task was given: confess to Lin Qiyue, the school beauty, 99 times. Reward, 1 million yuan. Xiao Yang was puzzled as to why the system would give him such a task, but for reward like that, he didn't mind. A simple daily confession earned him 10,000 each time, far better than a part-time job. And so, he carried out the 99 confessions. Now that the task was complete, he could finally stop. To Xiao Yang, Lin Qiyue was akin to a goddess, far out of his reach. He had never truly expected his confessions to succeed. His main aim was simply to complete the system's task and claim the reward. Taking another satisfied look at his bank balance, Xiao Yang transferred 800,000 to his parents' account. Like many students, he came from an ordinary family that had been struggling ever since his father fell seriously ill. Years of hard labor had taken their toll on his father's health, and the mounting medical bills were overwhelming. Xiao Yang himself had been working odd jobs to support himself through school. Having sent the money and a message to inform his mother, Xiao Yang got up to wash up. He then turned on his computer, ready to play some games to unwind. Just then, his roommates returned to the dorm. Hey, Xiao, brought you some food. Xiao Yang took the cafeteria meal they had brought and thanked them. Hurry up and eat, we'll go with you for the big event afterward. It's a momentous occasion, after all. We'll cheer you on. Yawning, Xiao Yang asked in confusion, what event? Confessing to Lin Qiyue, of course. Isn't that your daily task? Come on, it's the 100th time today, and we've even got a cake ready. We pooled our cash to get a 3-tiered cake made for the occasion. They placed a cake on the table, the top layer decorated with icing that spelled out 100th confession. Eat up, and after you finish, we'll head out to celebrate. We didn't get to drink enough last night, so let us go all out tonight. No classes tomorrow. They all nodded enthusiastically in agreement. But to their surprise, Xiao Yang just shook his head. He picked up a fork, cut a piece of the cake, and took a bite. Confession. Nah, I'm done with that. The room fell silent as they all stared at him in shock. What? What did you just say? Did I hear him right? He's not going to confess. No way. Is Xiao finally over her? After the initial shock, they burst out in excitement. About time. Honestly, there are plenty of fish in the sea. It's a bit sad that we won TC Xiao and the school beauty together, but hey, we're happy for him. Tonight, we drink till we drop. Xiao Yang, amused, pointed to his computer. Let us hop in game. Whoever has the worst stats buys the drinks. No problem. I'm invincible. Say no more. I'm taking the jungle role tonight, no one's getting past me. Meanwhile, outside the girls' dormitory. Several people paused as they passed, casting curious glances at the entrance. Everyone was eagerly waiting for that familiar figure to appear. Some students were even setting up betting pools. The odds are 1 to 100 that Xiao Yang's 100th confession will succeed. How about it, freshman? Want to give it a shot? I'm betting on success. This is my chance to go big. Love the confidence, kid. You've got a real appetite for risk. People continued gathering around, but no matter how long they waited, the guy who consistently showed up under the girls' dorm to confess was nowhere to be seen. Hey, is Xiao Yang not coming today? Maybe something came up. No way. He's usually on time, even in rainstorms. Yeah, I remember one time he showed up in a thunderstorm. Total dedication. Maybe he's preparing something special for the 100th confession. You don't think Xiao might be feeling discouraged and just not show up? Come on, he has made it through 99 times. We're almost there. Let us give him a bit more time, said an upperclassman, tucking the bet money into his pocket before anyone could change their minds. Today, the crowd was much larger than usual, as everyone wanted to witness this monumental 100th confession. But as the sky darkened, Xiao Yang still hadn't arrived. The crowd waiting outside the girls' dorm exchanged confused glances. The ever-reliable Xiao Yang, for the first time, had not shown up to confess. Chapter 3, Big News, the school bell is anxious. Could it be that Xiao Yang really isn't coming this time? That's impossible, something must have happened. Lin Qiyue couldn't believe Xiao Yang wouldn't show up. She was firm in her belief. Maybe he forgot or fell asleep. No way. This is such an important event, how could he possibly? Lin Qiyue suddenly stood up, her expression filled with anxiety. Her three roommates exchanged glances. It was their first time seeing Lin Qiyue like this. Usually, Lin Qiyue acted with poise and grace, always calm even in the face of surprises. Yet now, she seemed completely out of control. Realizing her outburst, Lin Qiyue sat back down, took a deep breath, and muttered, "He will come, he has to come, something must have happened to delay him." "Why don't we try calling Xiao Yang to check in?" one of her friends suggested upon seeing Lin Qiyue's despondent look. "Yes, let us try that. But we don't have Xiao Yang's number. I found a student from his department, I'll ask if they can give us Xiao Yang's contact." After 10 minutes, they finally managed to get his number. Now, all eyes in the dorm were focused on the phone screen as the call was dialed. But call after call went unanswered. Lin Qiyue's expectant expression gradually dimmed. She sank back down, dressed in a pink dress that looked as captivating as ever, though her face was clouded with worry. No answer. So, something must have happened. Maybe he's not even at school. He might be handling some emergency. I heard his father's very ill, waiting for money for surgery in the hospital. Maybe he's there with him now. Yes, very possible. I've heard about that too. Hearing this, Lin Qiyue's face softened a bit. If he was absent due to his father's health, it would be understandable. Yes, he would get one more chance. At that moment, a girl's voice suddenly rose. "I found the number of one of Xiao Yang's roommates. Let us call him and ask. Quick, quick, let us see if Xiao Yang's actually on campus." Lin Qiyue's heart tightened again. "Hello." The call was answered by Li Ji. "Hello, is this economics student Li Ji?" "Yes, speaking. Could you tell us if your roommate Xiao Yang is there?" "Oh, you're looking for old Xiao. He's here in the dorm, what's up?" Upon hearing this, everyone froze. He was in the dorm. What the heck? He's in his dorm, but didn't he come out to confess? Did he know how long they'd been waiting? At that moment, Lin Qiyue couldn't hold back anymore. She snatched her friend's phone and anxiously asked, "What is he doing? Is there an emergency with his family or something?" "No, we're just playing games together." "Anything else?" "If not, I'll hang up." "We're in the middle of a match." "Middle of a match?" Lin Qiyue was stunned. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Li Ji's response was beyond anything they could have expected. They had all been thinking that maybe some urgent matter had held Xiao Yang back, something understandable. But he was just playing games in his dorm. This was his 100th confession, an extraordinary milestone. How could it be delayed by a game? Gradually, expressions of anger appeared on everyone's faces, except Lin Qiyue. How could he do this? Exactly, how could he just bail out like this? Xiao Yu was even planning to say yes to him. Too much. How can he do this to Xiao Yu? Outraged, they started to talk about finding him. But before they could act, Lin Qiyue was already out the door, running. If Lin Qiyue's earlier behavior had shocked them, now they were truly dumbfounded. This was the boldest move they'd ever seen from her. Could it be that she was really affected by him? Outside the girls' dorm, most of the crowd had already dispersed. Looks like Xiao Yang really isn't coming. What a shame. It would have been historic to witness his 100th confession. "Hey, senior, can I get my bet back?" "What? A refund?" "This is for the 100th confession." "Xiao Yang has even started the bet still on." "You want your money back? Ever heard of place your bet and stand by it?" Just then, a figure flashed past them at full speed. Who asked that running? Whoa, isn't he that Lin Qiyue? No way. In a moment, everyone was in shock. It was Lin Qiyue. It really was her, and she was in a hurry. Whoa, is she going to find Xiao Yang? Seems possible. Let us follow. Big news here, the school Belle is rushing to meet the guy who didn't show up to confess. Her direction looks like it's towards the male dorms in the economics department. This is incredible. Is she actually interested in him? Very likely. I mean, he has confessed to her 99 times already. Even a stone would be warmed up by now. Let us go, let us go. The crowd eagerly followed Lin Qiyue as she sprinted towards the boys' dorm. Senior, what about my money? Don't rush me. Things just got interesting. The 100th confession may not happen today, but the stakes have changed. The new bet is on the Belle's counter move. If they end up together, it's even money. If they don't, odds are 100 to 1. No way they won't end up together. It's just a thin line separating them, especially when Xiao Yang made the first move. Har har, not my business. Place your bets, everyone. What will it be? Of course they get together. Bet on that. I'm in too. I don't believe it'll happen. Single bet to win big, I'm betting they won tea. The freshman said with a huff. Excellent. I like students with character, willing to take risks. You'll go far in this world. Meanwhile, the crowd finally reached the boys' dormitory. All eyes were on the entrance to their male dorms. Typically, such scenes happened outside the girls' dorms, but now, a girl was waiting in front of the boys' dorm. And it was none other than the top Belle of the Finance University. Lin Qiyue was breathing heavily. She had finally reached Xiao Yang's dorm building. Looking at the crowd around her, she hesitated, uncertain of what to say. This felt so embarrassing. But why could he do something so embarrassing 99 times? Lin Qiyue's cheeks flushed, either from the run or from embarrassment. She took a deep breath, as if making an important decision. Incredible. Could she actually be planning to confess to Xiao Yang? Very possible. Look at her outfit, she must have dressed up carefully. Maybe she planned to say yes today. Oh my goodness, this is huge. Suddenly, many people pulled out their phones, aiming their cameras at Lin Qiyue at the entrance, their faces full of eager anticipation. Chapter 4, Mission Lin Qiyue's Confession. At this moment, inside Xiao Yang's dormitory. Ada Dad. Go, 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 I'm coming. Old Xiao, quick, use your ultimate, I've used mine on 4. Coming. Sorry for the pain. Harsaku. Damn it, old Xiao, you stole 4 of my kills. The dorm erupted in bursts of excitement. With the final explosion at the base and a triumphant victory, the group was elated. Xiao Yang brushed his hair back and sighed, "You wish to die? I'll grant it with ease. Move swiftly, but mind your back. Looks like I don't have to treat today, old Li. Remember to bring enough cash next time." Treat. My game was going so smoothly until some random call came in for you. This entire loss is on you. Someone called me. Xiao Yang glanced at his phone, seeing over a dozen missed calls. Guess I got too into the game, he muttered, shrugging it off. Seeing it was an unknown number, he didn't pay it much attention. Right, what did they want? No idea. Just said they were looking for you. The voice sounded kinda familiar, a girl's voice. A girl? Xiao Yang was puzzled but shook his head, thinking it couldn't be anything urgent. Hold on, a girl could it be? Li Ji suddenly gasped, now that I think about it, could it have been Lin Qiyue's voice? What, Lin Qiyue? Everyone turned to Li Ji, except for Xiao Yang, who looked indifferent. No way, you must be heard wrong, Xiao Yang said, brushing it off. Actually, it could have been Lin Qiyue. No way. They exchanged glances. At that moment, another guy burst into the room. Xiao Yang, you're incredible. Lin Qiyue's downstairs at the dorm looking for you, the campus queen herself, right outside our dorm. What? The dorm fell silent. Li Ji and the others exchanged looks, wondering if they misheard. Wait, was it really the campus queen calling earlier? Say that again. Li Ji nudged the guy who entered. Lin Qiyue came to find old Xiao? That's right, it's her. Are you messing with us? No joke, she's downstairs now. Don't believe me? Go check. She's just waiting for Xiao Yang to come down. Holy. Holy. The entire room buzzed with excitement. Old Xiao, your moment has arrived, get ready. Can't you at least wash your hair? Stop with the game stink. Come on, at least freshen up, smelling like that isn't fair to her. Everyone sprang into action, with Li Ji even pulling out his treasured cologne to spray on Xiao Yang. Lin Qiyue, the campus queen of Financial University herself. They say she's cold, but she's actually here to find Xiao Yang. Is this love? Love, my foot, Xiao Yang muttered, feeling slightly panicked. Yes, panic. He confessed to Lin Qiyue so many times, but when it came to actual feelings he wasn't sure he had any. For him, it was all about completing a system mission to get the surgery money for his father. He didn't even imagine Lin Qiyue would fall for him. The guy from the countryside with nothing special, nothing fancy. But now seems like he had to go see. Alright, let us go see. Xiao Yang shrugged off Li Ji's cologne and prepared to head out. You're just going out like that? What else? Xiao Yang shot a look at everyone. Wait, old Xiao, why don't you seem happy about this? Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Who says I'm not happy? I'm very happy, Xiao Yang forced a smile. Having a girlfriend like the campus queen, not too bad, actually. He ran a hand through his hair, just to tidy up a bit. Meanwhile, downstairs. Lin Qiyue's friends all stared expectantly at the entrance, while she herself blushed deeply. She'd already worked up the courage to softly call out Xiao Yang's name, but her voice quickly faded because of the growing crowd around her, with many raising their phones to record. She just couldn't bring herself to do it in front of everyone. She couldn't believe Xiao Yang had done this 100 times without faltering. What's taking so long? Her friend grumbled. Yeah. Our Qiyue is the campus queen, he should show a little respect. He's probably just freshening up, Lin Qiyue murmured, her voice as faint as a whisper. Her friends shot her a stunned look. This hadn't even started, and she was already defending Xiao Yang. Then, finally, a figure emerged in the stairwell. Lin Qiyue's expression softened. Xiao Yang seemed as taken aback by the crowd as she was. Ding. Mission activated, Lin Qiyue's confession. Option 1, accept the confession, reward, 1 million yuan. Option 2, decline the confession, reward, 1 elixir of rejuvenation. Note, the elixir of rejuvenation can cure all diseases. The familiar voice in Xiao Yang's head made him pause. A confession from Lin Qiyue, the campus queen. 1 million plus a beautiful girlfriend sounded amazing, but the elixir of rejuvenation, Xiao Yang grinned. His father's illness could be cured. Stepping out of the dormitory, Xiao Yang saw Lin Qiue's stunning beauty standing there, cheeks flushed and gaze shy. The crowd around her was in disbelief. The cold campus queen Lin Qiyue not cold at all. What was that shy, delicate look for? I've lost my love. Came a disappointed sigh from a student nearby. Watching the clear-eyed, handsome Xiao Yang, all of Lin Qiyue's previous thoughts flew away. She wondered if leaning on his shoulder would feel as comforting as she imagined. Chapter 5, A Clean Sweep. Do you get it or not? Xiao Yang looked at Lin Qiyue, the petite woman standing before him, and felt momentarily dazed. The surroundings were silent. Though there were many people around, no one jeered or spoke at this moment. Everyone's attention was solely on Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyue. Why are you here? Do you need something? Xiao Yang took a deep breath, trying to calm his suddenly racing heart. Honestly, his view on relationships was more about true feelings, and in fact, he didn't have any romantic feelings for Lin Qiyue. But today, Lin Qiyue looked extraordinarily captivating. In her pink dress, she was more beautiful than any other girl Xiao Yang had seen, even more striking than the stars on screen. There was something irresistible about her bashful charm. Xiao Yang suddenly realized he might be a little smitten. In the dim light, Lin Qiyue was also gazing at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wasn't what one would traditionally call handsome. He looked a bit refined, with defined features and a hint of masculinity. Lin Qiyue couldn't tell if it was the old saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but Xiao Yang looked very attractive to her. So attractive that she found herself lost in thought, forgetting what she wanted to say. Wow, why does Qiyue look so meek right now? Her friend whispered beside her. Oh, it was Xiao Yang who chased Qiyue in the first place, so why does it seem reversed now? This one do I'm stepping in. Her friend gave Lin Qiyue a light nudge, then stepped forward and glared at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, what's your deal? Why didn't you come to confess to Qiyue today? The sudden question jolted both Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyue back to reality, dissipating the tension between them. Xiao Yang sighed in relief. Women really are terrifying, he thought. That was close. He'd almost fallen for her. If he gave in now, where would he find the sacred elixir? Before he could respond, Lin Qiyue collected herself. Her expression returned to normal, though she wasn't sure why she had acted so uncharacteristically before. But now, she was curious why Xiao Yang hadn't confessed today. Was he playing games in the dorm? How dare he? Was gaming more important than she was? She took a deep breath, her face cooling a bit, and pulled her friend back. With a frosty tone, she asked, Xiao Yang, have you given up? Xiao Yang looked at her and finally felt at ease. I must have imagined it, he thought. This is the aloof school beauty. That must have been a delusion. With that settled, completing his system task would be much easier now, without any emotional burden. Having made up his mind, Xiao Yang nodded, met her fiery gaze, and said, yes, I've given up. The answer sent a shockwave of silence around them. Everyone stared at Xiao Yang in bewilderment. They couldn't understand why Xiao Yang, who was so close, would suddenly back off. If Lin Qiyue hadn't come to his dorm to confront him today, giving up would have been understandable. But now, anyone with eyes could see that Lin Qiyue had feelings for him too. Especially with her earlier bashful demeanor. If Xiao Yang confessed again right now, Lin Qiyue would surely accept. So what was the point now? Just give up. All he needed to say was, I like you, and it would be done. Who knows, maybe they'd be booking a room around the corner by now. And you just give up. The atmosphere turned cold. Xiao Yang's dorm mates were speechless, and so was Lin Qiyue's friend group. Why, Xiao Yang? Don't you know that if you confess again, Qiyue would? Before she could finish, Lin Qiyue pulled her friend behind her. Her face turned pale, the blush from earlier now completely faded. Why? Then why did you confess to me all those times? Did any of it even matter? Lin Qiyue tried to steady her breath and asked with a slight tremble. Xiao Yang looked at her, speaking softly, do you think my previous confessions didn't matter? Now that you've given up, of course, it means nothing. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qiyue grew impatient. Really? So that's how it is? Xiao Yang suddenly chuckled. His smile left everyone stunned. Was that a defeated smile? Or a self-deprecating one? Lin Qiyue was equally puzzled. What did that mean? Suddenly, Xiao Yang lowered his head, saying softly, no, it does matter. Because I like you, that's why I confessed. Whether it was the first time or the 99th, it was my way of expressing myself. From the moment I first saw you, I deeply liked you. But I had no experience, you're the first girl I ever liked, so all I could do was confess directly. I didn't know what you liked: flowers, cakes, chocolates, clothes. So I brought a different gift every day. From the first time, you kept turning me down. Whether it was your indifferent tone or your annoyed look, it didn't matter. I hoped my repeated confessions would touch your heart. Until yesterday, you still wouldn't accept my flowers. You never agreed to be with me. I'm sorry I didn't realize that, to you, giving up now would mean the first 99 confessions were meaningless. But to me, those 99 confessions were my sincere words, my hopes for a first love, and my way of showing my feelings. Maybe, for you, they were meaningless, but to me, they were my way of saying goodbye to my first love. 99 confessions were my farewell to my first love. And this 100th non-confession is my farewell to myself. Goodbye. My first love. Xiao Yang's deep, magnetic voice filled the air, reaching everyone's ears. Especially those final words. Goodbye, my first love. Xiao Yang even admired himself. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He cast a somber glance at his dazed dorm mates, signaling them to follow him. Let us go. Oh. Let us go. Dazed and astonished, Li Ji and the others let Xiao Yang lead them away. That was epic. Of course. Xiao Yang replied with satisfaction, his expression no longer carrying the sorrow it had moments ago. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang paused, quickly resuming a sorrowful expression. What's wrong? Where are you all going? Lin Qiyue asked quietly. To get a drink. Before Xiao Yang could answer, Li Ji spoke up. Don't drink too much, it's not good for you, Lin Qiyue said softly. Xiao Yang was taken aback but nodded. The onlookers exchanged glances. So, what did this mean? Senior. What does this mean? Did they make up or not? Of course they didn't. But look, the school beauty just came up to show she cares about him. But they are not officially together yet. Then, senior, why not just cancel it and refund my money? Refund? What refund? A clean sweep means no refunds, do you get it or not? Chapter 6, The Cold Campus Beauty's Personality Collapses. Xiao Yang left. Lin Qiyue also went back. Everyone dispersed, leaving only the posts on the school forum. Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyue. Did it succeed or not? Some say it worked, some say it didn't. Tonight's campus forum is destined to be bloody. Countless live videos have also been posted on the forum, as for the two protagonists at this moment. One was already enjoying a hearty meal at the barbecue stall, while the other returned to the dormitory in a depressed mood. At this time, Lin Qiyue was just slumped in front of the chair. Suddenly, she had an impulse to turn on her computer and open the school forum. Although she had never been to the school forum, she knew that it recorded all of Xiao Yang's confessions during this period. Yes, it was very detailed. What gifts were bought and what was said that day were all recorded in a pinned post. She browsed slowly. Day 1, Xiao Yang brought milk tea because he heard that one should give milk tea to a girl when confessing his love to her. The next day, chocolates were given. Day 36, it was pouring rain. Xiao Yang didn't bring an umbrella and got wet at first. Later, the dormitory manager couldn't stand it anymore and got him an umbrella. In addition to the text, there are also videos that record everything. She clicked on the video and saw Xiao Yang holding a crystal ball in the rain. Inside the crystal ball was a dolphin and full of stars. She read them one by one until the 99th day. Suddenly, her eyes turned red and tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She was used to rejecting others, and it wasn't just Xiao Yang. In fact, there has never been a shortage of people confessing their love to her since she was a child, but the only one who could persist like this is Xiao Yang. But even so, she gradually got used to rejecting Xiao Yang's persistence. This did not mean that she hated Xiao Yang. On the contrary, she could not help but accept Xiao Yang's confession many times. Only. Later, she began to look forward to Xiao Yang's confession. Every day at 6 o'clock, she would take off her headphones and listen to Xiao Yang's confession silently in front of the window. I don't know when this became her habit. Maybe I should have. Lin Qiyue rubbed her red eyes and continued to read the forum posts. Confessing for 99 times was my explanation to my first love, and not confessing for the 100th time was my explanation to myself. This is so touching. I used to think Xiao Yang was just a bootlicker, but this sentence really elevates it. How could this be something a bootlicker would say? I've decided. I'm going to confess to my first love tomorrow too. Oh my god, why do I feel that Xiao Yang is so handsome? Obviously, the upper I like is much whiter and younger than him, but why can't I take my eyes off Xiao Yang? Sister upstairs, you're not the only one who feels this way. Browsing the forum, Lin Qiyue opened Xiao Yang's video again. Yes. He is really good looking. But did he really give up? Thinking of this, Lin Qiyue felt a little disappointed. She really wanted to hear the familiar confession at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Perhaps it's just as he said, not confessing for the 100th time is an explanation to himself. Because he is not a bootlicker. But he likes me, why doesn't he confess? For a moment, Lin Qiyue was extremely flustered. Without the 100th confession, how could she be with Xiao Yang? Continue browsing the forum. This is one of the most talked about posts. What on earth does Xiao Yang mean by this? Logically speaking, he should have just made it to the final stage, so why did he just give up? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the campus beauty of Lin University has been moved. Otherwise, why would she come to confront Xiao Yang? Can't he insist one more time? Yeah, can't you hold on one more time? This is also what Lin Qiyue wanted to ask. At this moment, a comment fell into her eyes. You don't understand. Love can be sincere, but it can't be humble. Xiao Yang has dignity. Not having a 100th confession is his dignity. Is that so? Lin Qiyue's expression darkened. So, I will never be able to wait for Xiao Yang's 100th confession. At this moment, the girlfriends around her also gathered around. Seeing the distraught Lin Qiyue, they naturally felt a little bit sorry for her. Damn it, what do you mean by not confessing for the 100th time is an explanation to myself? Xiao Yang has already lost face like this, what else does he want? That's right. If you ask me, just ignore him. Some boys are like this. If you give them a little sweetness, they will become more and more demanding. Just leave him alone for 2 days. Maybe he will come for the 200th time, not to mention the 100th time. After the words fell, Lin Qiyue glared at her bestie. Xiao Yang is not that kind of person. They naturally knew that Xiao Yang was not that kind of person, otherwise he would not have persisted for so long. Wasn't this an attempt to enlighten Lin Qiyue? Seeing this, they could only rub Lin Qiyue and said helplessly, then what do you say we should do? Lin Qiyue hesitated. Suddenly, she stood up, her eyes determined, as if she had made some important decision. What? Everyone was stunned, only to see Lin Qiyue opening her best friend's locker. Inside was a small microwave. What are you doing, cooking so late? Every dormitory has some banned electrical appliances hidden. There is also one in Lin Qiyue's dormitory. They use it to secretly order hot pot when they have nothing to do. But at this moment, does Xiao Yang still have the mood to eat hot pot? Soon, they suddenly realized it. Some girls are like this, if they are in a bad mood, they will eat and drink a lot, and maybe they will feel better. Yes, I guess Xiao Yang is the same. Come here, let me help you, Xiao Yang, I have a bag of your favorite enoki mushrooms. I'm going to borrow some lettuce from the vegetable garden that the dorm manager is growing in the back. I'll go to the cafeteria and get you some beef rolls. Looking at the actions of her best friends, Lin Qiyue was stunned. What are you doing? Don't you want to eat hot pot? No, I'm planning to cook some hangover soup. When Xiao Yang and the others come back after drinking, I'll bring it to him and confess my feelings to him at the same time. Everyone was stunned. He looked at Lin Qiyue with a puzzled look. What are you doing? You are the school belle, a cool and aloof school belle. There's nothing wrong with making a sobering soup and giving it to Xiao Yang. Are you okay, that bastard Xiao Yang? He didn't come to comfort you when you were so sad, but instead ran off to eat skewers and drink happily. And you even made him some hangover soup. That's right, why? Suddenly, Lin Qiyue raised her head and whispered, why did Xiao Yang go drinking? Do you need a reason to drink? Isn't it a daily routine for these guys to eat skewers? Lin Qiyue shook her head and said, Xiao Yang doesn't look right today. He didn't wash his hair, and his clothes are still the same as yesterday. I can even smell alcohol on him. When I was browsing the forum just now, I saw in yesterday's post that someone took a video. Xiao Yang also went out to drink yesterday and got very drunk. He was given a serious warning by the dormitory auntie, and he even cried. I think he went drinking because of me. Lin Qiyue bit her lip and said softly. Oh shit. Several people immediately understood. Yes, they also smelled alcohol on Xiao Yang just now, and judging from his state, he looked very decadent. Because the confession failed, I got drunk and cried. This. Send me some hangover soup, what's wrong? I support you. Several girlfriends figured out the key and immediately expressed their support. But do you know how to make hangover soup? I don't know, Baidu. Several people's faces darkened. Is this okay? I hope Xiao Yang won't be poisoned to death by the hangover soup just as spring is about to arrive. Chapter 7 Xiao Yang runs fast. At this time, the barbecue stall. Xiao Yang didn't know what happened next. He didn't plan to drink much today. The main reason he got drunk yesterday was because of his father's illness, so he wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But today, this no longer happens. With the elixir that can cure all diseases, Xiao Yang felt relieved. He would take a leave tomorrow and go back to his hometown to cure his father's illness. Here, the other three brothers in the dormitory were also drinking happily. To be honest, Lao Xiao was really awesome today. The school beauty was chasing him. A road never imagined before. But Lao Xiao, you really don't plan to confess again. People have hinted so clearly. It's obvious that you are just one step away from taking the beauty of Lin University home. In my opinion, what's the point of explaining yourself? You should be more realistic. That's Lin Qiyue. She's the dream of many students from the University of Finance and Economics. Yeah, what a pity. Xiao Yang just smiled. Compared to my father's illness, this is obviously nothing. But. Etc. Why doesn't the system prompt me to complete the task? Only then did Xiao Yang remember the important matter. Didn't I reject the school beauty's confession? Why didn't I complete the task? He was a little confused. Calling up the system in his mind, Xiao Yang frowned after learning that the mission was indeed not completed. Fuck. She didn't confess to me today. Xiao Yang felt his head swelling. Yes, Lin Qiyue came here today simply to ask me why I didn't confess my feelings. My long speech also completely explained why I gave up confessing my feelings. But in fact, Lin Qiyue never confessed to me at all. Yes, I didn't even say I like you. That's all in vain. So, will Lin Qiyue come to confess her feelings? If she doesn't, what will happen to her father's illness? You can't just hint to others to let her confess her feelings and then reject them harshly. This is too cruel. Shrimp and pork heart. Things seem. It's getting tricky. Forget it, I'll have 2 more skewers and then go back. Let us talk about it later. At this time, Xiao Yang didn't know that the campus forum had already exploded. Linder Campus Beauty is blocking the door of Xiao Yang's dormitory. Is she planning to win again? Oh my god, I caught up, the beauty of Lin University appeared again in the male dormitory building of the economics department. I've fallen out of love again. I am so envious that I am twitching. The campus belle of Lin University under the moonlight is so beautiful. Don't ask me why I'm sad, because I'm broken, so the sadness is doubled. At this moment, in the male dormitory building of the economics department, everyone leaned down from the window at the same time. Not only that, there was a huge crowd of people, and many boys also gathered around. I don't believe it, this can't be real, I'm dreaming. Yes, it's a dream, har har, no one is worthy of Lin Qiyue, not even Xiao Yang. On the other side, Lin Qiyue held a thermos cup in her hand, and a rich aroma emanated from the hot air. She looked into the distance from time to time, looking a little nervous. Why haven't you come back yet? Xiao Yu, if you keep looking like this, you'll become a husband-waiting rock. Lin Qiyue, you've changed. You weren't like this before. How about this? Let me help you taste the soup first. After all, this is your first time making it. It won't be good if it doesn't suit Xiao Yan's taste. No. Lin Qiyue resolutely refused, and then murmured, the ingredients are fresh, and the steps are all according to the recipe in Baidu, there shouldn't be any problem. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but want to try it. What if Xiao Yang doesn't like it? But she quickly held back. If she drank the soup here, wouldn't that be? Did you kiss indirectly? Thinking of this, her face had already turned red. Seeing Lin Qiyue's appearance, several of her best friends had already sighed and held their foreheads. Oh my god, is this still the campus beauty of Lin University? At this moment, someone shouted, Xiao Yang is back. Everyone looked at the only way back to the dormitory, and sure enough, they saw a few figures wandering around, obviously Xiao Yang and his companions. What the hell, what's going on? The dark crowd really scared Xiao Yang. This is so. Are you all looking for me? Li Ji, who was drunk, was frightened and broke into a cold sweat at this moment. What are these people doing? They seem to be coming for us. It can't be Lin Qiyue's suitors. After all, the situation has reversed now. The school beauty is blocking the door in person. Who knows, they are so angry and jealous of Lao Xiao that they are planning to do something dirty. It's possible. Xiao Yang also sobered up all of a sudden. Hiss, there are so many people, it will be tragic if they don't die. Lao Xiao, run. Li Ji is a brotherly man. He urged Xiao Yang to turn around and run immediately. Xiao Yang naturally ran away at the first opportunity. Lao Xiao, we will help you stop them. Remember, my name is Li Ji, your best brother. Li Ji walked towards the crowd with great righteousness and a heroic spirit. Good brother. Xiao Yang looked at Li Ji's tragic figure and felt his vision blurred. At this time, everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Xiao Yang. Run away. Yes, he just ran like that, with 3 parts of tragedy, 3 parts of fear, and a running speed of 4:100 m. Lin Qiyue was also confused at this moment. What happened? Why? Xiao Yang ran away? So, who am I and what am I doing now? Several girls had black lines on their faces, and the crowd of onlookers also had bewildered expressions. Oh my god, what does Xiao Yang mean? Damn it, doesn't she know how long our Xiao has been waiting here? Why did she turn around and run away? Lin Qiyue also fell into deep self-doubt at this moment. Am I that scary? Li Ji. Everyone recognized Xiao Yang's roommate at this moment and gathered around him. Let me make it clear first, don't hit people in the face. Beat your uncle. A girl stepped forward, where's Xiao Yang? He ran away, didn't you see it? Li Ji's mouth curled up slightly, if you want to catch up with Xiao Yang, you have to get past me first. Everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? The school beauty wants to pursue Xiao Yang, but she still has to get past you. What is it to you if someone chases Xiao Yang? Could it be that? Everyone gasped. Could it be that because he couldn't catch up with the school beauty, Xiao Yang was so hungry that he pushed his roommate away? For a moment, everyone looked at Li Ji with extremely strange eyes. Chapter 8, Put on the collar and follow him. Tell me, why did Xiao Yang run away? Does he hate me? In the girls' dormitory, Lin Qiyue said with some distress. How is that possible? Didn't Li Ji explain it clearly? But Lin Qiyue no longer looked like the cool and aloof school beauty. She bit her lips and pouted, wanting to say something but not saying it. He took a look at the hangover soup in his thermos and became furious. It took me a full hour to make this soup, and I almost burned out the fuse on the floor. HMPH, forget it, let him be. I might as well drink this soup myself. That's right, the weather is getting cold. Come on, give me some. Several girls quickly gathered together and picked up the bowls and chopsticks. Only half a minute later. Lin Qiyue. How much salt did you put in this? Salt is free, right? I followed the instructions and only added 2 spoons of salt. What kind of spoon do you use? Oh my god, a soup spoon. So, those people just now were just spectators. So many people gathered around because Lin Qiyue came. After everyone left, Xiao Yang returned to the dormitory dejectedly. After learning the truth, he almost devoured Li Ji alive. Damn. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have run away. At around 11 o'clock, downstairs of the boys' dormitory, Lin Qiyue was waiting for him to come back from the night snack stall. Why are you looking for me? Is there any need to explain this? It's definitely a confession. Stay away from me, I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you to death. Xiao Yang glared at Li Ji, then thought of his figure who had disappeared last night, sighed, and said nothing more. So, old Xiao, you still want to be with Lin Qiyue, right? Seeing Xiao Yang's expression, Li Ji knew that the other party was not angry, so he asked. He. Old Xiao, listen to me. You can't blame me for this. Don't you know how many suitors the campus beauty of Lin University has? I'm doing this for your safety. He. Xiao Yang felt his head was swelling. It was fine that he had not completed the previous task, but this time it was obvious that Lin Qiyue came to confess her love. He did not expect to miss it perfectly. I don't know if Lin Qiyue will confess again after today. She won't not come. Xiao Yang shuddered. Oh my god, why does it feel weird? Tonight, I am destined to be sleepless. What do you think, does Xiao Yang still like me? At this moment, Lin Qiyue, who was tossing and turning and unable to sleep, suddenly blurted out a question. My dear lady, it's almost 1 o'clock now and you've asked me 8 times. Well, but he has confessed to me so many times, he must like me, don't you think? It's over, the campus beauty of Lin University has gone crazy. Several girlfriends sighed. Xiao Yan, what would you do if someone confessed to you 99 times? Lin Qiyue suddenly asked. If it were me. Li Xiaoyan, her best friend, pondered for a moment and said, if it were me, I would put the collar around my neck, bark twice and follow him. Is that so? Lin Qiyue nodded thoughtfully. It's the 99th time after all, and Xiao Yang is pretty handsome. Xiao Yang is mine. Lin Qiyue suddenly snorted coldly. Yes, what's yours is yours, okay. Li Xiaoyan looked helpless. Is this still the campus beauty of Lin University? I think you are right. Modesty is a stumbling block to human reproduction. Suddenly, Lin Qiyue spoke again. So, what do you think? None of that matters. What's important? Lin Qiyue thought for a moment and said, the important thing is where to buy collars near the school. It's over. The campus beauty of Lin University is either dumbfounded or has completely fallen. The 3 besties are now completely confirmed. The goddess in the minds of the students of the University of Finance and Economics actually wanted to put a collar on her, and she barked twice and left with others. Is this still the noble and cold beauty who is the most beautiful girl in the University of Finance and Economics? There's no hope. Huh. Lin Qiyue let out a long sigh and said, okay, everyone, don't worry about me anymore. Go to bed early. Nonsense, we have been wanting to go to bed for a long time, why did you keep asking questions here? The 3 sisters had just closed their eyes when, at this moment, Lin Qiyue's voice sounded faintly in their ears again. Tell me, will he accept if I buy him breakfast tomorrow? What do you think, does Xiao Yang like to eat fried dough sticks or steamed buns? Lin Qiyue. Xiao Yang was awakened by a knock on the door. Very early. What's wrong, Lao Yang? You don't come to visit so early. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes as he opened the door. Fortunately, he didn't drink much yesterday, so he wasn't dizzy now. Xiao Yang, you're so awesome. Xiao Yang was confused. What are you talking about? What's so awesome about it? Explain it clearly. Lin Qiyue, the campus beauty of Lin University is here again. What? Fuck. The 3 Li Ji brothers, who were originally sleeping soundly, suddenly jumped up from the bed. That's awesome, Lao Xiao. It's so early, I'm afraid you're here to deliver breakfast. Xiao Yang was also stunned for a moment, but soon a hint of joy flashed across his face. The mission can finally be completed. Dad is saved too. She is downstairs now. Xiao Yang said somewhat unreally. Yes, hurry down and don't keep people waiting. Okay, I'll be right there. Xiao Yang turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up, then let out a long sigh. At this moment, his eyes were still quite dark. What he was most worried about last night was that Lin Qiyue would not come. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. TSK, I don't know who said to give up. Not confessing for the 100th time is an explanation to myself. Har, IF King believed it. Li Ji and his brothers originally wanted to sleep in, but now they no longer had the mood to do so and got up to wash up. Xiao Yang is finally going to hold hands with the campus beauty of Lin University. As good friends, they will definitely follow to show off their strength. Old Xiao, can I ask you for a favor? Li Ji suddenly asked. Explain. Well, after you get together with the campus beauty of Lin University, can you ask her to introduce her best friend to you? Xiao Yang? Who said I'm going to be with Lin Qiyue? R. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? I bet 100, if she came to confess her love, I would never agree to her. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. Oh my god, it's so curly. Everyone was shocked. But Lao Yang secretly took out $100 bill and said, well, let me bet with you. Actually, I like Lin Qiyue very much. Stop talking nonsense, we all like Lin Qiyue, several beasts said in unison. Damn it, do it. I don't believe it. A mere $200 is more important than a fragrant school beauty. Li Ji said with a wave of his hand. Downstairs. Lin Qiyue was wearing a white dress and her eyes were always looking towards the dormitory corridor. In her hands, there was a bag of steamed buns and fried dough sticks in her left hand and a cup of soy milk in her right hand. So horrible, is this still our Lin University campus beauty? I don't believe it, I don't believe it's true. Why? I'm obviously much more handsome than Xiao Yang. Can you please look at me, school beauty Lin? Senior, I can't even beat him by 20%. You are so cute, Junior. I like people like you who are brave. You have a promising future. Chapter 9, I, Lin Qiyue, was given the nice guy card. There were only 2 minutes left before class started, and basically everyone leaving the dormitory building was going to class, but at this moment, most people stopped unconsciously. Damn it, I'll just skip class. This scene is worth it. Many people took out their mobile phones, ready to record the scene of their broken heart. Finally, Xiao Yang came down. The focus of everyone's attention. Xiao Yang. The moment he saw Xiao Yang, Lin Qiyue rushed forward. If it weren't for the dormitory manager's stern scolding, Lin Qiyue would probably have really rushed into the boys' dormitory building. You? This is the breakfast I bought for you. I don't know whether you are used to eating buns or fried dough sticks, so I bought both. Fuck. Is this sweet love? Or is this the love of the campus beauty of Lin University? Their hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Xiao Yang is a bastard. There was a wailing sound, and all the boys who saw this scene had their hearts broken. Xiao Yang thought about it, and took the breakfast, showing a smile, and said, thank you. You're welcome. You've given me so many things before, but this is my first time. Lin Qiyue lowered his head and said softly. But you didn't take it either. Xiao Yang complained softly, and then said, by the way, do you have anything to say to me? Lin Qiyue was stunned for a moment, and her face instantly turned red as if blood was dripping. Her fair and rosy skin matched with her delicate face, almost making everyone stare in a daze. No, I can't take it anymore, I feel so uncomfortable. My Qiyue, woo. If looks could kill, Xiao Yang would have died countless times by now. This is Lin Qiyue, the goddess of millions of students from the University of Finance and Economics. In their hearts, the goddess is holy and aloof. But now, this little woman's behavior has completely shattered their fantasies. How they wished it were them who were standing in front of Lin Qiyue at this moment. But at this moment, Xiao Yang was completely different. He had only one sentence in his mind. My sister, hurry up and confess your feelings. My old man is waiting for help. In fact, before meeting Xiao Yang, Lin Qiyue had already thought of a long speech. She planned to shed all her reserve today and confess her feelings to Xiao Yang. But now the words are on the tip of my tongue, but I don't know how to say them. Her small hands gently pinched the edge of her skirt that was swaying in the wind, and she lowered her head, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. No, I don't believe that the campus beauty of Lin University would confess her love, I don't believe it. This is what all the boys present thought. But no matter how much they don't believe it, the atmosphere has already been set to this point. Xiao Yang. Yeah. Xiao Yang smiled. So handsome. Looking up, Lin Qiyue saw the face so close to her. Finally, she mustered up her courage, clenched her fists, and said with all her strength, Xiao Yang, I like you, can you date me? The sound was neither loud nor soft, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Everyone was numb. Although the atmosphere was like this, they also knew that it was only a matter of time before the campus beauty of Lin University confessed her love to Xiao Yang. But when this thing became a reality, no one could accept it. I feel so uncomfortable. Today is the day we both break up. Yes, what Xiao Yang didn't expect was that today would become the day of heartbreak at Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. Of course, that's all later. The most important thing is now. Confession. Finally, the confession came. Xiao Yang looked at this extremely shy girl and was a little stunned for a moment. But he knew exactly what to do now. It was just. How can I refuse? The headache problem comes again. After all, Lin Qiyue was his father's savior, so it would be too much to refuse him directly. What should I do? The school beauty confessed to me, how can I refuse? Waiting online, urgent. Time seems to stand still. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang and the other two. Li Ji and his companions retreated several steps, giving Xiao Yang enough room to perform. Lin Qiyue. Just call me Qiyue. Lin Qiyue said softly with her head down. Damn it, this damn tenderness. Lin Qiyue's voice is so pleasant to the ear, and she looks so well behaved. Reject. It's so difficult. Forget it, let us just be straightforward. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh, his expression resolute, and said softly, I'm sorry, you are a good girl. Their voice fell. The whole place fell silent. Suddenly someone said WTF, and in an instant, the whole audience was drowned in the word WTF. Lin Qiyue was also confused. Are you a good girl? This. Lin Qiyue. The recognized #1 campus beauty of Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. I was given the nice guy card. She took 2 steps back in disbelief and looked at Xiao Yang in astonishment. Wrong. How is this possible? It shouldn't be like this. Is it because I didn't bring a collar and didn't say woof woof? Lin Qiyue opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But for some reason, I couldn't say anything. Suddenly, her breathing became a little rapid, and she felt a pain in her heart. Is this what being rejected feels like? In just 2 seconds, Lin Qiyue's eyes had turned red and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Xiao Yang took a deep breath and felt extremely confused. The system prompt sounded. The mission was accomplished, and the God-restoring pill arrived. Only. Looking at the tearful girl in front of him, Xiao Yang suddenly felt distressed. Xiao Yang wanted to say something, but he also knew that it was useless to say anything now, and it would only make both sides more uncomfortable. Why? Why can you do this even though I have already put aside my self-esteem to confess to you? Lin Qiyue's trembling voice came. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, thank you for breakfast. Lin Qiyue has been outstanding in appearance since childhood and has a good family background, so she has many suitors. It can be said that she has almost never experienced the feeling of being rejected. And now, not only was I rejected, but my confession was rejected. After Xiao Yang left, she just felt her heart aching. She couldn't hold it back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her eyes with her arms and ran back to the dormitory. Everyone present was stunned. Fuck, Xiao Yang gave Lin Qiyue a nice guy card. Oh my god, I am stupid. I rejected the love confession of the campus beauty of Lin University. This is too outrageous. I'm afraid Xiao Yang is a eunuch. Is there any man who can refuse the confession of the campus beauty of Lin University? Lin Qiyue is crying, oh my god, Xiao Yang actually made my goddess cry. Lin Qiyue is so pitiful. The class bell had been ringing for several minutes, but people didn't seem to be in a hurry at this time. They all stood there in shock, holding their phones. Post it on your moments and forums. In addition to being the day of heartbreak for students at the University of Finance and Economics, today's absenteeism and lateness rate is also destined to be the highest in history. Chapter 10, Xiao Yang had this experience 99 times. Xiao, you're back. It was still early in the morning and several of her best friends were still lying in bed. Lin Qiyue returned to the dormitory and just nodded slightly in response. But someone soon responded. Didn't Lin Qiyue go to deliver breakfast to Xiao Yang today? One by one they quickly stood up. Li Xiaoyan was the first to come forward and asked, how is the battle going? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Qiyue's eyes were red, obviously she had been crying. Lin Qiyue didn't say anything, she just threw herself on the bed, looking like she had lost all hope in life, sobbing. No way, Xiao Yang rejected you. The 3 best friends were stunned. Is this something a man can do? Who can refuse the confession of the campus beauty of Lin University? Could it be that Xiao Yang really likes men? Damn it, Xiao Yang is too bullying. It made Xiaoya cry. I think he has had enough of living. Without saying a word, Li Xiaoyan took out her phone and called Xiao Yang first, but when no one answered, she called Li Ji again. Li Ji. R. What on earth is Xiao Yang thinking? Does he really not like Lin Qiyue? How is that possible? Lao Xiao has confessed his feelings so many times. Then he also made our Xiaoya cry. Lin Qiyue is crying. Tell Xiao Yang how he wants to die. Li Xiaoyan said angrily. Actually, I think Lao Xiao is also very sad right now. He locked himself in the bathroom and hasn't come out yet. Because it was an external speaker, the sound also reached Lin Qiyue's ears. She raised her head, and her tearful face looked even more lovable. At this moment, Li Ji's voice came again. I think it was Lin Qiyue who hurt Lao Xiao first, not Lao Xiao who did her wrong first. After all, Lao Xiao confessed his love to me 99 times. How much does one have to love someone to do this? I just heard Lin Qiyue say that she put aside her pride to confess her feelings to Lao Xiao. Yes, self-esteem is very important, and it was a big school beauty who took the initiative to confess. But have you ever thought about it? Lao Xiao has done this kind of behavior of putting down his self-esteem 99 times. There is no hierarchy between the two parties in love. Your self-esteem as a school beauty is important, but is Xiao Yang's self-esteem unimportant? It was just a failed confession, but Xiao Yang had this experience 99 times. Have you ever thought about how he feels? Li Ji's words were very harsh, and I don't know if it was because of the money he lost. The sound fell clearly into everyone's ears. Everyone in the dormitory was stunned. For a moment, the atmosphere in the dormitory became extremely depressing. Yes, you just confessed your feelings once and failed and this happened to you, but others have had this experience 99 times. You rejected others 99 times, and they only rejected you once. Is that too much? Li Ji's phone has been hung up. Meanwhile, everyone here was completely silent. After a long time, Lin Qiyue's sobbing stopped. She rubbed her eyes, a determined look on her face. I know, Xiao Yang must be testing me. When I watched TV dramas before, I thought it was easy for two people to be together. It was just a matter of saying, I like you. Why did it take 40 or 50 episodes to make it happen? But now, I know. This kind of love is real love, and this is the responsibility for love. Xiao Yang's 99 confessions are his explanations of love, and for me, this is only my first time, so what does it matter? The man confessed his love to the woman 99 times, and the woman confessed her love to the man 99 times again, and then the two of them got together. Oh my god, what kind of fairy love is this? All of a sudden, Lin Qiyue was no longer sad, and a smile appeared on her face. She could already imagine in her mind what Xiao Yang would look like holding her hand after she had confessed her feelings for him 99 times. What is love? This is love. This is definitely an enviable and unprecedented love. Lin Qiyue had a look of longing, with 3 words written on his face, I got it. This also made several of my girlfriends dumbfounded. Is this okay? Li Xiaoyan reacted and asked in disbelief, Xiaoya, are you okay? Do you really want to confess your love 99 times like Xiao Yang? Lin Qiyue nodded. Yeah, why not? I used to think that he liked me so much because of my appearance, just like those LSBs who value appearance, but now I understand that he is different from those people, otherwise how could he reject me? Just think about it, after a total of 198 confessions, 2 people finally got together. How romantic is that? Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Can romance be explained this way? However, seeing that Lin Qiyue was full of fighting spirit, they didn't know what to say. What else can we do? Everyone knows that Xiao Yang likes Lin Qiyue. Since they love each other, they can do whatever they want. Tired? Do whatever you want. At this time, Xiao Yang put down the phone and came out of the bathroom. I just confirmed with my mother that my father's condition has become more serious. He needs to go back quickly to avoid any accidents. Li Ji looked over at this time and said in surprise, Old Xiao, you didn't cry. Why should I cry? Xiao Yang was stunned. You rejected Lin Qiyue, aren't you sad? Li Ji looked puzzled. I thought Xiao Yang went to the bathroom to cry, but he looks like nothing happened. Could it be that I was wrong? I was the one who rejected her, not her who rejected me. Why should I be sad? Is your question a bit crazy? Xiao Yang said nonchalantly. Yes, how can the person who is rejected be sad? Isn't it the people who are rejected who are sad? So, what I said to Lin Qiyue's best friend just now. Damn it. Li Ji cursed himself for meddling in other people's business. Seeing Xiao Yang packing up, he asked, "What are you packing up for?" "I'm going back home." After saying that, Xiao Yang took out a leave note. "Please give it to the counselor for me and ask for leave." Good. Chapter 11, The First Car in Life. Xiao Yang's home is in JM City, also in J Province, so it actually doesn't take too much time to go home. After arriving at the train station and buying a ticket, Xiao Yang saw that there was still more than an hour before the train departed, so he simply wandered around the station. The train station is a mixed crowd with all kinds of people. Not far away, a pretty girl was squatting on the ground. She didn't bring anything with her, and her long hair covered her face, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. I saw her looking around constantly, sighing, and hugging her knees with her hands, as if she was making a decision. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and took out a piece of chalk. "I guess my wallet is lost again. Please give me some money for the trip." Xiao Yang didn't take it too seriously. There were a lot of such things happening. Not only at the mixed train station, but such things also happened frequently near the university town. Although there are true and false ones, most of them are false. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded from the system in my mind. Bite. Task release, know the truth with wisdom. Option 1, helping others is the basis of happiness, help passers-by, reward, top of the line car Phaeton 1. Option 2, expose the truth and prevent others from being deceived, reward, 1 million yuan in cash. Option 3, everyone should mind their own business, it has nothing to do with me, reward, each ability is improved by 1. Can this also trigger a mission? Xiao Yang was a little surprised and started to ponder it in his mind. At this time, the girl had already picked up the chalk and wrote a few lines on the ground. Familiar plot. My luggage was stolen, but my cell phone, wallet and ID card were still in the bag. The girl lowered her head, her bangs covering her forehead, and her face could not be seen clearly. In just a short while, many people had gathered around her, talking about what was happening, but no one offered to help. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this. It's not that people are unkind, but that there are too many scammers in this society. Xiao Yang looked at the 3 options. In the past, I'm afraid each family would just take care of their own business. Besides, no matter what choice he makes, it will be good for him. But considering his financial situation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to help others. As for option 2, how can you expose someone when you don't even know whether he is real or fake? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang stepped forward directly. Lin Qiyue, why are you here? What a coincidence. Are you okay? Xiao Yang took out a few $100 bills from his pocket, then walked up to the girl and used his body to block everyone's view. If what the girl said was true, then for a young man who has fallen to this point, the most uncomfortable thing is probably the loss of face. And seeing that girls always use long hair to cover their faces, this may be the reason. The girl was obviously shocked by Xiao Yang's words and didn't know what the boy meant. When did I become Lin Qiyue? However, when I saw those $100 bills, my heart warmed, but I didn't say anything. Xiao Yang waved his hand. Go away, everyone has difficulties, there's nothing to see. After dispersing the crowd, Xiao Yang wiped the words on the ground with his feet, then turned around and said, Are you okay? Bite. Mission completed. Reward, a top-of-the-line Phaeton, which will be delivered in 20 minutes. The system's voice flashed by. I'm fine. A pleasant voice was heard. Xiao Yang lowered his head, and the girl's face was still covered by her bangs. The girl pointed to the bathroom in the distance. Can you wait for me here? Okay. Xiao Yang nodded. But Xiao Yang waited for a few minutes, but no girl showed up. It seems like I really met a liar. He smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter, these few $100 are nothing compared to the mission reward. Just then, a brisk voice came from behind. Who are you calling a liar? Xiao Yang turned around and saw a girl standing behind him. Just from their voice, Xiao Yang could hear clearly that this was the girl from before. He just changed his clothes and carried a bag in his hand. It's you? Perhaps because he had changed his clothes, Xiao Yang was a little unconvinced. It's me. The girl smiled and let her hair down. Well, that's it. Thank you for what you did just now, but I'm really not a liar, my luggage was really stolen. The girl said with a sad face. A conversation. It turns out that the girl's name is Xiao Yang, a sophomore at Jiangsu Medical College. What happened was that she had to go home for something, so after buying the ticket, she waited in the waiting hall. But it was a little early and I was a little sleepy, so I fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up, there was nothing left except people. She just said she was going to the bathroom, but actually she went to the clothing store to buy some clothes to change. There were so many people here and she was afraid of being recognized and embarrassed. You are so careless that you can even fall asleep in a place like this. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yang also joked, fortunately, only the luggage was lost. If I were the thief, I would definitely steal her. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl didn't steal her luggage. He's really stupid. Jiang Yang was also amused by Xiao Yang's words, and the previous gloom was swept away. But why don't you call the police? If you don't, just go outside and take a taxi back to school, and then ask someone you know to help pay for the taxi fare. It's not that. I'm afraid of losing face. Jiang Yang pouted and said shyly. This is just a way to save face, but it's useless for you to have money now. You lost your ID card and can't buy a ticket. What are you going to do? Yes, I can't buy a ticket. Jiang Yang widened her eyes and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Yang Xiao? I am. The top of the line phaeton you ordered from our store has been delivered to you. May I ask where you are now? Is it the Xingyu residential area next to the train station? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that this was the reward from before, but he didn't expect the car to be delivered directly. He immediately responded, No, you can wait for me outside the train station. Xiao Yang hung up the phone and walked out of the station. But at this moment, a small figure hesitated and followed. Xiao Yang couldn't help but find it funny and asked, Why are you following me? Jiang Yang just grinned and said nothing. After arriving outside the station, they called the driver again. Then they came to a parking lot outside the train station and saw a large truck parked there. Mr. Xiao Yang. I am. Then we'll unload the car here, okay. Xiao Yang nodded, and saw several people coming down and opening the rear door of the truck. A piece of grey cloth was lifted, and a black car appeared in front of everyone. Be careful, don't bump into it. After saying that, everyone worked together to carefully unload the car using the equipment. After the car was unloaded, Xiao Yang signed a few forms and completed the procedures. Xiao Yang never thought that he would get his first car in this way, and it was delivered at the train station. Jiang Yang, who was standing by, also smiled and said, Of course, Senior Xiao, you can actually afford a car at such a young age. Well, Volkswagen, I'm afraid it's hard to get 70,000 or 80,000. Yeah, it's impossible to get it without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Xiao Yang also smiled and didn't explain. Just kidding, this is the top of the line phaeton, it would be about the same if it were 10 times more expensive. However, for Xiao Yang, the phaeton is just right, and being low-key also fits his personality. I have to say, this award really touches my heart. Chapter 12 Returning Home. Do you want me to take you back to school first? Jiangsu Medical College is right next to our school. Xiao Yang reminisced, and it happened that Jiangsu Medical College was right next to Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. The two schools sometimes held social activities. I was originally going home after leaving school, but now I'm going back to school. What's going on? Jiang Yang said helplessly. Suddenly, her expression brightened, she looked at Xiao Yang's car, and said with a smile, How about this, you take me home, it's your car anyway, and you don't need an ID card to sit in it. Think about it, you're so uncomfortable with all the beautiful women and luxury cars along the way. Aren't you attractive? What if something unexpected happens? After saying that, Jiang Yang pulled her skirt up a little and winked at Xiao Yang. You wish. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Jiang Yang. If an accident really happened, it would be hard to tell who would win and who would lose. If it were any other time, Xiao Yang would have agreed, but he still had to rush home to deliver the medicine. If he was a minute late, his father would have to suffer for 1 minute longer, so it was more important to go home. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jiang Yang also curled her lips. If this happens at school, I can just wave my hand and a group of boys will line up to drive me around. So where are you going at the station? Jiang Yang continued to ask. Go home. Where is your home? Maybe we're on our way there. Jiang Yang said with a blink. JM City. Xiao Yang said unhappily. Are all girls nowadays like this? After borrowing money, they still want to hitchhike. Can you learn from Lin Qiyue and be more reserved? But as soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Jiang Yang jumped up, opened the car door and got in. What a coincidence. My home is also in JM City. Could you please give me a ride? He said with his head held high, looking secretly happy. Is it such a coincidence? Xiao Yang also had a dark face. But I'm going home first, you can do whatever you want. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Jiang Yang smiled. Are all Volkswagen interiors so luxurious nowadays? After getting into the car, Jiang Yang realized that the interior of this car was not as low-key as its exterior. The mahogany interior looks very exquisite, the seats have excellent texture and many functions. They are all just for show. Xiao Yang smiled. At this time, Jiang Yang saw another bag of documents on the seat. Glancing at Xiao Yang, Jiang Yang secretly opened it and took a look. It's the car's documents, not of much interest. Do you know that it's a bad habit to touch other people's things? Xiao Yang took the document and said, seat belt. Even. The seat belt was pressed into the gully on the hilltop. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Yang discovered that perhaps because her clothes were loose, he had not noticed that Jiang Yang was so curvaceous. Isn't it said that those with sweet looks are generally flatter? It seems that the rumor is wrong. When I looked again, I found that Jiang Yang had fallen asleep with her eyes closed without me noticing. Xiao Yang came back to his senses and concentrated on driving. As early as his freshman year, Xiao Yang had passed the driving test and had borrowed a car to drive twice. Although he was not an experienced driver, he drove fairly steadily. Moreover, the car's configuration is very stable and it is very comfortable to drive. It's more than 2 hours' drive. Finally arrived in JM City. Xiao Yang called Jiang Yang twice, where is your home? Hello. After another push, Jiang Yang didn't open her eyes. Well, Tilder, stop making noise, let me sleep a little longer. Hey, wake up. Forget it, let us go home first. Xiao Yang was too lazy to waste time with Jiang Yang anymore, so he immediately drove towards his home and called his mother in the car. A dilapidated old neighborhood. Finally they drove back. Xiao Yang glanced at Jiang Yang, who was still sleeping in the passenger seat, feeling a little helpless. My goodness, what were you doing last night? You slept like that. You deserved your luggage to be stolen. Uncle Liang. Xiao Yang greeted the community security guard. Hey, Xiao Yang, you're back. Yeah. Xiao Yang smiled. This is your car. Right. Okay, you've made progress. This girl is quite pretty, your girlfriend. No, just an ordinary friend. Okay, then drive slower. Finally, from a distance, Xiao Yang saw his mother looking around downstairs. It is not easy to support a family alone, but at the age of 50, his face is already full of wrinkles. Xiao's mother stared into the distance, unaware that her son's car had already arrived in front of her. Mom. After getting out of the car, Xiao's mother realized that Xiao Yang was already there. Xiao Yang, you're back. The mother's eyes were red, maybe she had just cried. How did you drive back? I just bought a car. Xiao Yang smiled with his white teeth showing. You didn't do anything illegal to buy the car. Xiao's mother said in disbelief. How is that possible? I made this from doing business with my friends. The 800,000 I transferred to you yesterday was also made from doing business with my friends. Don't worry, our family is rich now. Really? Xiao's mother still didn't quite believe it. Of course it's true. Xiao Yang said firmly. You've made progress. Xiao's mother stroked Xiao Yang's cheek, full of satisfaction. But soon, she discovered that there was another person sitting in the passenger seat. Suddenly, Xiao's mother's expression brightened. She pulled Xiao Yang aside and whispered, "This girl is your girlfriend." "No, just an ordinary friend." Her family is also in JM City. I sent her back by chance. Well, the girl is pretty, if she can. Mom, what are you thinking? He's really just an ordinary friend. Xiao Yang quickly brought the topic back to the topic, and then said, Where's my dad? Your father. When she said this, Xiao's mother's face suddenly fell. He's lying in the room. Your father had a very hard life. He worked hard all his life, and is still sick when he's old. When she said this, Xiao's mother's eyes were red. It's okay, Mom, don't worry, I have a cure for Dad's illness. What can you do? The doctor said that it's not as simple as surgery now. Neither the lungs nor the liver are healthy. Xiao's mother said worriedly. Don't worry, it's okay. I asked my friend for a secret recipe that can cure all diseases. You may not believe it, but at that time, an old man was in the late stage of cancer, and his family had prepared the coffin and burial clothes. Guess what happened? Mother Xiao glared at Xiao Yang. It's already this time, and you still want me to take over, right? Xiao Yang made himself look awkward, and continued, after taking the medicine, all the diseases were cured the next day, not to mention cancer, the original diabetes and gout were also cured. It has been half a year, and he is full of energy. Every day he dances with the old lady in the small square. Really? Xiao's mother said in surprise. Don't worry, let's go inside and see my dad first. By the way, why don't you stay in the hospital? What if something happens at home? Your father doesn't want to waste that money. The minimum cost per day for hospitalization is more than 1,000 yuan. Xiao's mother sighed. When I entered the room, I saw Father Xiao lying on the bed. He looked pale and haggard. He had shaved his hair because he had to apply some medicine for a cerebral infarction. He looked like an old man in his 50s. However, even though he had a lot of problems, when Xiao's father saw Xiao Yang coming back, he wanted to get up immediately with a smile on his face. For a moment, Xiao Yang couldn't hold back anymore, and tears started to flow down his cheeks. Chapter 13, Finally I can be a spectator. Is this really effective? Father Xiao looked at the lavender pill and frowned. Xiao Yang, you are so old now, you won't really believe these charlatans. Dad, just trust me this time. Besides, I bought this at a high price. Just give it a try. I was confused by what Xiao Yang said. Although the two men are old, their brains are still working well. There is no miracle drug in this world that can cure all diseases. However, seeing that his son's words sounded so miraculous, Father Xiao hesitated for a moment and then swallowed it directly. After all, this is also a filial piety of the son. Besides, what can go wrong? His current illness can't be cured except by these ghost stories. Seeing that his mother was still worried, Xiao Yang went forward and hugged her to comfort her. Don't worry, Mom, everything will be fine. Mother Xiao just pursed her lips, her eyes full of bloodshot. Just a moment later, thin beads of cold sweat began to appear on Xiao's father's forehead, and his face looked a little strange. Although Xiao Yang knew that there must be no problem with what the system gave him, he still asked with concern, Dad, how is it? I feel much better now. At least my chest is no longer stuffy and my head doesn't hurt anymore. Hearing what Xiao's father said, Xiao's mother hurried to his side, picked up a towel to wipe her husband's sweat, her eyes full of joy. When Xiao Yang saw this, he knew that the medicine was taking effect, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If his father's illness was really cured, he could say that he owed Lin Qiyue a huge favor. Just then, a man's voice was heard from outside. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao. Xiao Yang could recognize that this was the voice of his childhood friend Lu Xing. They were also high school classmates, but after graduating from high school, they took completely different paths. Lu Xing entered society after graduating from high school and found a job locally. In his free time, he would come to help the Xiao family and help take care of Xiao's father. The two of them could be considered good brothers. Lu Xing is here. You can see that Lu Xing has been helping our family a lot in the past 2 years. Okay. Xiao Yang nodded and walked out of the house. Wow, whose car is this? It's blocking the road. As soon as I came out, I saw Lu Xing circling around the phaeton. What a pretty girl. Hey. Xiao Yang patted Lu Xing. Old Xiao, you're back. Yes. Xiao Yang smiled and punched Lu Xing. Lu Xing looked at the car and said, Is this your car? Yeah. Xiao Yang nodded. Sure, it's very new, I just got it. It's only been a few hours. I'm wondering if you got rich or something. Where did you get it? Luxing looked at Xiao Yang and said. No one knows Xiao Yang's family situation better than him. How could this kid afford a car? Yes, I made a little fortune. Are you here to see my dad? Well, I just happened to be passing by, so I came to see if Uncle Xiao needs any help. Thank you. Xiao Yang said sincerely. Why are you being so polite? There's no need for us to talk about this. Just then, Jiang Yang woke up in the car. She looked around in a daze and saw Xiao Yang. Then she opened the door and got out. Woke up. Yer Tilder. That's great, I'll take you home. Xiao Yang waved his hand. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Yang smiled. Like spring breeze. This is your home, won't you invite me in? There's nothing to sit for. My mom and dad are here. That's great. Now that we're here, we should at least say hello to uncle and aunt, hee hee. Jiang Yang said as she was about to go into their house. Xiao Yang stretched out his hand to stop him. If Jiang Yang went in, he might have to explain for a long time. He was too lazy to cause trouble. By the way, how is Uncle Xiao's health now? Luxing asked at this time. It's okay. If nothing unexpected happens, the illness should be almost healed in the next 2 days. Xiao Yang said with a smile. This. How is it possible? Uncle Xiao is not. Don't worry. Xiao Yang thought about Luxing's words, and seeing that he was full of doubts, he didn't reveal too much. It's just right. It's time for dinner. You guys wait here. I'll talk to my parents. It's been a while since we last saw each other. I'll treat you to a nice meal today. Xiao Yang entered the house. As soon as she entered the house, Xiao's mother excitedly held Xiao Yang's hand, unable to speak. Your father, your father. Xiao Yang went to check on him, and saw that Xiao's father's complexion had recovered a lot, and he was not as haggard as before. Your father is hungry. Xiao's mother said with a hint of tears in her voice. Mom, go cook, Mom, go cook. She covered her mouth and tried hard to control herself. Xiao Yang was not a person who was good at expressing his emotions, or maybe there was no natural tendency for the father and son to express their emotions. Xiao Yang nodded towards his father. Please take a rest first. By the way, I'm going to be out for a while. Mom, you don't have to cook for me. I'll take Luxing out to eat. That's fine. After all, Luxing has helped us so much. You should thank him. Yes. Xiao Yang also wanted to have this meal with his parents, but he thought that there was still a long time to live, so he should let his parents enjoy their own world of two. Some words were not pleasant to hear even for a son like him. After leaving their house, Luxing started chatting with Jiang Yang outside. Jiang Yang's personality is different from Lin Qiyue's. Although they are equally beautiful, Jiang Yang is much more extroverted than Lin Qiyue. What were you talking about? Let's talk about you. Your girlfriend is planning to steal some information from me. Luxing joked. Whose girlfriend is this? We just met today. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Luxing. What's wrong with meeting today? Flash marriage is popular now. Luxing laughed. Jiang Yang didn't say anything. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Luxing also got into the car, but after getting in, he first looked at the interior of the car. Damn it, Lao Xiao. What's wrong? It's a hidden gem, the Phaeton is top-notch. What Phaeton? Is this car called Phaeton? Jiang Yang was full of confusion. Yes, it's the best configuration. There's nothing that can't be bought for 2 million. Lao Xiao, you're rich. 2 million. Jiang Yang was also shocked by the number and asked, isn't your family? After chatting with Luxing outside for a while, Jiang Yang also knew that Xiao Yang's family was in a difficult situation and his only source of income was Xiao Yang's mother. This 2 million car is also called family difficulties. Xiao Yang smiled and said nothing. Instead, he asked, Old Lu, what's with that look in your eyes? How did you recognize him? As for me, I work in a car dealership now, so of course I know these cars. But nowadays, many bosses rent cars to decorate their shops. You wouldn't be. Luxing has always been outspoken and his meaning is very clear. Isn't it rented here to pick up girls? He knew the situation at Xiao Yang's family very well. Now was not the time to pretend to be rich. If that was the case, he would have to talk it out. Bought it. Xiao Yang replied. Lu Xing nodded. That's right. Such a new car cannot be rented. Jiang Yang. R. Where is your home? How about I take you back? No. Jiang Yang refused again. Are you planning to rely on Lao Xiao? Lu Xing added. Yeah, he's lucky to have a beauty like me relying on him. For a moment, Lu Xing looked at Xiao Yang with envy. Get out of here, I'll find a place to dump you later. Xiao Yang originally meant it more as a joke, but who would have thought that Jiang Yang would get anxious when she heard it? She just snorted and said, how about this, let me follow you and let you touch my legs. Look at my legs. Do they look good? Having said this, Jiang Yang actually lifted up her legs in long boots and stretched them directly onto Xiao Yang's legs. Xiao Yang was completely scared. I'm driving, stop making trouble. You're sleepy, right? Go back to sleep. I'll call you when we get to the destination. Jiang Yang chuckled after hearing this. She liked to tease Xiao Yang like this, and when others saw her, they couldn't wait to get close to her. Only Xiao Yang didn't even have time to hide. But Jiang Yang was still a little sleepy, so she squinted her eyes and prepared to rest for a while. It was Lu Xing who spoke up. By the way, Lao Xiao, our class seems to be having a reunion tonight, are you going? Class reunion. Yes, I thought you came back to attend a class reunion. It was organized by Li Kang, but on the surface it was a class reunion, but in fact. Lu Xing clicked his tongue. Oh, chasing Qing Xiantong. Yeah, I'm convinced too. I've been pursuing you for about 4 or 5 years. Then I have to go and take a look. Xiao Yang immediately became interested, and remembered that he seemed to have taken a quick look in the class group yesterday and saw that they were indeed talking about this matter. Sure, I bet you will fail this time. Lu Xing laughed. Li Kang was the class monitor in high school, and Qing Xiantong was considered the campus belle and the goddess in the eyes of all boys at that time. Then, Li Kang started to show his affection to Xiao Yang since high school, but was rejected every time he confessed his love to her. Compared to Xiao Yang's 99 confessions, Li Kang confessed quite a few times and persisted for a longer time. The two of them made a decision immediately. Go. I love watching the fun the most. Especially when the confession of love was rejected while eating melon. Xiao Yang suddenly became alert. I have been confessing my feelings to others but have been rejected for a while now. Now I finally have the chance to be a spectator. How can I not go? Chapter 14, The Super Rich starts by entering the food industry. Can I go to the class reunion too? Jiang Yang suddenly said with her eyes closed. Hey, who are you? What does our high school reunion have to do with you? Xiao Yang said dissatisfiedly. Haven't you read the novel? Normally at a class reunion like this, someone like you will definitely be ridiculed. How cool would it be if you bring me along to show off and slap someone in the face? Then I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. I like this kind of plot the most. Jiang Yang's face lit up and she was full of interest. This left the two speechless. Why do you, a girl, have nothing better to do than reading urban romance novels? Seeing Xiao Yang's expression, Jiang Yang chuckled, take me with you. At most, I'll let you touch my legs. Such long, white and tender legs are hard to find even with a lantern. Xiao Yang just listened to Jiang Yang's words. I don't know where you get such confidence from. Xiao Yang sighed. I'm beautiful, and I have long legs. If you don't believe me, just look. After saying that, Jiang Yang pulled her skirt to her knees. Stop. I admit defeat. I'll take you there. Xiao Yang just felt a headache. But speaking of it, Jiang Yang's legs are indeed long. Compared with Lin Qiyue, they have completely different styles. Lin Qiyue is the kind of iceberg goddess, and Jiang Yang. It's just a goblin. Well, an absolute goblin. Most people really can't stand it. At this time, Lu Xing in the back seat had silently given Xiao Yang a thumbs up. My brother Xiao is so awesome. But don't cause me trouble. Xiao Yang instructed. Don't worry, I'll be a good boy. Roll. When we arrived at the place, it was a small alley. Is that all? He said this to Lu Xing. Okay, I haven't been here for a long time. Seeing Jiang Yang's doubts, Xiao Yang immediately smiled evilly and said, we used to trick girls here. There is a place inside where girls are trafficked. Don't blame us, it's mainly because you're so annoying. You're so beautiful, I guess you can sell it for a good price. Sure, Xiao Yang is so beautiful, let me see. Lu Xing also cooperated. Don't come over here. I've learned Wing Chun. Just 3 or 5 people can't get close to me. Xiao Yang raised her eyebrows and punched the air with her pink fist. Har har, this is called a gangster's excitement punch. Xiao Yang laughed. Xiao Yang is already very beautiful, and when she makes a punching move. For the guys, this only makes things more exciting. The passerby was originally intending to be a brave and righteous person, but after you punched him, you turned the passerby into a criminal. Lu Xing also laughed. TSK, I call this heroic, don't you understand? After some joking, the group came to a barbecue restaurant. The barbecue here is very good. You definitely can't eat it anywhere else. In the whole JM city, it's the only place where you can eat it. Xiao Yang introduced. Lu Xing also nodded to show his agreement. Bite. Mission release, the super rich enters the food industry. Get the store's barbecue secret recipe, reward, 5 million yuan. As soon as he walked into the store, a clear voice rang in Xiao Yang's mind. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the tasks had always been issued to girls in the past, so why was it triggered here this time? But for him, it doesn't matter who triggers it, as long as they pay, he will accept it. What's the use of getting this barbecue recipe? I don't plan to do business. Xiao Yang asked the system. However, the system remained silent, and Xiao Yang was too lazy to pay attention to it. There were not many people in the store at the moment, or perhaps business was not very good. A middle-aged man in his 50s was holding his head in a daze. Boss. Hearing Xiao Yang's voice, the middle-aged man suddenly came back to his senses. Hey, Xiao Yang, right? You are Lu Xing. Thank goodness, boss, you still remember us. Xiao Yang sat down with a smile. He used to come here often, and the boss was something of an acquaintance of his, but he didn't expect that the boss actually remembered both of their names. It feels like there are not as many people now as before. Lu Xing murmured. Yes, business was pretty good before we had students like you. But after the school moved and the road was rerouted, not many people come here anymore, and those who come are basically our old customers. The boss sighed. Then let's change the place. Your craftsmanship is impeccable. Business will improve if you change the store. Lu Xing said with a smile. It can't be changed. The boss said helplessly. Xiao Yang became curious, why can't I change it? I don't have money. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands to buy a store and renovate it. I've been losing money in the past 2 years and can't afford it at all. And my wife? The boss looked helpless. It turned out that his wife had been in a car accident, and it was quite serious. The vehicle that caused the accident fled and the culprit has not been caught yet. The person is lying in the hospital and a large sum of money has to be invested every day. For the boss who is already losing money, life is becoming more and more difficult. It was just a few casual remarks, but Xiao Yang could relate to the situation. It was the same for his own father after he became seriously ill. Originally, the family was doing okay, but things got worse day by day. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yang suddenly looked up and asked, "Do you still plan to continue running this store? After all, it has been losing money." The boss shook his head but said nothing. Seeing this, Xiao Yang said casually, "How about this, boss, I really like your barbecue restaurant. It would be a pity if it were closed. How about you sell me the barbecue recipe?" Barbecue recipe. The boss was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xiao Yang to lead the topic here. Lu Xing looked at Xiao Yang in confusion and asked, "Old Xiao, why did you buy the barbecue recipe? You're not really planning to grill it at home, are you?" "No, didn't I tell you that I made some money recently? Actually, it was from running a restaurant. The barbecue here is really good, so I wanted to see if I could buy it," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the boss had a look of doubt on his face. Xiao Yang and Lu Xing knew each other. They were high school students here a few years ago. Why are kids nowadays so arrogant, planning to buy the barbecue recipe right away? It's not cheap to sell this formula. How can a young man who just graduated from high school 2 or 3 years ago afford it? However, if it can be sold at a good price, the boss is willing to sell the recipe. First, he is short of money now, and second, if he continues to run the store, he will probably continue to lose money. It's really hard to bear all this going on. So after just a little thought, he looked at Xiao Yang tentatively. How much money can you give me? How much do you think your formula can be sold for? It was Xiao Yang's first time discussing these things with others, so naturally he didn't know how to offer a price. I just want to make up for the losses of the past 2 years, and also let the child's mother receive proper hospital treatment. My daughter also needs money for college. How about this, 400,000 yuan? Xiao Yang shook his head. Then it's 380,000, no less. The boss frowned slightly. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, how about this, I'll give you 500,000 yuan. After all, it's not easy for you. The boss was stunned for a moment. And some people raise the price for themselves. Is this the outstanding young person in modern society? But Xiao Yang is so young, can he afford so much money? The boss was a little confused. Xiao Yang continued, if you agree, I will transfer 200,000 to you now. You can prepare the contract and formula. The other 300,000 will be given to you in half an hour at most after my friend transfers the money to me. Of course Xiao Yang also wanted to pay it off on the spot, but after he transferred 800,000 yuan to his family, he only had 200,000 yuan left in his pocket. But it doesn't matter. As long as you get the recipe and the system's reward arrives, everything will be solved. The boss's face suddenly became excited. No problem, just wait a moment. After that, the boss called to the kitchen, Shen Tong, come and greet the guests. The words fell. Kitchen. A girl came out. Xiao Yang and Lu Xing immediately said in unison, fuck, Qing Shentong. Chapter 15. Why don't you support me? Qing Shentong was also stunned for a moment, but soon said with a smile, Xiao Yang, Lu Xing, it's you. The boss smiled and said, this is my daughter. Aren't you two in the same class? It's just right. I'll go print out the contract and ask Shentong to make something for you. Good. What do you want to eat, old classmate? After the boss left, Qing Shentong greeted him with a smile. Yellow mud roasted chicken, give me a plate of roasted chicken. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and ordered directly. Lu Xing, on the other hand, looked at Qing Shentong with his chin in his hand and said, you are alone, do you want me to help you? Qing Shentong glared at Lu Xing and said, why do I need you? There are no guests who can cook for themselves. After ordering the dishes, Qing Shentong went to the kitchen to busy herself. Jiang Yang looked at Qing Xuantong's back and said, no wonder you guys are thinking about going to the class reunion. With a beauty like this here, I would definitely not be upset if I were you. It's just that his legs are a little short, not as long as mine, and not as white as mine. Jiang Yang grinned and moved her legs towards Xiao Yang. Ahem. Do you think everyone is like you, with legs all below the chest? Xiao Yang complained. That's not the case. I have long legs and I'm proud of them. Jiang Yang raised her head with a confident look on her face. But after she finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and said to Xiao Yang, to be honest, what is the relationship between you two? I feel that the way she looks at you is not right. We are just classmates, what else could that be? Xiao Yang waved his hand. It can't be. Jiang Yang showed a meaningful expression. Shut up. The boss came back very quickly. There are templates for contracts, and it's just a matter of changing a few words. Xiao Yang picked it up and looked through it, and indeed there was nothing wrong with it. Uncle Qing, there is no problem with the contract. Give me your card number and I will transfer the 200,000 to you first. Okay. The boss nodded repeatedly and gave the card number to Xiao Yang. Soon, looking at the text message alert, the boss's face was full of joy. I'll go write the recipe for you, wait a moment. Recipe at hand. Byte. Task completed, reward 5 million yuan. Here, Xiao Yang picked up his phone. Jiang Yang came over and saw the text message from Xiao Yang. She was surprised and said, 5 million. Xiao Yang, are you so rich? Go away, can you please not get so close? It's not Xiao Yang's fault that he was annoyed. The main reason was that when Jiang Yang came closer, a strange fragrance came over. When he raised his head, his eyes unnaturally probed into the other person's collar. Why wear such loose clothes? Let us talk business. If you do this, I will commit a crime. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and his heartbeat quickened a little. He suddenly understood a problem that had been bothering him for a long time. Why did he always feel bored when he saw the girls in bikinis on the beach, but when they wore the same outfit with an extra layer of clothing, it would be particularly ahem. But then again, Jiang Yang must have had enough nutrition when she was young. I just don't know if she was padded. Wait, why did I suddenly think of this? Xiao Yang took a breath of cold air. Damn woman, can you please stay away from me? It's easy to get into trouble if you do this. To be honest, Xiao Yang always thought that he was an ascetic person. Even if Lin Qiyue stood in front of him, he would just think that this girl was cute and worthy of his love. There is only this enchantress Jiang Yang. It's so damn easy to arouse a man's desire. Why didn't I notice it before bringing her to JM City? If I had known, I would have just treated her as a passerby. After complaining casually in his mind, Xiao Yang transferred the remaining 300,000 yuan to his boss. The latter was naturally very happy and immediately went into the kitchen to help. Xiao Yang? You, stay away from me. Xiao Yang said with some lingering fear. Why? I'm just bored. I don't even have a cell phone. How about this? You lend me some money and I'll buy a cell phone later. How about that? Why? You might as well tell me where your home is and I'll send you back soon. No, you promised me to go to the class reunion with you. Honestly, I'll touch your legs and you'll lend me some money, how about that? After saying that, Jiang Yang tried to pull her skirt up again. Can you please be more careful in public? Xiao Yang was scared. Seeing this, Jiang Yang giggled instead. She loved teasing Xiao Yang like this, and this trick worked every time. Okay, after dinner, I'll take you to buy a cell phone. Damn, I really don't know if you are sick or I am sick. Xiao Yang said helplessly. But thinking that the car he parked outside was obtained because of Jiang Yang's mission, he felt much more balanced. It's just a mobile phone. How can it be more expensive than a car worth 2 million? You two should stay away from me. Lu Xing rolled his eyes at them. He felt that he must have failed to check the almanac before going out today. My goodness, Xiao Yang had been showing off his wealth in front of him, and he even had to eat a mouthful of dog food. This dish hasn't even been served yet, but I'm already feeling full. After a while, the dishes were served and Xiao Yang and his friends started eating. Jiang Yang, however, stopped acting like a spoiled child this moment and ate her meal in a much more ladylike manner. I wonder if it was because Qing Xiantong was watching her not far away. By the way, are you going to the class reunion tonight? Qing Xiantong asked. Go, why not? There are melons. Before he could even say the word eat, Lu Xing quickly shut his mouth. Qing Xiantong seemed to know nothing about this matter. She just nodded and said, why don't you call me when you go, and we can go together? Okay. Lu Xing nodded repeatedly. Isn't he this perfect? I'm going to eat Qing Xiantong's melon, but I'm afraid if I go too late I won't be able to eat it. That's perfect. Bring the real owner along so that you can eat the melon on time. Xiao Yang and Lu Xing smiled at each other. Well, good brother, you understand me. After eating, Lu Xing had some things to do so he left first. After making an appointment, Xiao Yang took Jiang Yang to buy a mobile phone. Xiao Yang? How about you support me? You are so rich. Jiang Yang suddenly said. Phew tilde. Xiao Yang almost spit out the water he had just drunk. Are today's young people playing such a big game? Stop messing around, buy the phone quickly and go home to see my dad later. Okay, I thought you wouldn't agree. Promise what? What do you think? You said you would take me to meet your dad, but now you're jumping straight to the meeting the parents part, right, honey? The word dear was so sweet that it almost took Xiao Yang's soul away. Oh my god, who said I promised you? Who said I would take you to meet my parents? Get out of the car, get out now. Xiao Yang was so angry. This little goblin was too torturous. No, I won't give up even if you kill me, Lululu tilde. Seeing Xiao Yang speechless, Jiang Yang showed a smug look on her face. She actually took off her boots, revealing a pair of small feet stepping on the passenger seat and sticking her head out of the sunroof. Xiao Yang didn't pay attention at first, but when he turned around, he found a pair of small feet on his passenger seat. He immediately yelled, Jiang Yang, you want to die? We are in the city, get off quickly. No, this feels so good. Fuck you. Also, this is my new car, what are you doing? I took off my shoes. It's not okay even if you take off your shoes. You don't mind the stench. Come down quickly. Don't want. Come down quickly. Xiao Yang pulled Xiao Yang's skirt. Perhaps because she was afraid that her skirt would be torn by Xiao Yang, Xiao Yang retracted her head. Put your shoes on and don't step on the chair. My feet don't stink. If you don't believe me, smell it. Xiao Yang said as she moved her little feet closer. Are you looking for death? I'm driving. Fortunately, the light was red. Xiao Yang stopped the car, grabbed Xiao Yang's little feet, and put on her shoes. What she didn't expect was that the noisy Xiao Yang was actually stunned for a moment and obediently let her help her put on her shoes. Okay, stop messing around. I know. Xiao Yang then obediently fastened her seat belt again and looked out the window. But from this side, Xiao Yang did not notice the blush that flashed across Xiao Yang's face. Chapter 16 Is Xiao Yang so handsome? He bought a mobile phone for Xiao Yang and applied for a card for her using his ID card. Then the two of them went shopping in a nearby shopping mall. Xiao Yang, buy some clothes. Are you planning to wear this to the class reunion? What else? Xiao Yang disagreed. This is a very comfortable casual sportswear for me. Xiao Yang shook her head and said, no, your current outfit is too rustic and totally unsuitable for your status. What is my identity? What identity? You are now a wealthy man carrying millions of dollars. Can you be more careful and be more upper class? Do you understand? Xiao Yang raised her eyebrows. Fuck. But in the end, I was still moved. Even though I am not the protagonist at tonight's class reunion, who doesn't he want to be the most handsome guy in the audience? After some persuasion, Xiao Yang was dragged into a women's clothing store by Xiao Yang. Yes, it's a women's clothing store. After coming in, Xiao Yang realized that he had been tricked. This isn't buying clothes for herself, it's obviously Xiao Yang who wants to buy them. No, you want to take advantage of me again. Do you know how much money you owe me? Xiao Yang pulled Xiao Yang and wanted to leave. Damn it, I'm spoiled by you. Do you know that my money is also hard to earn? It doesn't seem that difficult. Hey, I will definitely return it to you. No. Don't worry, I can just compensate you with myself, okay? He may be ugly, but he has beautiful thoughts. As they were talking, Xiao Yang had already set her eyes on a dress. Xiao Yang, do you think I look good in this? It doesn't look good. You haven't even seen it, how do you know it's not good? Don't even think about it, you won't look good in anything. TSK, do you know there's a saying that goes, a woman's clothes are a man's face? Xiao Yang said, I'll dress nicely so that you can save face at the class reunion tonight. I'm so annoyed, buy it quickly. Hey. There was a sly gleam in Xiao Yang's eyes. After choosing a few pieces of clothes, Xiao Yang ran to change into them. Xiao Yang? What? Just take a look. Look at shit. Having said that, Xiao Yang still turned around. Xiao Yang changed into a white dress, and a pair of long, shining legs appeared in front of her. Maybe he was a little tired, so Xiao Yang was sitting at the moment. From this perspective. Just a little bit to reach the absolute realm. He quickly looked away. Damn it, I was fooled by this woman again. Do you girls like to wear such shorts? It's not cold in this weather. It's cold, so I prepared this. Xiao Yang raised her head and took out a pair of black stockings. Xiao Yang, your legs are so long, can you help me put them on? My hands are not enough. A pair of long legs stretched out. Get lost, your hands are not enough. Xiao Yang turned his head away, his face a little hot. Damn it, you are playing with fire again. If you make trouble again, I will kill you, believe it or not. Xiao Yang chuckled and successfully amused Xiao Yang once again. Of course, she wasn't going to put on the stockings here. Xiao Yang went back to the dressing room and put on the stockings. But this time, she changed into a black miniskirt and wore a white shirt on top. Xiao Yang tied her hair into a ponytail and lifted her bangs, then walked out again. Xiao Yang? Okay, I'm already looking at it. Xiao Yang looked over. White shirt, black skirt, black stockings, and most importantly, a black tie. Is this the legendary JK uniform? Xiao Yang swallowed. Does it look good? Xiao Yang nodded convinced. I have to say, Yang has a very good foundation, and with this outfit, she looks like a real queen. Who hasn't fantasized about being pushed down by such a lady, or pushing such a lady down with the backhand? Seeing Xiao Yang nod, Yang was obviously much happier. She packed up the little skirt and asked Xiao Yang to pay for it. Fortunately, their clothes are not expensive, and 2 pieces together cost only a few $100s. Xiao Yang paid the money readily, while Yang walked in front and said, "Let's go, let's look at your clothes now. How about this one?" Walking into the men's clothing store, Yang picked up a piece of clothing and gestured it in front of Xiao Yang's chest. "No, it's too high profile." Xiao Yang shook his head. TSK, you're a millionaire, what's wrong with being high profile?" Yang hissed. But it was obvious that she still listened to Xiao Yang's words and no longer had any thoughts on these fancy clothes. After choosing a white shirt, Yang hurriedly stuffed it into Xiao Yang's hand, and then continued to bury herself in the pile of clothes. Soon, she chose an autumn windbreaker. Who would wear a windbreaker for no reason? Xiao Yang still prefers sportswear. So handsome. With your height, it would be a shame if you don't wear any. Well, let's find a pair of pants that make my legs look longer. Yang thought, stroking her chin. You just prefer long legs. Xiao Yang looked at Yang, who was hurriedly choosing clothes, and smiled unconsciously. After choosing the clothes, Xiao Yang didn't say anything. He picked up the clothes and changed. When he came out, Yang's expression obviously brightened. So handsome. Seeing Yang swallowing her saliva unconsciously, Xiao Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. The first thing he wanted to do at this moment was to stretch out his legs and then arrogantly say to Yang, "Long legs, do you want to touch them?" Successful counterattack. Unfortunately, based on his understanding of Yang, the latter would definitely not hesitate and would grab her directly. Then you will be the one who suffers. Just wear this from now on. It's so pleasing to the eyes. Yang smiled and took a tie. Look down. Why? I don't want to wear a tie. I'm not wearing a suit. Xiao Yang refused. Be obedient. Yang said as she stood on tiptoe and pressed Xiao Yang's head down with both hands. Be gentle, you want to break my head. Yang tied her tie and then looked around at Xiao Yang. TSK, they say clothes make the man, and with my magic touch, you have successfully turned into a handsome guy. Yang said with satisfaction, holding her chin. Xiao Yang also walked to the mirror and looked at himself carefully. Bite. Charm plus 10. Reward, 30% of Cyan Group S shares. The clear voice fell into Xiao Yang's mind. There is a reward for this. Xiao Yang was a little surprised. Yang's move is truly a masterpiece of God. After all the operations, in addition to the increase in charm value, I also got shares in a certain group. Looking at himself in the mirror, Xiao Yang forced a smile of satisfaction. I don't know if it's because of the increase in charm, but Xiao Yang feels like he seems to be more handsome. Yang picked out clothes of similar style and asked the clerk to pack them up. Then she walked to Xiao Yang and said, "Go and pay." These were Xiao Yang's own clothes, so of course he wouldn't say anything else. However, when he turned around, Yang's eyes flashed with an obsession. After Xiao Yang left, she stood there in a daze, muttering to herself. Xiao Yang, is he so handsome? For some reason, she felt that Xiao Yang was different from before. I can't describe the feeling, but I always feel that he is more handsome and more attractive than before. As expected of me. Yang chuckled, obviously taking all of this as her own credit. Chapter 17. I feel unworthy of such a great gift. Night. After picking up Lu Xing at the agreed location, the three of them drove to pick up Qing Xiantong. Damn it, Lao Xiao. What's wrong? Nothing. Lu Xing shrugged. Do you think I've become more handsome? How do you know? Lu Xing asked, holding his forehead, but he quickly retorted, damn, can you not be so thick-skinned? Who says they have become more handsome? Xiao Yang smiled, and suddenly felt that it wasn't such a bad thing for Yang to follow him. Yang, on the other hand, was looking at Xiao Yang with a smile on her face, as if she was looking at her own work. That's it, handsome. Soon, we arrived at the restaurant. Qing Xiantong had obviously waited for a while, but she didn't put on any makeup or change her clothes. The clothes are still the same as I saw them this morning, but this outfit has a unique flavor. Simple and pure. Xiao Yang silently labeled Qing Xiantong in his heart. The latter's eyes flashed with a strange look after seeing Jiang Yang. I thought you would be late. Qing Xiantong said with a smile. How can we let our school beauty wait anxiously? Xiao Yang replied. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to talk about the school beauty, it should be your girlfriend. When Jiang Yang heard this, she obviously raised her head a little and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. No way, Sister Qing is also very beautiful. As she spoke, Jiang Yang casually stretched her legs forward. Under the dim light, the black stockings appear even more charming. Damn demon. Xiao Yang cursed in his heart, and then explained, Jiang Yang is just an ordinary friend of mine, I just met her today. Oh? You just met today? Your relationship is developing so fast. Qing Xiantong said in surprise. Soon, attention shifted to Xiao Yang. In just this brief moment, Qing Xiantong felt her heartbeat quicken by 1 second. Her eyes stayed on Xiao Yang's face for several seconds before moving away. Why does Xiao Yang feel so much more handsome than before? Is it an illusion? Or is it because of the clothes? Why didn't I feel that before? Retracting their gaze, several people walked towards the car. Jiang Yang opened the car door skillfully and prepared to get on the passenger seat. Xiao Yang pulled her. Go to the back, Lu Xing, you come sit in the front. No, I want to sit in the front. Jiang Yang shook her head and refused. I'd better sit in the back. Lu Xing consciously opened the back door and let Qing Xiantong get in first. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh. Never mind. I hope Jiang Yang won't be ungrateful and do something else. Otherwise, sparks will definitely fly. By the way, Xiao Yang, aren't you studying in Jiangju? How come you have time to come back to JM City? Did you come back specially to attend the class reunion? Qing Xiantong asked puzzledly. I came back to see my parents. But you, aren't you also studying in Jiangju? Yes, but I took a leave to come back because my mother is in the hospital and needs someone to take care of her, and my father is unable to spare the time. Qing Xiantong sighed as she said this. Hearing this, Xiao Yang naturally felt some empathy. When his father was seriously ill, he also thought about dropping out of school and coming back to take care of his father. It was only because of his mother's insistence that he was able to continue studying until now. You've worked hard, then. Not bad. Qing Xiantong smiled and said, I heard from my dad that you bought our recipe at a high price. You didn't buy it because of me, did you? When she said this, a hint of expectation flashed across Qing Xiantong's face. No. Seeing Jiang Yang pursed her lips, she seemed to be waiting for his explanation. Xiao Yang explained, I really opened a gourmet food store, otherwise why would I buy the recipe? And when I decided to buy the recipe, I didn't even know you were Uncle Qing or your father. Okay. Qing Xiantong showed a hint of disappointment. Jiang Yang's mouth corners slightly raised, and it was unknown what she was proud of. Finally, we arrived at the place. After getting out of the car, Lu Xing pulled Xiao Yang aside and showed him his phone. Oh, why don't I have this group? This is Li Kangler's group. Lu Xing browsed through it and saw that Li Kang and several classmates were preparing to confess their love to Qing Xiantong on the spot. Obviously, Qing Xiantong was not in this small group. She just treated this class reunion as a normal class reunion. Let's go. Xiao Yang looked at the hotel in the distance. The name looks familiar, Xian Hotel. At this time, Jiang Yang glanced at the name of the hotel and frowned slightly. She walked forward and naturally took Xiao Yang's arm. Jiang Yang, what are you doing? I don't know if it's because Jiang Yang is too big, or if the posture is just a little weird. Xiao Yang only felt that his elbow seemed to have hit something terrible. Soft. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and he just scolded Jiang Yang and tried to pull his hand out. But Jiang Yang held on tightly, and Xiao Yang not only failed to pull his hand out, but instead, he frantically attacked the high ground while struggling. If you move again. In an instant, Jiang Yang raised her head, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, and stared at Xiao Yang. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yang seemed to see a slightly more rosy face on someone's face. Xiao Yang really stopped moving, and Jiang Yang started to giggle, but the sound was a little shy. Seeing this scene, Qing Xiantong was obviously stunned for a moment. Let's go. Jiang Yang turned around and smiled at Qing Xiantong. At this moment, in the hotel lobby, a boy in a white suit was holding flowers in his hands and was extremely nervous. He had confessed his feelings several times, but this time, he still felt uneasy. Brother Kang, Qing Xiantong is here. Are you here? Li Kangqiang suppressed his nervousness and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, get ready. We'll start right away." As soon as the words fell, the hotel lobby fell silent. The hotel staff also gathered around to watch. This is the configuration for a proposal scene, and it's actually used to confess love. Who can resist such romance? Everyone is looking forward to it, thinking that the girl who is confessed to will definitely cry and agree. Brother Kang. Lu Xing, Xiao Yang and others came with Qing Xiantong just now, and there seemed to be a girl as well. It's okay. We probably met on the road and came here together. Li King didn't think too much about it. On Xiao Yang's side, several people had already slowly walked into their hotel. Just then, the lights suddenly dimmed. The power is out. Qing Xiantong shouted in panic. It's her voice. Li Kan was full of excitement. Is this the confession scene? Xiao Yang was a little surprised. Quite creative. I just don't know when, a pair of hands suddenly touched me. A beam of light suddenly fell down and shone on Li Kang. He straightened his clothes and behaved very coolly. Another beam of light fell on Xiao Yang's side. Li Kang didn't look at it anymore, just walked along. Then, get down on one knee. Qing Xiantong, my goddess. I like you, and I think after all these years, you should know my true feelings. As the saying goes, if you keep thinking about something, there will be a response. The world can bear witness to my feelings for you. The words haven't finished yet. But everyone else was stunned. Xiao Yang's voice suddenly came, ahem. Squad leader, I feel so unworthy of such a great gift. Chapter 18. Everyone here is a lowly person. Li Kang looked up blankly, and saw Xiao Yang in front of him. You guys. Li Kang pointed at Xiao Yang. He seemed to be too excited and couldn't speak clearly. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, a little confused. She turned her head and realized that Qing Xuantong's hand had been placed on her arm without her noticing. Holy shit. When did it happen? How come I don't know? Qing Xiantong whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, I'm afraid of the dark. After thinking for a while, their voice came again, help me. Everyone at the scene was silent. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? Why did Qing Xiantong hold Xiao Yang's hand? Wait, who is the other beauty? Is Xiao Yang surrounded by girls? For a moment, the boys all looked at her with envy and jealousy. Xiao Yang himself was bewildered. Finally, a voice was heard in the silent environment. Is this a welcome program? What a great idea! It was Jiang Yang's voice. It was this pleasant voice that immediately brought everyone back to reality. Are there any other programs? If not, turn on the lights. I'm afraid of the dark. Jiang Yang said. Who is this girl? For a moment, the students who were controlling the lights were all stunned and subconsciously turned on the lights. In an instant, the magnificent hotel lobby lit up. At the same time, a 5-layer cake was placed in the center of the hall. Xiantong. Li Kang was stunned and at a loss. Xiao Yang really wanted to hold his forehead to show that he was just a spectator. But unfortunately, both of his hands were held and he had no space to support his forehead. He shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. But in Li Kang's eyes, this expression was naked show-off. Xiao Yang. Li Kang squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, and glared at Xiao Yang. I said this is. Xiao Yang really wanted to explain it. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Bite. Mission, Confession Night. Option 1, pretend to be Qing Xuantong's boyfriend and help Qing Xiantong reject Li Kang's confession. Reward, Jiangju Happy Garden Villa 1. Option 2, cut off all ties with Qing Xiantong. Reward, 3 million yuan. Option 3, confess to Qing Xiantong. Reward, Universal Skill Book 1. Is this also a mission? Xiao Yang thought about it and ruled out option 3 first. Wow, you're still confessing. I've already confessed 99 times. Option 2 is something I can consider, but it would cost 3 million and a villa. It's such a hard decision. Just as Xiao Yang was hesitating, Jiang Yang also noticed that Qing Xiantong was actually holding Xiao Yang's hand. Suddenly, Jiang Yang gave him a hostile look. Qing Xiantong, what are you doing? Jiang Yang, what are you doing? Why are you pulling my boyfriend's hand? Who knew that the next second, Qing Xiantong also jumped up and looked at Jiang Yang with her head raised. Their voice fell. Their whole audience was silent. Li Kang was already stunned. Qing Xiantong's words are still fresh in my mind. My boyfriend? Qing Xiantong looked at Li Kang, who was still kneeling on one knee, and said faintly, "Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Xiao Yang is my boyfriend." What? Li Kang raised his head and felt numb. He glanced at Xiao Yang, then at Qing Xiantong, and then his gaze fell on Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang pursed her lips at this time, and her face did not look good. Seeing Li Kang's eyes on her, Jiang Yang glared at him and said, "What are you looking at? I'm Xiao Yang's girlfriend. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" As soon as these words came out, their whole audience was shocked. Fuck. I'll go. My uncle, do all the young people nowadays play so big? All the boys looked at her with great envy. Being hugged by women on both sides, this only happens in dreams. And she is a school beauty who is as beautiful as Qing Xiantong. Look at the long legs. Don't even mention playing with your legs for years. Even if you play with it for a lifetime, you won't get tired of it. Xiao Yang was also confused at this time. He was still thinking about which task to choose, but somehow he became the boyfriend of two people. What is this? Bite. Complete achievement, hug left and right. Achievement reward, 10% of Cyan Group S shares. There are rewards for this too. Xiao Yang was stunned. Cyan Group again. By this calculation, I now control 40% of Cyan Group's shares. So it seems that I have to study this Cyan Group carefully when I have time. Perhaps it was because Xiao Yang had been in a daze for too long that the system automatically defaulted. Another clear voice rang in my mind. Bite. Task completed, reward Happy Garden Villa 1. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't say anything, he just stared blankly ahead. Li Kang's defense was completely broken. Xiao Yang? You TM. You're the TM1, are you sick? You're just having a class reunion, but you've made so much trouble. Xiao Yang didn't say anything, but Lu Xing stood up. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say. At this time, the two women, one in each hand, dragged Xiao Yang into their hotel. Lu Xing, you. Li Kang was about to retort, but when he turned around, he found that Xiao Yang and others who were just in front of him had disappeared. Looking back again, the three of them were in perfect harmony, holding hands. Well, I have so many hands, which makes others envious. Compared with this scene, it seemed as if what just happened was just a joke. Yes, a joke. In everyone's eyes, I am nothing but a joke. Li Kang climbed up and said angrily, how could they be so excessive? Xiao Yang, how could Xiao Yang do this? How dare he do this? After hearing Li Kang's words, everyone had the same thought. Yes, how could Xiao Yang do this? Two beautiful women, hugging each other on both sides, this is too much. Par. Disgusted, you scumbag. You are the one who I think has gone too far. Lu Xing's voice came faintly. I think you can just be jealous. That's called ability. You want to be surrounded by girls, don't you? Anyway, I don't believe that everyone here has never thought about being surrounded by girls. No, Xiao Yang doesn't like Xian Tong. He is a scumbag. He just wants Xian Tong's body. He is a despicable man. Nonsense, you are noble if you don't cover Qing Xuantong's body. How about this, let Qing Xiantong say that she likes you and give her body to Xiao Yang. Then she can have fun every night and have many children and grandchildren. How about that? Lu Xing said with a sigh, then turned around and followed Xiao Yang inside. Damn it, I'm actually pretty lowly too. Everyone here, who isn't greedy. It's just that we can't get what we want, so we're just jealous. Here, Li Kang opened his mouth but said nothing. Lu Xing is right. If Qing Xiantong wasn't pretty and he wasn't greedy for her body, who would go to such great lengths to express his love for her? Oh shit. Despicable. He looked at the figure that was already walking away. I am completely numb. Chapter 19, Being Ambushed. Before Xiao Yang could react, Qing Xiantong and Jiang Yang dragged him in. At this moment, both of them lowered their heads at the same time. Next second. Aha, I came in first. Xiao Yang put her hands on her hips, looking very happy. Qing Xiantong sighed and held Xiao Yang's arm with a little more strength, as if complaining about why he didn't enter with his left foot. In this way, she would probably be faster than Xiao Yang. Childish. Xiao Yang spat out 2 words. Who can tell me what these 2 childish ghosts are thinking? Also, can you let yourself go? Meow, I'm out of breath, do you know that? Also, please tell yourself, do you want to go left or right? Do you want to tear me apart? When he was in high school, Xiao Yang always thought that Qing Xiantong was a quiet, pure, fresh type of beauty. Only today did she realize that this was all this woman's disguise. Of course, it is also possible that he was infected by the enchantress Jiang Yang. Xiao Yang turned his head and glanced at Jiang Yaojing. The latter curled his lips downward, looking somewhat smug. Just as the 3 of them were thinking about their own things, the lights in the private room suddenly flickered. 7 different lights were scattered down. With a bang. Fireworks were set off everywhere. Countless pieces of paper were sprayed into the sky, creating an extremely festive effect. Xiao Yang really wanted to tear off the colorful paper, but his hands were tightly held by the 2 women and he couldn't pull them free. At the same time, a group of voices suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the class monitor and classmate Qing Xiantong for joining hands in the future. I wish you a long and happy life together. Hold your hand and grow old with you. All female voices. Only then did Xiao Yang understand. It seems that Li Kang's creativity is not just what is happening outside, he is also working on something inside. Just when I was about to speak, a small cake appeared in front of me. With Xiao Yang's skills, it would be easy for him to avoid such a sneak attack. Obviously, Jiang Yang and Qing Xiantong also realized this sudden disaster and immediately pulled Xiao Yang away. But who knew that it would be fine if you didn't pull it, but once you pulled it, screams were heard. I beg you, please stop torturing me. Otherwise, just cut me into slices, half for each of you. It will be easier. This is too much torture. Xiao Yang's voice came. Jiang Yang and the other 2 finally reacted. One of them pulled Xiao Yang to the left, and the other pulled Xiao Yang to the right. It would be strange if you could dodge it. The small cake hit Xiao Yang right in the face. It was over, and the girl who smashed the cake was still very pleased with herself. Class monitor, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Surprise, surprise. Xiao Yang's face darkened. Everyone was also surprised by this sentence. The light is turned on. Xiao Yang's face was covered with cake, and Jiang Yang and the other person beside him hurriedly helped him to remove the cake from his face. Everyone was stunned. This is. At least they were sure of one thing, Li Kang was not that tall, not that thin, and not that handsome. The cream on his face was wiped off, and Xiao Yang's face became clear. Only then did everyone recognize him. Xiao Yang? Why are you here? Where is the class monitor? The girl was surprised. Xiao Yang didn't say anything, just rubbed his temple. My arms are sore after all this trouble. Are you okay, Xiao Yang? Qing Xiantong said with a hint of apology. What do you think? I think you 2 are planning to tear me apart. Xiao Yang said with a hint of anger. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Yang also realized that Xiao Yang seemed to be really angry, and apologized repeatedly. Damn it, I came here to eat spectators, but now I'm the one being eaten. What bad luck. Xiao Yang cursed inwardly. The 2 of them took tissues to help Xiao Yang clean the cream off his face, looking apologetic. The others were completely stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. But soon they realized a problem. Qing Xiantong was here helping Xiao Yang wipe his face, and had just been holding Xiao Yang's hand. That. Where is Li Kang? Where is the monitor? Everyone stared in astonishment, they didn't know what had just happened in the hotel lobby. No, it's all got into my clothes and it's sticky. Xiao Yang frowned. Why don't you go get a room and take a shower? I'll get you clothes. Jiang Yang thought for a moment and said. Fortunately, I didn't eat just by this set of clothes, I also had some in the car. Okay. Xiao Yang was a little helpless. Not only did he not get to eat the melon, but he also encountered this hopeless disaster. Qing Xiantong looked at Jiang Yang who had already left, and immediately rubbed Xiao Yang's arm, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Does your arm still hurt?" Xiao Yang was still a little angry at the moment, but he just said coldly, "What do you think? I'm really afraid that you two will tear me apart. How can you be so childish?" As he said this, he moved his arm and grinned. It was indeed still a little painful. Seeing this, a trace of confusion flashed across Qing Xuantong's face. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised her head. Mua. The red lips suddenly fell on Xiao Yang's face. This scene stunned everyone. They had not known what was happening, but now they understood. This is simply critical hit, a big critical hit. Xiao Yang was also confused. Sneak attack. He was ambushed. Qing Xiantong, his classmate for 3 years in high school, he always felt that this girl was the epitome of purity and shyness. And now, this girl actually launched a sneak attack and secretly gave herself a MUA. What is this? At this moment, Qing Xiantong, the instigator, blinked her eyes, with a hint of shyness on her red face. Does it still hurt? Eyes met. Xiao Yang was so angry when he saw the girl in front of him with a red face. You took advantage of me and now you ask me if it hurts. What do you think, Qing Xiantong, are you sick? You've watched too many Mary Sue TV dramas. Do you think your saliva is a panacea? It hurts, of course it hurts. If you see someone who is sick, just give him a kiss and heal him. Do you think I'm Snow White or Prince Charming? After cursing, Xiao Yang turned his head away, his cheeks feeling a little hot. Tilde har har. Xiao Yang's 2 sentences also made Qing Xiantong laugh. Originally, she felt so ashamed and awkward to kiss Xiao Yang in front of so many people, but now, after hearing these 2 sentences from Xiao Yang, she had a different feeling. Looking at Xiao Yang again, he turned his head away like a little wife, looking unhappy. Qing Xiantong turned around and walked to the other side. What? Are you unhappy? How about this, I'll kiss this side again to balance it out, okay? Qing Xiantong stretched out her hands to hold Xiao Yang's face and said with blinking eyes. She seemed to understand why Xiao Yang liked to tease Xiao Yang so much, because Xiao Yang was so funny. Sure enough, Xiao Yang's face turned red and he turned his head away. Get lost, Qing Xiantong. You have no shame, but I still have some. Bar. Get lost, you stinky rascal. Har har har. Qing Xiantong laughed even louder. Xiao Yang, this is so funny. Chapter 20, You usurped the throne too quickly. Everyone is still in a daze at this moment. Is this Qing Xiantong? That should be it. I've read in novels that there seems to be a setting called possession. I really want to know what happened to Qing Xiantong during her 3 years in college. Why do I feel so sour? The air is full of the sour smell of love tilde, a girl said enviously, holding her cheek. At this time, Qing Xiantong didn't care about what everyone said at all, but teased Xiao Yang with a smile. Does it still hurt? Roll. If I give you another kiss, it won't hurt anymore. Get lost, Qing Xiantong, you are so disgusting, get down from here. Har 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 tilde. This scene is like a female hooligan teasing a weak scholar. However, this female gangster was their once pure school beauty goddess. And the next second, at the door. Bang! The bouquet of roses in Li Kang's hand fell to the ground. What did he see? Did you see your goddess grabbing another boy and trying to kiss him? What the hell? Who can accept this? You know, in my heart, Qing Xiantong is a sacred and untouchable goddess, the symbol of youth, purity and holiness. And now, this embodiment of holiness and purity is teasing a boy. It collapsed. My mentality collapsed. Make way. A voice came from behind. Xiao Yang is back. As soon as the people arrived, they saw this scene. Qing Xiantong, what are you doing? Xiao Yang stuffed the clothes into Lu Xing's arms and walked up with big strides. She took advantage of me. Hurry up and bring her to justice. She bullied me. Xiao Yang pointed at Qing Xiantong. What? Qing Xiantong, what did you do to Xiao Yang? I just kissed him. Who made him keep crying out in pain? Don't they say in TV dramas that if a boy is in pain, a kiss from a girl will make it all right? So I just gave it a try. Qing Xiantong pouted and said nonchalantly. You kissed him. Qing Xiantong, are you crazy? Where did you kiss, the left or the right cheek? Jiang Yang took a look and soon saw a lip mark on the left cheek. Qing Xiantong smiled and didn't care at all, as if the lip print was a stamp she had made herself. It's done, Xiao Yang is mine. No, I want one too. Jiang Yang was furious. He immediately moved his face forward. Xiao Yang's face suddenly turned pale and he quickly pushed Jiang Yang away. You are all poisonous, right? Go ahead and kiss whoever you want. Get out of here. He said this and hurriedly walked out of the private room. Then he bumped into someone. I'm sorry, squad leader. Are you okay? I hope I didn't hurt you. No. It's okay. Li Kang's mouth twitched. I'm glad you're okay. You're the squad leader after all, so keep Qing Xiantong in check. She's just a female hooligan who kisses anyone she catches. She's vicious. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Qing Xiantong and wiped the lipstick mark off his face with disgust. Li Kang's mouth twitched. Yes. Female hooligan, you kiss whoever you catch, right? If you ask her to kiss me, I promise I won't wash my face for a year. I'm warning you, Xiao Yang, don't go too far. Li Kang pointed at Xiao Yang and wanted to say something, but Xiao Yang had already run away and left with only one sentence. You guys eat first, I'm going to get a room and take a shower, you don't have to wait for me. Li Kang looked at the two school beauties who were staring at each other in the private room. Then looked at the people inside and outside the private room looking at each other in bewilderment. He stood there for a moment, at a loss as to what to do. Who I am? What am I going to do? Confession. This is just bullshit. Lu Xing looked at the clothes in his hand and went after Xiao Yang. Qing Xiantong raised her eyebrows. Now you admit defeat, Xiao Yang, I kissed you first. Jiang Yang bit her lip, and her meaning was equally clear. You secretly attacked me while I was away, you are so shameless, come and fight me openly if you have the guts. Xiao Yang quickly booked a room here. Boys take a shower very quickly. They take a shower, put on clothes and go downstairs again. The whole process takes only about 10 minutes. But when he arrived at the private room, the table had not yet started. Are you waiting for me? Xiao Yang was a little surprised. No, how can I eat this? Xiao Yang took a look and found that the celebration just now might have been too enthusiastic. Many of the paper strips from the fireworks fell on the dishes, and because of the falling cake, the scene was even more messy. This doesn't look like a proper private room at all. Just go to another private room and serve the food again, no big deal. Xiao Yang said disapprovingly. But, we have to change the private room again. Someone frowned. Xiao Yang understood immediately. This class reunion was on an AA basis. Of course, since it was Li Kang who organized the party, he paid the biggest share. But now, the confession went wrong and the scene was a mess again. If it is successful, Li Kang is willing to spend some more money to open a private room and serve new dishes. It's not a big problem. But now it failed. How can I ask him to pay more money? Could it be that because his confession failed, everyone has to pool their money together again to book a private room? How about this, let's get a new private room and I'll pay. It was supposed to be a good class reunion, but it turned into such a mess because of him, and he didn't care about the money. He called the waiter over and said, please open a new private room for me. Sir, do you want a room similar to the one we have now? Yeah. Xiao Yang nodded. I'm sorry, sir. All our private rooms are booked. Now only Jin Yuyage's private room number 1 is vacant. Would you like to book our Jin Yuyage's private room number 1, said the waiter with a smile. Order. Xiao Yang said without blinking. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. A male classmate came over immediately. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Do you know how much it costs to reserve the number 1 private room at Jinyu Elegant Pavilion? Just say you want to reserve it. If not, we can change the table and let the waiter clean up before we sit down. Yeah, the private room number 1 in Jinyu Yage seems to cost at least 200,000. As soon as their words fell, everyone gasped. Is it so expensive? 200,000 for a private room. The waiter looked at everyone and said with a smile, yes, the price of the number 1 private room in our hotel's Jinyu Accord is 200,000. Of course, we will prepare the dishes, and these are not considered extra costs. 200,000. Xiao Yang was also a little surprised. But after thinking about it, I realized that I had gained so much today thanks to this class reunion, so I waved my hand and said, 200,000 is 200,000, just have fun, sorry for the trouble. After that, he took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. There is no password. Okay, please move to room number 1 of the Jinyuye on the top floor with your classmates. After saying that, the waiter called a colleague over on the pager and asked him to take Xiao Yang and the others upstairs. As their hotel's highest standard private room, Jinyuye has a special elevator to go upstairs, and there are waiters in the elevator. It was the first time for everyone to see such a service, and they couldn't help but chatter about it. Xiao Yang, when did you become so rich? This is 200,000. I did a little business. Xiao Yang smiled slightly. Xiao Yang, you are not the invisible rich second generation. The people who came to the parents' meeting before were actually your servants. And Jiang Yang and Qing Xiantong appeared on the left and right of Xiao Yang like protectors. Different from the previous immaturity. This time, both of them held their chests high. Look, this is my man. Li Kang was the only one left in the original private room. He stared stupidly at the mess in the room. What should I do now? Do you want to go over and have dinner with your classmates? If I go over now, will I lose face? It's just I spent so much money, it's impossible for me to get nothing in return. Come to think of it, I have only heard of the Jinyuye of Sion Hotel, but never been there. After all, it costs 200,000 a night. If it's 200,000, after dividing it up, it would be about 7,000 to 8,000 per person. If you think about it this way, in order to avoid losing money, should I go up? Li Kang gritted his teeth and said, I must go. Wouldn't it be a big loss if he didn't go? It was Xiao Yang who paid for it anyway. Besides, Qing Xiantong had been seduced away by him, so 200,000 was nothing. If he could win Qing Xiantong over, he would pay the 200,000. What, no money? If you don't have money, just take out a loan. I already have the goddess, so what's the big deal about taking out a loan? After thinking everything through, Li Kang immediately walked up. Outside the Jinyu Elegant Pavilion. Li Kang stopped. He knew that if he went in, his reputation as a squad leader would be gone. What to do? Few tilder. Old Xiao, it's true. I haven't seen you for 3 years. I'm impressed by you. Old Xiao, please take care of your buddies when you first enter society. Xiao Yang, do you have any friends who are as handsome and rich as you? Xiao Yang responded one by one and seemed to have become the protagonist of this party. Suddenly, a voice was heard. How about I suggest that we let Lao Xiao be the class monitor? In the future, when there are class reunions, let him organize them. After all, Lao Xiao is so rich. Yes, how about Lao Xiao be the monitor? I agree. It's not appropriate. Xiao Yang refused. Li Kang is our squad leader, don't dismiss him with just one word. What do you mean Li Kang is the class monitor? He is not a class monitor in the rightful title. Who would accept this? Besides, we have all graduated now. It is not normal to elect a new class monitor. That's right, I agree that Lao Xiao should be the squad leader. Yes, I agree. Xiao Yang is handsome, rich, and has good character. If he doesn't become the squad leader, who will? Be the monitor. Be the monitor. Be the monitor. The crowd began to applaud with great enthusiasm. Outside the door, Li Kang's face turned green. Under what circumstances would your squad leader be removed? You usurped the throne too quickly. Now, are you still going in? What the hell? Li Kang took a breath and turned away. Chapter 21, the stamp was stamped in the wrong place. Has Xiao Yang always been so popular? Jiang Yang pulled Qing Xiantong over and asked. Xiao Yang has always been popular, but this is too exaggerated. Qing Xiantong looked at Xiao Yang, who was toasting with everyone, and shook her head. I guess if it weren't for this private room, he wouldn't be so popular. In addition, I don't know if it was because of the alcohol or something else, but the girls all blushed when they looked at Xiao Yang. Why didn't I think Xiao Yang was so handsome before? Yeah, I used to think he was tall and sunny, but today I think he's so handsome. This is what it means for men to change as they grow older. The girls were whispering, but the topic always revolved around Xiao Yang. The party didn't go on too late. After everyone had enough food and drinks and chatted for a while, it was over. The boys exchanged glances and originally wanted to invite Xiao Yang to have a massage or something, but after looking at the two beauties beside him, they gave up. At this time, Xiao Yang already looked a little drunk. He can drink a lot, but today his classmates were too enthusiastic, and he was happy, so he drank a little more. As everyone walked out of the hotel, Xiao Yang and Qing Xiantong supported Xiao Yang together, one on the left and one on the right, making everyone envious. You go first, go first. Xiao Yang waved his hand. Everyone said goodbye to Xiao Yang and left. Xiao Yang, where are we going now? Xiao Yang was a little troubled. Go home. Xiao Yang was drunk and said with a smell of alcohol. I don't know how to drive. Xiao Yang was helpless. Let's call a designated driver. Lucian came up from behind. Well, call a designated driver to take Xiantong back first. Qing Xiantong said it was no problem. Soon, the designated driver arrived. Xiao Yang had fallen asleep, but Lucian knew where Xiao Yang's home was. After sending Qing Xiantong away, he drove to Xiao Yang's home. Oh! Xiao Yang half closed his eyes, then opened them and immediately sobered up. Perhaps because Xiao Yang was afraid that Xiao Yang would not be comfortable sitting there, she turned Xiao Yang's body to the side and rested his head on her legs. The skirt is not short. Black silk is not considered black. The scene in front of me is not clear. This angle. A little dark. But I don't know why, the less I can see, the more mysterious it becomes, and the more mysterious it becomes. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, and a fresh fragrance came to his face. He turned his head and tried to pull himself up. His face was hot, and he didn't know if it was because he was drunk or because he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. Xiao Yang also reacted at this moment. Seeing Xiao Yang stand up, she turned her head away, looked at the scenery receding outside the window, and said nothing. The air became a little ambiguous. Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes, but the blurry image remained in his mind. His stomach suddenly churned and Xiao Yang hammered his chest. Seeing this, Xiao Yang hurriedly patted Xiao Yang on the back. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? If you feel uncomfortable, just spit it out, it will be fine after spitting it out. It's okay. After feeling uncomfortable, Xiao Yang let out a long sigh. I can't vomit, this is my new car. Xiao Yang muttered while blinking. Xiao Yang was immediately amused by him. Good man, you are still thinking about the car. Okay, wait a little longer, we'll be there soon. Xiao Yang smiled, hugged Xiao Yang, and rested his head on her shoulder. Yeah. Xiao Yang nodded and closed his eyes again. Seeing Xiao Yang's well-behaved appearance, Xiao Yang couldn't help but take out her newly bought mobile phone. Crack tilde. Wow, no need to retouch the photo. Xiao Yang was very satisfied looking at this extremely harmonious photo. She is already a school beauty, and Xiao Yang is also handsome, so any casual photo of the two of them looks like a retouched one. She stroked her chin and thought for a moment. How about taking advantage of me? If there were people around who knew Xiao Yang, they would be shocked by what she said. Xiao Yang has been an outstanding beauty since childhood and her family is well off. The people pursuing her can line up from here to Kyoto. But precisely because of this, she has felt very lonely since she was a child. Everyone who has any contact with me is basically trying to gain something for myself. Needless to say, boys basically all have the same purpose, while many girls want to establish a relationship with me. So she has always felt very uncomfortable being with others. Only Xiao Yang made me feel comfortable following him. Moreover, Xiao Yang didn't care about his appearance at all. From beginning to end, she had never seen anything else in Xiao Yang's eyes. In one sentence, too pure to be a man. He is said to be an abstinent guy, but he is not that cold. On the contrary, it seems like I am trying to gain something from him. Xiao Yang thought about it and looked at Xiao Yang's left cheek, where there seemed to be a trace of invisible lip marks still left. This is the seal stamped by Qing Xiantong. I want to build one myself. I have to say, once a girl's competitive spirit arises, all the reservedness is just a passing cloud. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang lifted up Xiao Yang's heavy head. Take a photo. Don't move. Xiao Yang held the camera in one hand and supported Xiao Yang's head with the other. Then she pouted and prepared to stamp it. At this moment, Xiao Yang, perhaps because he was irritated by Xiao Yang's words, "Don't move," changed his head to a comfortable position and rested it on the pillow. Mua. Crack tilde. Okay. Xiao Yang's face rarely showed a hint of shyness, and she took out her phone and started looking at it. But when she saw the photo, she was completely stunned. In the photo, Xiao Yang still had his eyes closed, very quiet. And she held Xiao Yang's head and kissed him. The only difference was that, unlike what she had imagined, she had originally intended to kiss Xiao Yang's right cheek, but it was built in the wrong place. This is not a face kiss, this is already mouth to mouth. Jiang Yang clenched her fists and for a moment forgot everything that had happened before. My first kiss. It was the first mouth-to-mouth kiss. It's gone just like that. She held her forehead and tried to calm herself down. Damn it, Xiao Yang, are you sick? Why did you suddenly turn your head around? Jiang Yang cursed, feeling helpless. However, it is obvious that there is more shyness in this helplessness. We're here. DD's designated driver service is over. Remember to give us a good review. We're here, Xiao Yang. Jiang Yang glanced at Xiao Yang, who was resting his head on her shoulder. It has to be said that she was really attracted by Xiao Yang's looks. Even at such a close distance, she could clearly feel his breathing. Jiang Yang suddenly didn't want to wake Xiao Yang up anymore. Time passed slowly, and only 2 people were left in the car. The surroundings gradually became quiet, with only the sound of Xiao Yang's breathing remaining in his ears. Jiang Yang also closed her eyes, just reached out and hugged Xiao Yang, letting time pass. Perhaps at some moments, she hoped that time would stop at this moment forever. Chapter 22 Meeting the Parents. A beam of light suddenly fell down. Xiao Yang, a voice came. Jiang Yang opened her eyes and looked at the middle-aged woman who was looking at her with a flashlight. Auntie. Xiao Yang was still sleeping like a pig. Jiang Yang didn't expect to be disturbed at this moment. Her face was flushed and she even stuttered when she spoke. This was none other than Xiao's mother. It turned out that Xiao's mother heard some noise outside the house early in the morning, so she got up in the dark and turned on a flashlight. She found that it was Xiao Yang's car, so she came over to check it out. Seeing Xiao Yang resting his head on Jiang Yang's shoulder at this time, a smile suddenly broke out on his face. Aren't you the girl who slept in Xiao Yang's car during the day? Auntie, you are. I am Xiao Yang's mother. Xiao's mother showed a motherly smile. Auntie, hello, I'm Xiao Yang's friend. I really met the parents. Jiang Yang suddenly became a little nervous, biting her lips and feeling a little at a loss. What are you doing? Xiao Yang was at a classmate party and got drunk, so. Before this, Jiang Yang had always been careless about meeting her parents, but when she really met them, she wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Hey, kid, why did he drink so much? Xiao's mother scolded and patted Xiao Yang. But at this time Xiao Yang was extremely drunk and did not move. Thank you for your hard work. You are such a good kid. You even brought Xiao Yang back. Jiang Yang's face immediately turned shy after hearing this. It wasn't me who sent Xiao Yang back. To be precise, it was me who was pestering Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang doesn't drink much alcohol actually. I'll teach him a lesson later. Why does he drink so much alcohol for no reason? Xiao's mother said this with gritted teeth, but she couldn't stop smiling. After saying that, she asked Jiang Yang to wait for a moment and went back to their house to call Father Xiao. Speaking of which, the effect of the Huanshan pill was indeed good enough. In just half a day, Father Xiao was now completely different from his previous sickly appearance. When Xiao's father came out and saw Jiang Yang supporting Xiao Yang, his face immediately filled with smiles. Hey, I'll come. Father Xiao helped Xiao Yang into their house, while Mother Xiao took Jiang Yang's hand and started chatting. Girl, are you and Xiao Yang classmates? No, I'm his friend. Jiang Yang thought for a moment, looked at Xiao Yang's back, and smiled faintly. I see. How old are you? Auntie, I'm just 20. He is the same age as Xiao Yang, and he is also 20 years old. Xiao's mother laughed immediately and took Jiang Yang's hand and went into their house. By the way, girl, I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Jiang Yang. Jiang means ginger, and Yang means female. What a good name, good. Then auntie will call you Xiaoyan. Okay. Xiaoyan, did you just drink alcohol at the party? Are you hungry? Do you want your aunt to make something for you? Xiao's mother said enthusiastically and stood up immediately. No, auntie, I'm not hungry. Oh, that's good. Xiao's mother laughed repeatedly and looked at Jiang Yang, becoming more and more satisfied. This girl is pretty, polite and well educated. I really don't know how her family educated her. It would be best if this was my daughter-in-law. Thank you so much for sending Xiao Yang back tonight. It should be done. Then Auntie has a question for you. How far have you and Xiao Yang progressed? R. Jiang Yang was stunned. His face turned red instantly, like a ripe strawberry. Seeing Jiang Yang's look, Xiao's mother immediately understood, and the nearly 40 episodes of campus love story instantly popped up in her mind. Okay, Auntie won't ask any more questions. You young people should make your own decisions. Xiao's mother smiled. Before they knew it, the two had been chatting in the living room for an hour. At this moment, Xiao's mother suddenly stood up and looked at the big clock in the living room. Oh, Xiaoyan, we were so busy chatting that we forgot to send you home. Xiao's mother said apologetically. Look, it's already 1 o'clock. It's not safe for a girl like you to go back now. I'll ask Xiao Yang. Look at Auntie's memory. Xiao Yang is drunk. Why don't you stay here tonight? Don't go home. It's not safe too late. Xiao's mother held Jiang Yang's hand tightly and said enthusiastically. Auntie, this isn't so good. Jiang Yang took a quick look. That should be Xiao Yang's room. It's okay. It's so late. We get along so well. Let's just leave it at that. I'll get you a towel. Take a shower and then rest. Okay, Auntie. Jiang Yang said obediently. Come to think of it, our family wasn't originally like this. Your uncle had a hard life and suffered from many illnesses. Fortunately, he is well now. Xiao Yang can also make money. Tomorrow, let him buy a big house. Xiao's mother said happily. Suddenly, she paused. It's over, there's no room in our house. R. Jiang Yang was also stunned. Although Xiao Yang's house looks a bit old, it seems to be quite large. What is that room with the closed door used for? Following Jiang Yang's gaze, Xiao's mother waved her hand. That's the utility room. It's too late to clean it up. What should I do? Or, you can just make do with Xiao Yang. R. When Xiao's mother finished speaking, Jiang Yang was stunned. Can you just make do with it? Is this okay? Then let's not do that, Auntie. I'll go find a hotel. No, their hotel is unsanitary and unsafe. Besides, it's so late, I'm not sure if I can get a room. Jiang Yang's face was flushed. She admitted that she felt comfortable and happy with Xiao Yang. But it was just a favorable impression, and it didn't rise to that level. This is too fast, isn't it? She pursed her lips, and the scene in the car just now emerged in her mind. Xiao Yang rested his head on his shoulder like a child, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. It's like this. When Xiao Yang was little, he always wanted to sleep with his grandma. Later, when he grew up, we bought him a bunk bed. Now that grandma doesn't live here anymore, you can sleep on the top and Xiao Yang can sleep on the bottom. As she spoke, Xiao's mother opened the door to Xiao Yang's room. Xiao Yang was seen lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, without changing his clothes. And this bed is indeed a double bed, with a bunk bed on top. If that's the case, it's not unacceptable. Don't worry, Xiao Yang is unconscious, he won't do anything to you. It's late, Xiaoyan, just take care of yourself, go take a shower and go to bed. As he said that, he stuffed the towel into Jiang Yang's hand and pushed her into the room. With a bang. The door was closed. Outside the door, Xiao's mother smiled with great relief. At this moment, she wanted to wake Xiao Yang up quickly and discuss the matter of her grandson with Jiang Yang. Chapter 23. Li Keng jumped from the building. Everything became quiet. Very quiet. It was so quiet that Jiang Yang felt like there were only her and Xiao Yang in the world. The sound of Xiao Yang's steady breathing could be heard from the lower bunk. The sound was very soft, but very clear. In addition, there is the sound of your own heartbeat. Bang bang. Bang bang. Jiang Yang leaned her head down, and the dim moonlight shone in from the windowsill and sprinkled on Xiao Yang's face. For a moment, Jiang Yang felt that her mind was filled with Xiao Yang's figure. She stretched out her hand. After thinking for a while, he climbed down from the bed, supported his cheek and started watching beside Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, why are you so handsome? Jiang Yang couldn't help but mutter to herself. For some reason, Jiang Yang felt like she could never get tired of looking at Xiao Yang at this moment. Perhaps because she was sleepy, Jiang Yang leaned her head towards Xiao Yang's body. The next morning, Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes. The dazzling sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. The alcohol from last night still made his head a little dizzy. He lifted the cup and was instantly stunned. No wonder he felt like he was caught by a giant squid and crawling on him in his dream. My goodness, when he took another look, it was clearly a young girl, lying on top of him. Her clear cheeks looked white and rosy in the sunlight. Xiao Yang suddenly felt his heart beating very fast, his face turned hot, and he suddenly felt a little at a loss. Question: when I woke up, I saw a beautiful girl sleeping on top of me. What to do? Waiting online, very urgent. Xiao Yang swallowed his saliva, but at this moment, he felt a certain part of his body was very active. Logically speaking, this is a normal phenomenon for boys when they wake up in the morning. Can such a scene? Is it suitable? Brother, can you please lower your head? Xiao Yang was numb. If I move, she will wake up. What should I do then? The company is dead. He will definitely die socially. If I see you again, that would be adding death to death. Or, sleep a little longer. Xiao Yang gently covered himself with the quilt again. At this moment, the ginger fairy moved again. Xiao Yang couldn't help but hold his breath and dared not move. Just then, the door opened. Xiao Yang, it's getting late, let's eat. Eyes met. Xiao Yang's eyes met his mother's. At this moment, a voice sounded softly. Xiao Yang, don't move. It was Jiang Yang's voice. Xiao's mother's pupils dilated, she raised her hand and gave a thumbs up, then quietly walked out of the room and closed the door again. Xiao Yang's mouth twitched. This. Can anyone tell me what happened? Xiao Yang took a deep breath and swore to himself, I will never get drunk again. It was a completely short film, and his memory was still stuck on the moment when the hotel party ended. And then, I remembered nothing. Xiao Yang lowered his head slightly. There was a pleasant fragrance coming from Jiang Yang's body. Suddenly, a clear bell rang from my trouser pocket. Suddenly, their eyes met. The cell phone was still ringing, but their minds were already blank. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and said softly, well, you pressed my hand. Oh. Jiang Yang stiffly moved back half an inch, allowing Xiao Yang to pull his hand out. Xiao Yang didn't know what to say or do, he just instinctively answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Hello. Old Xiao. Lu Xing. Xiao Yang spoke in a low voice, as if he didn't care about what was happening on the phone at all. Yes, Lao Xiao, something happened. Li Kang jumped off the building. What? Xiao Yang immediately sat up from the bed. He was just a little anxious and hit his head against Jiang Yang, who was in a daze. Cough cough. Xiao Yang had recovered at this moment, and Jiang Yang quickly pulled her hand back, no longer hanging on Xiao Yang like an octopus. What's going on? Xiao Yang frowned and asked. It's like this. Didn't Li Kang fail to confess his love to Qing Xiantong yesterday? Actually, Li Kang's family is not well off. He saved up for this party by borrowing money from outsiders, those campus loans. Look, he didn't have the money to pay back, so he couldn't bear it and jumped off the building early in the morning. How is the person? Xiao Yang asked hurriedly. He's in the hospital now. I guess this guy was just impulsive, but he still has some sense. The floor is not high. That's okay. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh. After all, it was a human life, and he was a classmate for 3 years. But Qing Xiantong is in a terrible situation now. Li Kang's parents have gone to the restaurant to make trouble, and Li Kang's family is also making trouble at the hotel. Why are they going to the hotel to make trouble? Xiao Yang was a little confused. They said the hotel bill was too expensive, otherwise why would Li Kang borrow money to confess his love? This train of thought. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly. Why don't you come and take care of Qing Xuantong's affairs? I'm at the hotel and it's too noisy. There was a lot of noise coming from Lu Xing's side, and it was chaotic. Jiang Yang was leaning very close and heard roughly what was said. When he heard that someone almost died, he forgot about what happened before and climbed up from Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't care about too many things, he immediately got up and left the room. Xiao Yang, you're up. Xiao's mother smiled like an aunt and called out, you must be hungry, let's eat first. Xiao Yang shook his head and just said, "Mom, I have something urgent to deal with. I won't eat at home for now. I'll go out for a while." "It's urgent, so go." Xiao Yang shook his head, went into the bathroom to wash his face casually, without changing his clothes, and hurried out of the house. "Xiao Yang? Aunt. Take good care of Xiao Yang." "I understand." Jiang Yang smiled shyly and followed him out. "Why are you following me?" When he saw Jiang Yang, Xiao Yang just asked. The latter didn't answer, so he stopped asking and drove towards the restaurant. Inside the car, neither of them spoke, and neither of them mentioned what happened last night. But they were dressed neatly and both knew nothing would happen. 20 minutes later. Restaurant. This is Qing Xiantong's family's restaurant and also her home. Their whole family lives on the second floor of the restaurant. A red painted banner was unfurled and hung at the entrance of the restaurant. Li Kang's mother was holding a loudspeaker and cursing with all her might. "Qing Xiantong, return my son's life. It's all because of you that he jumped off the building. My son has been chasing you for so long. Why do you look down on him and want to insult him? Get out here and give me an explanation." As Li's mother continued to gather, neighbors at the restaurant entrance also gathered. Boss Qing was standing at the door at this time, his face flushed. Li Kang's family members formed a circle and surrounded him in the middle. "Where is your daughter? Let her come out and give an explanation. If anything happens to my son, none of you will survive." Li's mother was furious. Boss Qing is just a small businessman, and his face turned red with embarrassment. The restaurant behind me was locked. There is no doubt that Qing Xiantong is in the restaurant, but Boss Qing does not intend to let Qing Xiantong out. He does not want his daughter to be involved in such a thing. What happened? It's the daughter of the old Qing family. It seems that she rejected the confession of love of the son, which led to her jumping off the building. Now, her family members have come to the door. My God, that girl is pretty, but she must have such a vicious mouth to make someone jump off a building. I've said it before, that girl is so beautiful, nothing good will happen to her, but now she's in trouble. I don't think it's possible that he would be so depressed if he didn't say something unacceptable. If this gets out of hand, it'll cost lives. Everyone around was talking about it. At this time, many students who were present last night were also standing by, but they were students after all, and when faced with something like this, they could only stare blankly. Just then, a car came speeding over. Squad leader. The squad leader is here. Old Xiao is here. Seeing Xiao Yang and Jiang Yang getting out of the car, everyone made way for them. Chapter 24. I am her boyfriend. Xiao Yang just nodded to his classmates. Maybe it was because of what happened yesterday, now they all regarded Xiao Yang as their backbone. A female classmate came up and said, "I don't know what Li Kang's family is thinking. They are making trouble here. Xiao Yang, can you think of a solution? Let's see how Uncle Qing handles it first." At this moment, Boss Qing's face was also full of panic. "Don't go too far. What does your son jumping off the building have to do with my daughter? Stop making a fuss." Xiao Yang glanced at Boss Qing, who was surrounded by the crowd, and knew that Boss Qing had no other options. Just then, the door of the restaurant slammed down. Everyone looked over and saw that Qing Xuantong's face was full of tears and she looked extremely aggrieved. "Well, you're finally out." Boss Qing turned around and shouted angrily, "Why did you come out? Go back now. Aunt Li, please stop making trouble. I'm sorry about Li Kang jumping off the building, but what does this have to do with me?" Qing Xiantong plucked up her courage and stepped forward and said, "How can it have nothing to do with you? If you hadn't rejected my son, would he be so sad that he would jump off the building?" Mother Li widened her eyes and was about to rush towards Qing Xiantong. Fortunately, Boss Qing stepped in front and stopped Li's mother, saying in a helpless tone, "What do you want? This matter has nothing to do with the child. Tell me how to solve it." "Solved? Okay, let your daughter confess and apologize to my son in front of the media and the whole society," Mother Li said as she took out a cell phone and wanted to take a video. Hearing what Li's mother said, Boss Qing's face darkened. There is nothing to talk about. He is well aware of the current online media. If any small matter is exposed and discussed, it is very likely that the person will be ruined. How will my daughter survive then? He shook his head firmly. "Don't even think about it. Then hand him over and we will deal with him ourselves." Just as he finished speaking, Boss Qing was suddenly pulled from behind. The next second, Li's mother walked away and grabbed Qing Xiantong. You little bitch, come with me, I want you to go to the hospital and kneel down to apologize to my son. At this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly walked in front of Li's mother and protected Qing Xiantong behind him. Apologize, what's the apology? Mother Li was stunned for a moment, and soon she started to curse with her eyes wide open. How dare you talk to me like that, you little bastard, who the hell are you? Does it matter who I am? Xiao Yang shook his head and looked at Li's mother and said, this matter has nothing to do with Qing Xiantong, nor with our entire class. If you do this again, I will call the police. Call the police? Har har, okay, go ahead and call the police. Then they can come and lock this little bitch up. Mother Li laughed wantonly. Snap. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Xiao Yang took back his hand and said slowly, Auntie, if you like to talk like this, we can't talk anymore. You? Mother Li looked at Xiao Yang in astonishment, with a pain on her face, as if she couldn't believe this was true. This little bastard actually dared to slap himself in the face. Boy, you are tired of living, aren't you? Hit me. Li's mother waved her hand. Li's relatives and friends immediately surrounded Xiao Yang. Wait. Xiao Yang looked at Li's mother and waved his hand. Auntie, don't you really know why Li King jumped off the building? What? Li's mother was stunned. What's the meaning? Li King didn't jump off the building because his confession was rejected. He was forced to do so by loan sharks. He borrowed money from campus loans and had no ability to pay it back, so he was forced to jump off the building. After the words were spoken, the crowd gathered and started talking again. So this matter has nothing to do with the daughter of the Qing family. Is it usury? Although they are not students, they also understand the harm of campus loans. Some time ago, the news reported that a top student from a certain university committed suicide by jumping off a building because of the terrible campus loan sharking. This kind of thing is nothing new. So it's loan sharking, no wonder. I think, how can a person jump off a building just because his confession of love is rejected? His mental quality is really too poor. At this time, Qing Xiantong stopped sobbing, huddled behind Xiao Yang, and clutched the corner of Xiao Yang's clothes tightly with her little hands. Mother Li looked around and suddenly sneered, my son borrowed money at high interest rates just to be with this little. Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Li's mother immediately took back the word, cheap. She was still a little scared of the slap Xiao Yang had just given her. It's none of my business if your son borrowed money to confess his love. He jumped off the building. Why didn't you go find the builder? He fell on the curb. Why didn't you go find the road repairman? He only met Xiantong because he was in high school. Why don't you blame yourself for not educating your son well and letting him go to high school instead of a technical secondary school to learn technology? He has no money to confess his love, why don't you blame yourself for not giving him enough pocket money? In the final analysis, you are just making trouble. You. Mother Li was choked by Xiao Yang's words and was speechless. She immediately became furious and said, what does this have to do with you? Catch that little bitch for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Li's relatives and friends rushed forward with such momentum that they seemed to want to tear Xiao Yang to pieces. What does it have to do with me? Xiao Yang smiled, without any fear on his face, and hugged Qing Xiantong behind him. I'm her boyfriend, how come it doesn't matter? Hearing this, Li's mother was immediately furious. So it was you. You were there yesterday, right? If it wasn't you, how could she reject my son, and how could my son jump off the building? Xiao Yang rubbed his head immediately. This brain circuit. Damn, I'm shocked. Yes, I was there too, but I also want to ask your son, he confessed to my girlfriend in front of me, what's wrong with this? What kind of family education is this? Is poaching something hereditary in your family? You don't have to point your finger at me. In fact, you know in your heart that the whole thing has nothing to do with us. But if you continue to make trouble, we will accompany you to the end. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Xiao Yang raised his head and said condescendingly. Seeing Xiao Yang like this, Mother Li gritted her teeth, glanced at Qing Xiantong behind Xiao Yang, and immediately stepped forward and wanted to grab Qing Xiantong. She kept muttering, it's all because of you, little bastard. Don't think you can get away with hiding behind your man. I'm telling you, this matter is not over yet. Come out, come out. Seeing that she was still not giving in, Xiao Yang frowned immediately. Qing Xiantong was in a panic and didn't know what to do. Xiao Yang immediately stretched out his hand. All I heard was a snap. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang in unison, while Li's mother stood there in shock, her face full of disbelief. She was slapped hard again. It was obvious that Xiao Yang did not hold back much strength in this slap, causing Li's mother to almost fall to the ground. How dare you hit me? Oh my God, is there any justice in this world? You killed my son, and now you dare to hit me. Call the police, I want to call the police. Li's mother's face was full of anger, and she rolled on the ground like a shrew with a hint of crying. It's better to call the police as soon as possible so that we don't waste everyone's time. Xiao Yang didn't show any fear at all, he just said with a smile. You shouldn't bully people like this. What are you still looking at? Catch this couple and put them in a pig cage. Don't let any of them escape. Li's mother said ferociously. Xiao Yang had a cold expression on his face. He directly protected Qing Xiantong tightly behind him, turned his head and whispered, "You go back first." No. Qing Xiantong bit her lower lip with a look of grievance on her face. At the same time, some people rushed forward, including several relatives and friends of the Li family, all of them middle-aged strong men. A punch came flying. Xiao Yang quickly stepped back, but was hit hard by a punch. Qing Xiantong screamed in fear and hurriedly tried to protect Xiao Yang. Now she was filled with guilt. If it weren't for herself, how could she have dragged Xiao Yang into this trouble? But at this moment, Xiao Yang seemed to see through Qing Xuantong's thoughts and pushed her into their house. Looking at the few people surrounding him at the moment, Xiao Yang looked at some classmates in the distance. Protect the squad leader. Someone shouted, and everyone rushed over and went straight to Xiao Yang's side. As a result, everyone formed a confrontation situation. This is a society ruled by law. I don't want to cause any unnecessary conflict. Xiao Yang rubbed his arm. It was a bit painful after being hit hard by a punch just now. You hit me first, and now you tell me that you don't want to cause any conflict. Don't think that you can bully us honest people just because you are college students. Li's mother said with a bad look on her face. Xiao Yang shook his head and sighed. You were the ones who were aggressive first, and you know in your heart who is the one who really caused Li Kang to jump off the building. It's those loan sharks and debt collectors. Why don't you go find them, but come to us? Do you think we are easy to bully? Who is the one who made him go to this desperate situation? You should go find them. After she finished speaking, Li's mother was stunned. Her mentality suddenly collapsed and she burst into tears. We searched for. I can't find anyone. The loan shark company has vacated the place. After saying this, Li's mother held her forehead with her hands, tears dripping down her face, and she almost collapsed. Li Kang is still in the hospital. The doctor said that if the surgery fee is not raised, he may never be able to stand up again. I don't know what to do. Blame me, it's all my fault. Blame me for not educating him well since he was young. The voice fell into everyone's ears, and Xiao Yang himself was also confused. He didn't expect that Mother Li would break down like this. For a moment, Xiao Yang himself was embarrassed. At this moment, sirens sounded. Chapter 25 Mission, Qing Xuantong's Confession. A police car drove up. The police in plain clothes walked straight into the crowd and shouted, "What are you doing? Gathering a crowd to fight, do you know what this is? You are so grown up, why can't you just talk it out calmly?" Seeing the police coming, Xiao Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. And everyone in the Li family also stepped aside. Tell me, what's the matter? Such a large number of people gave the police a headache, as they naturally couldn't take all of them back. This is a civil dispute and it is best to resolve it locally. Seeing that someone was in charge, Xiao Yang directly explained everything in detail. Li's mother, on the other hand, chimed in with a few words. You really can't blame others for this. The policeman looked at Li's mother with a serious tone. You're making a fuss, is it any use? People don't have any obligations or responsibilities. It's your own education problem. Mother Li lowered her head and sighed. She knew very well that this matter had nothing to do with Qing Xiantong and the others. No matter how unreasonable she was actually desperate and wanted to do something for Li Kang. After all, he was in the hospital, and if he didn't have the money for the surgery, he would most likely end up with lifelong disability. Others were also a little overwhelmed, especially the classmates. After all, Li Kang is a high school classmate whom I have known for 3 years, although because of his position as class monitor he often does some small things that people don't like. But when they thought that they might be paralyzed in bed for the rest of their lives because of such an incident, they still felt a little emotional. After a long while, Xiao Yang sighed and said, Li Kang's case can only be said to be the fault of those unscrupulous loan companies. Should this matter be handled by the police? That's right. You should have called the police immediately. Come back to the police station with me later to make a statement and explain what happened clearly. Officer, we have called the police, but my son can't wait in this huge crowd. Li's mother said with a hint of tears in her voice, and she immediately squatted on the ground, tears streaming down her face. We are all very sorry about Li Kang's matter. Seeing this, Xiao Yang sighed. Well, can you tell me how much Li Kang's surgery will cost? Mother Li sobbed for a while and said helplessly, 300,000. They want 300,000. Without 300,000, there is no way to perform the operation. If it's too late, Xiao Kang will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and frowned slightly. 300,000 is indeed difficult for an ordinary family to come up with. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang said, it's hard to say this, but it's also easy to say this. But your previous actions have left us with a very bad impression. Do you have a solution? When Li's mother heard Xiao Yang's words, she stood up immediately. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Xiao Yang's face darkened. He had a very bad impression of Li's mother's previous attitude. He was rich, and Li Kang had been his classmate for 3 years. Although they were not close friends, they were classmates. If it were normal times, he might have helped. But in this case, at this moment, someone pulled Li's mother. The latter looked over and saw that it was a relative of the Li family. I heard that this kid spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on treating everyone at their party yesterday. He's rich. The relative whispered in his ear. Mother Li suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Yang. Before Xiao Yang could react, Li's mother fell to her knees on the ground. Your name is Xiao Yang, right? You are classmate of Li Kang. Please help us, help Li Kang. He can't sit in a wheelchair forever. Li's mother immediately grabbed Xiao Yang's trouser leg and pleaded with a fierce look on her face. This time, Xiao Yang didn't know what to do. He shook his head, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You can definitely help. I know you're very rich. Can you lend us some money for the surgery? Please. I kowtow to you, said Li's mother, and then she kowtowed to the ground several times. But after a short while, a streak of blood red appeared on his forehead, which made the people around him gasp. Xiao Yang held his forehead. He could understand Li's mother's feelings. When his father was seriously ill, if kowtowing could make his father better, he would probably kowtow without hesitation to save his life. They themselves knew that it was the fault of the loan company and Li Kang himself. But he couldn't find anyone, so he had to settle for the next best thing, coming to Qing's house to make trouble, coming to their hotel to make trouble. Xiao Yang sighed, although this incident was not caused by us, human life is at stake, and I don't want Li Kang to live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. I can lend you some of his surgery fees first. 100,000. This is the best I can do. But I have a request. You can't make trouble anymore. The hotel should also withdraw its people. This is not the hotel's fault or our fault. The fault lies with those unscrupulous loan sharks. Besides, it's no use for you to kowtow to me. You scared my girlfriend today. You must apologize to her. If she forgives you, then write me an IOU and I'll lend you $100,000. As for the remaining $200,000, you have to figure it out yourself. 300,000 is not a bad amount for Xiao Yang. After all, he has the system and he doesn't mind spending a little bit of money. Under normal circumstances, he could borrow the 300,000, but the attitude of the Li family today made him feel a little disgusted. 100,000 was considered as the money for the few slaps and kowtows just now. The words fell. Mother Li widened her eyes and looked up at the young man who had just slapped her in disbelief. What did you say? I said, I can lend you 100,000 first, but you have to follow my requirements. Xiao Yang's words instantly brought hope to Li's mother's red eyes. She said excitedly, Can you really lend us 100,000? Qing Xiantong pulled Xiao Yang's clothes and said, Xiao Yang, don't act so arrogantly. 100,000 is not a small amount. Besides, whether the money we lent can be recovered is still a question. I know. Xiao Yang patted Qing Xuantong's little hand. To be honest, who in our class hasn't had a crush on Qing Xiantong? In the entire school, there are countless people who have confessed their love to Qing Xiantong. Those who have been rejected can line up from the street to the end. Among these people, who has ever jumped off a building? If this is also her fault, then why should she still live in this world? As soon as these words were spoken, several boys in the class jumped out, full of pride. Yes, Auntie, I also confessed to Qing Xiantong and was rejected. Am I not still living bravely in this world? I confessed 3 times and was rejected every time. I confessed my feelings in front of the whole school, and I didn't jump off the building when I was rejected. Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled and said, Look, all of us boys lined up to confess our love to Qing Xiantong. Everyone has been rejected, but no one has committed suicide. What you said is unacceptable. If you knew that I failed 99 times when I confessed my love to you, you would doubt your life. So you have to apologize to my girlfriend for your previous behavior. You don't have to kowtow. We can't bear it. Mother Li lowered her head. Okay, I apologize. Xiao Yang smiled and pushed Qing Xiantong to the front. The latter grabbed Xiao Yang's arm tightly, looking very nervous. Mother Li was still kneeling on the ground. She raised her head and said with some guilt, I'm sorry, girl. We are also. Oh, I'm sorry. As she said this, Li's mother kowtowed violently. No. It's okay. Qing Xiantong quickly took a step back. After saying that, Mother Li turned around and bowed to Boss Qing. I'm sorry, we were unreasonable and didn't know right from wrong. We apologize to you here. Boss Qing snorted coldly, then waved his hand and said, It's good that you know it's nonsense. In fact, he now understands the Li family's approach to some extent. Thinking back, the man who hit his wife also escaped from the police. At that time, he felt the same as the Li family. No one could be found. This kind of mood was understandable. And the matter was not too serious, it would be best if it could be reduced to a small level. But this was all solved by Xiao Yang. Seeing that Li's mother had also apologized, Xiao Yang asked Li's mother to yawn on the spot without saying anything and transferred the 100,000 yuan to her. The latter was delighted when she saw this, and she quickly made a phone call to call someone back. After thanking Xiao Yang, she left in a hurry. There was still 200,000 yuan left, and she had to make up the total. All the neighbors left, and Boss Qing invited everyone to the restaurant. At this time, Qing Xiantong was still holding Xiao Yang's arm, holding it tightly for fear that Xiao Yang would run away. Xiao Yang, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. They are all trivial matters, Uncle Qing, don't take it to heart. Xiao Yang smiled. Why don't you give me the IOU and I'll transfer 300,000 to you? It's not a small amount. Whether they can afford to pay it back is still a problem. No, Uncle Qing, you don't have to worry about the money. My aunt is still in the hospital and needs money too. Don't be polite with me. I paid this money voluntarily and it has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yang waved his hands repeatedly. Boss Qing wanted to say something, but when he saw his daughter hanging on the man, he wanted to open his mouth again, but he held back. Damn, my daughter was kidnapped. What money to pay back? Thank you, classmates. You must be hungry. I'll go make you something to eat. Uncle Qing, you're welcome. Wow, Uncle Qing, I want to eat barbecue. I used to love eating barbecue at your place when I was in school. Boss Qing smiled and nodded repeatedly, then turned and went back to the kitchen. Hello. R. Qing Xiantong was stunned. Turning around, I saw Jiang Yang folding her arms and looking at me coldly. Have you hugged me enough? It's time to let go. No. Qing Xiantong glanced at Xiao Yang and thought he was extremely handsome. If she was just envious of Xiao Yang's looks last night, then today, what Xiao Yang gave her was an incomparable sense of security. Perhaps, this is what others often call boyfriend power. Xiao Yang's boyfriend power is really explosive. By the way, you really spent 100,000 just for an apology from me. Qing Xiantong said with great emotion. That's not the case. To be honest, Li Kang and I have no grudges against each other. Strictly speaking, his pursuit of you has nothing to do with me. But after all, we are classmates. I will help him in an emergency instead of helping him out of poverty. He is just pursuing you and he doesn't have any big grudge against me. It's good for me to help him. After all, we have known each other for so many years. Xiao Yang said with emotion. As for what others think of repaying evil with kindness, that's an exaggeration. I have no grudge against Li Kang, so there's no need to fight or kill him. I'm just trying to help, and it doesn't cost much. Qing Xiantong thought about it thoughtfully, and suddenly whispered, Xiao Yang, why don't you really be my boyfriend? Let's stop pretending. Such a small sound, no one could hear it except Xiao Yang and Jiang Yang. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Yang's mind. Bite. Task release, Qing Xuantong's confession. Option 1, accept the confession and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2, refuse to confess, reward 5 million yuan. Chapter 26, Strange Knowledge Increased. When Xiao Yang heard the mission, his face darkened instantly. Good job. My Qing, the campus beauty, is worth 4 million, right? Add some points. Give me some more, this is too much, system. But no matter how much Xiao Yang objected, the mission remained the same. Xiao Yang looked at Qing Xuantong's clear face. I didn't expect you to be worth 4 million. However, before Xiao Yang could make a decision, Jiang Yang stopped him. No. Xiao Yang can't be your boyfriend, he's mine. Jiang Yang, get out of my way. Do you think I don't know that you and Xiao Yang just met yesterday? He is not yours. Do you know what first come first served means? There's no such thing as a first come first served situation. It's not allowed. I'm with him. Speaking of this, Jiang Yang's face turned red. We all slept together. TSK, didn't you hear just now? Xiao Yang said it himself, he is my boyfriend, everyone present heard it. You? The two women suddenly started quarreling. Their voices were not loud, but they attracted everyone's attention. That. You guys chat about your own things. Everyone consciously retreated to other tables. As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. There is no room for two tigresses in one mountain. You mean Qing Xiantong is a tigress? How dare you insult my goddess? Stop talking nonsense, what about goddesses? Look, she's been taken by Lao Xiao. I don't know why, but I'm still very envious. Can you give me one of these two tigresses? You think it's beautiful? On this side, Xiao Yang let out a long sigh, then raised his eyebrows and looked at Qing Xiantong. Well, the situation at that time. Didn't you ask me to act yesterday? With so many classmates here today, of course I have to act. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, Jiang Yang immediately smiled. Did you hear that? We're just acting with you, so why are you so into the role? After saying that, Jiang Yang affectionately took Xiao Yang's hand. TSK, you're the same. When someone does you a small favor, you keep pestering them like a little tail. At this point, Qing Xiantong was not to be outdone. She took Xiao Yang's other arm and said provocatively, You follower, you have no shame. It turned out that Qing Xiantong had talked to Lu Xing about it last night, and also knew about what happened between Jiang Yang and Xiao Yang, so she deliberately brought it up to mock Jiang Yang. The latter looked angry. Curse me again. Lululu, you're just a follower. TSK, a follower is a follower. I am willing to be Xiao Yang's follower. Is that not okay? What? Are you jealous? You have no shame. I want Xiao Yang, why do I need face? Damn goblin. Yes, I, this demon, have set my sights on Xiao Yang. Jiang Yang looked proud, then leaned over and whispered, I'll tell you a secret. Last night, Xiao Yang and I slept together. Their voice fell. A bolt from the blue. Qing Xiantong was instantly choked by these words. Sleep together. This. Xiao Yang, is this true? Did you sleep with Jiang Yang? Not only that, we have met the parents. Aunt Xiao likes me very much and even asked me to bring Xiao Yang back for dinner later. Critical hit. All critical hits. It's a critical hit with true damage. Jin Fu's punch was intentional and full of anger. Qing Xiantong opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Jiang Yang immediately raised her hands and made a victory gesture. TSK. Fight with me. I have slept with Xiao Yang, can you, huh? Seeing this, Xiao Yang had to come out and clarify, "We didn't do anything. And I was drunk and couldn't remember anything." After hearing Xiao Yang's explanation, Qing Xiantong understood instantly. "I remember. Xiao Yang was so drunk last night, how could he still?" As expected, it was all that damn witch Jiang Yang who did it on purpose while Xiao Yang was drunk. "Jiang Yang, you are shameless. You are taking advantage of others' misfortune. No, you are taking advantage of others' misfortune when they are drunk. Besides, nothing happened between you two, Xiao Yang is still innocent." "Who said that?" Jiang Yang raised her head and chest and said unconvincedly, "Didn't you hear what Xiao Yang said? He was so drunk that he lost his memory. Of course he can't remember it." After saying that, Jiang Yang suddenly lowered her head, full of shyness. This look, this expression. This immediately scared both Xiao Yang and Qing Xiantong. Xiao Yang lowered his head. Nothing really happened, did it? Qing Xiantong was also stunned for a moment, but soon her expression changed and she started laughing. "TSK, Jiang Yang, do you have any common sense? You've read too many novels. It's not okay when a boy is unconscious." This. Xiao Yang and Jiang Yang were suddenly speechless and looked at Qing Xiantong at the same time. "How? You understand this too? Strange knowledge has been added." Qing Xuantong's face flushed immediately, she pouted and looked away, muttering, "Is that so? TSK, we slept together anyway. Jiang Yang, you are shameless. What's wrong with being shameless? I am shameless. Jiang Yang, you are shameless. I just don't have any shame. You." The two started arguing again. Looking at the two people arguing again, Xiao Yang looked helpless. Fortunately, the $5 million deposited into his account made him feel a little better. Well, it's not just comfortable, it's very comfortable. Of course, it would be more comfortable if the two girls around me could be a little quieter. At the same time, inside a building. "Boss Jiang, those people who caused trouble in the hotel have dispersed. Well, don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future." Yes, but Mr. Jiang. What's wrong? This matter seems to be related to the eldest lady." "What?" The middle-aged man stood up immediately. "Have you found Jiang Yang? It's like this. After this happened, we checked the surveillance. If I'm not mistaken, the young lady was in the hotel in JM City last night." "What about surveillance?" "It's been transferred." After saying that, the secretary next to him started operating the laptop in his hand. The picture soon appeared in front of the middle-aged man. "And this picture shows what happened last night." "Who is this kid?" the middle-aged man asked angrily. "Investigating. Check it quickly. I want all the information about this kid within an hour." The middle-aged man was full of anger. He didn't expect that his daughter was holding the same man's hand with another girl at the same time. Shame, a huge shame. Chapter 27. Even if I want a baby, I won't ask Jiang Yao Jing for it. The farce ended early after all. Xiao Yang went home. Although Qing Xiantong wanted to follow him, Xiao Yang sternly refused, and Jiang Yang won in the end. Dinner time. Mr. Xiao's condition has gotten much better. He looks even more energetic than Mrs. Xiao. This afternoon, when the two of them went out for a walk, the neighbors thought that Mr. Xiao was having a last breath. They came up to Mrs. Xiao one by one to express their condolences, which made the whole family laugh and cry. "You and your mother have worked hard over the past 2 years." At the dinner table, Xiao's father was filled with emotion. "It's mainly my mother's fault. Why should I work so hard?" Xiao Yan smiled. "Fortunately, this hurdle has been passed. Let's not talk about it anymore. What's important is now." Xiao's mother smiled, without mentioning how hard she had worked. "I've thought about it. Now that I'm well, I won't cause trouble for your mother. I'll go back at lunchtime tomorrow and ask if I can go back to work," Father Xiao suddenly said. In the past, Xiao's father was a chef in a restaurant, and his cooking skills were pretty good. But maybe because he was a fat cook, he developed gout, diabetes, and other high problems. Now that he was well, Father Xiao changed his mind and wanted to go back to his old business. The older generation is like this, they can't sit still. "Dad, I have money now. You just stay at home and enjoy your old age. There's no need for that," Xiao Yan said with a smile. "What does this have to do with your wealth?" Do I really need my son's money? Father Xiao glared. Seeing their father so energetic and with such a loud voice, the mother and son were instantly amused. Okay, why are you being so mean to the child? Without the medicine that Xiao Yang worked so hard to get, you would still be lying in bed. Xiao's mother glared at Xiao's father, who instantly quieted down. Actually, Xiao Yang, you have grown up, and apart from paying for your studies, I have never given you anything. Just think about when you were a child, your eyes almost popped out when you saw other children playing with toys. Xiao's father sighed. But you are a sensible kid. You have never asked me for anything since you were a child. But just because you don't ask doesn't mean I can't give it to you. Now that you have grown up and are about to graduate from college, it's time to prepare some money for the house and the betrothal gift. At this point, Father Xiao looked meaningfully at Xiao Yang, who was eating quietly on the side. The latter noticed Xiao's father's gaze and his face suddenly turned red. Xiaoyan is a good girl. Dad, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Yang and I are innocent. How can I get married in the future if you say that? Xiao Yang glared at his father and hurriedly explained. Okay, innocent. Father Xiao nodded repeatedly, then murmured in a low voice, we are sleeping in the same bed, innocent, tut. Dad. All right, I won't say any more. We're eating, please be quiet. Okay. Father Xiao chuckled. But he was silent for a few seconds, then continued, I don't know if the restaurant still needs people, but my cooking skills should be enough. After hearing what the old man said, Xiao Yang suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, why don't we open a store ourselves? I have a secret recipe for barbecue that I bought at a high price. Xiao Yang suddenly remembered the secret recipe. Oh. Secret recipe for barbecue. Father Xiao was a little surprised, and then he began to brag, I'm not bragging, my barbecue was also amazing. Okay, that's it. Mom, why don't you just quit your job and open a store together? I'll give you money to open the store. Is it possible? Father Xiao rubbed his hands, feeling a little tempted. After all, after working for a lifetime, who doesn't he want to try being a boss? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if I lose money. The money from your restaurant means nothing to me. Xiao Yang said, patting his chest. The main reason is that I'm worried that the old man will be too tired to go back to work in the restaurant. After all, he is not young anymore. Being your own boss can't be that tiring. After a few people discussed it, it seemed feasible. Immediately, Xiao Yang handed the recipe to the old man after finishing his meal. The old man looked at the recipe and was instantly immersed in it. Having worked as a chef all his life, he naturally knew how to distinguish recipes and immediately understood the value of them. Before Xiao Yang could react, he returned to the kitchen and wanted to give it a try. Xiao's mother did not go up to help. After all, he had just recovered from a serious illness, so it would be better for him to move around on his own. Xiao Yang. Mom. Your third uncle just called and said your cousin is getting married the day after tomorrow and asked us to come over. Cousin. A figure suddenly appeared in Xiao Yang's mind. My cousin Xiao Yu also took good care of himself when he was a child. My third uncle is also an honest man and my father's younger brother. The two families were still very close. After Xiao's father fell ill, his third uncle's family provided relief several times, but later they borrowed too much, which inevitably affected the relationship between the two families. Fortunately, I gave some money to my mother before, and it has been paid off. So it is reasonable for me to go to this wedding. Xiao Yang nodded, okay, then I will take 2 more days off and return to school in a few days. Okay, just remember it. Third uncle's family is also in trouble and has helped our family a lot over the years. For this wedding red envelope, give it a bigger one. Don't be stingy, har. Don't worry, Mom. I get it. Xiao Yang nodded. By the way, Jiang Yang is already like this, and you don't even show any expression. It's so meaningless. Xiao's mother suddenly said. Are this? Xiao Yang was choked. That's all. She still wants status. Why? Just because she followed me for 2 days and wrote me an IOU of more than 20,000 yuan? Or was it because she sneaked over in the middle of the night and slept with me? Mom, we really don't have anything. Mother Xiao glanced at Jiang Yang who had sneaked into Xiao Yang's room at this moment, and sighed, okay, it's nothing, it's okay. But you have to be careful. Now is not the time to have a baby. If you can't find a way, go to the drugstore and buy it. Mom, that's enough. This phone call made Xiao Yang feel a little dizzy. What was going on? Also the drugstore. This is my first time. Even if I want to have a baby, I definitely can't use it. I don't feel anything anymore. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang quickly spat a few times. No matter what, you have been led astray by your mom. Even if I want a baby, I don't want it to be with this witch. Well, never. Chapter 28 Mission, Xiao Yang's Confession. The moonlight poured in through the windowsill. Everything was quiet. Unlike last night, today, both of them were awake and could hear each other's breathing clearly. Xiao Yang, are you asleep? It was just a casual remark, and then silence fell again. Suddenly, Xiao Yang said, Xiao Yang. I'm going back to school in a few days. Yeah. Xiao Yang nodded. Perhaps he felt a little reluctant, but he couldn't say anything. In the silent room, only a sigh was left. How about I take you home tomorrow? Don't want. Still the same answer. Why? Aren't you going back to JM City just to go home this time? Xiao Yang was a little confused. Logically speaking, seeing that Xiao Yang had reached that point that day and was unwilling to go back to school, she should have been very anxious to go home. But why are we not in a hurry to go back after arriving in JM City? Xiao Yang. You say. After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Yang finally said, actually, I lied to you. Xiao Yang was not surprised at all by Xiao Yang's words. After all, he is not a fool, he just doesn't want to expose it. What did you lie to me about? Xiao Yang turned over and said thoughtfully. I didn't actually plan to go home. So just follow me. Xiao Yang was a little amused. I don't know where to go either. Xiao Yang's voice became much lower. Either go back to school or go home. Aren't you studying at Jiangsu Medical College? Actually, my school is Jiangsu University Business School. Well, you never hear a word of truth from your mouth. Xiao Yang pretended to be angry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Xiao Yang's tone suddenly became a little pitiful. Yeah, it's okay. Xiao Yang said happily. In fact, the two tasks triggered by Xiao Yang brought me a lot of benefits. In comparison, they were nothing compared to what I had experienced in the past 2 days. Xiao Yang, have you ever seen a TV drama where a rich girl is forced into marriage? Those are what you girls like to watch, right? Xiao Yang said nonchalantly. Actually, TV dramas aren't necessarily made up, but where is the Prince Charming? Xiao Yang sighed. Xiao Yang's words made Xiao Yang seem to have guessed something, but he thought about it and said slowly, it will appear. It's late, go to bed. Well. Good night, Xiao Yang. Good night, Ginger, Goblin. Early morning. It was my mother who woke me up. As for Xiao Yang, I don't know when she woke up. She was actually helping in the kitchen wearing an apron. You lazy bastard, it's already noon, Xiaoyan is still the best, she accompanied me to buy groceries so early in the morning. Xiao Yang spread his hands to express his silent protest. Lazy guy. Xiao Yang made a face at Xiao Yang. The lunch was quite enjoyable. At the table, Xiao's mother kept picking up food for Xiao Yang, while the latter looked shy and kept saying thank you. Xiao Yang couldn't help but said, I don't know who borrowed so much money from me, but I haven't even received a thank you yet. After lunch, Xiao's mother went to work, while Xiao's father went out, saying that he wanted to look for a good store to rent to open a restaurant. Xiao Yang and his partner were the only ones left at home. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk. Xiao Yang suddenly suggested. Okay. Xiao Yang naturally agreed. Xiao Yang was particularly well behaved today and did not show off her long legs for Xiao Yang to touch. Of course, she still had Xiao Yang's hand with her wherever she went, like a little kitten. How about Xiao Yang, let's go racing? Xiao Yang suddenly suggested after playing around in the amusement park. Speeding. Xiao Yang was a little confused. Promise me, let's go to the suburbs. Xiao Yang said with pursed lips. That's not good. Xiao Yang is not a person who likes excitement. Take me with you, so I can touch you. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Yang nodded quickly. Okay, put your legs away, we can discuss everything. Jiang Yang was immediately amused by Xiao Yang's performance. She looked at her long legs in black stockings, pouted and murmured, "Are my legs so scary?" The car quickly arrived in the suburbs. Xiao Yang was familiar with this place, Mingxiu Mountain. It was not a national highway and was sparsely populated. It was said that those drag racers used to play with their cars here, so when he came here, Xiao Yang felt much more at ease. "Fasten your seatbelts, I'm going to speed up," Xiao Yang said with a smile. Jiang Yang grabbed the seat belt, which had always been fastened. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stepped hard, and in an instant, the car rushed forward with a buzz sound. At this moment, Jiang Yang's face suddenly turned pale. "Xiao Yang, you, slow down." Seeing Jiang Yang's expression, Xiao Yang immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Didn't you say you wanted to drive fast? What, are you scared?" He was very satisfied with Jiang Yang's expression. "In the past, Jiang Yang always teased me, but now it's finally time for the serfs to rise up and sing. The car is a good car and a new one at that. Its performance is impeccable and its speed is extremely fast." Looking at the scenery receding, Xiao Yang suddenly became excited. "It seems that if you don't like excitement, it's not exciting enough," Xiao Yang thought. Jiang Yang was a little scared at first, but as the speed of the car gradually slowed down, she relaxed and waved her hands happily in the car. Just then, a car came flying from a distance. Jiang Yang's face suddenly turned pale and sweat broke out on her back. "Xiao Yang, it's about to hit, it's about to hit." But at this moment, Xiao Yang not only did not slow down, but accelerated instead. "Xiao Yang, what are you doing?" Jiang Yang's heart skipped a beat. She felt like she was in the car and her soul was chasing her from behind. Just when the two cars were about to meet, Xiao Yang suddenly turned the steering wheel. The friction between the wheels and the ground made a sharp scream. Jiang Yang covered her eyes, her face pale. Naturally, there were no accidents with the two cars. Although Xiao Yang didn't drive much, he was still very confident. Seeing Jiang Yang's pale face, Xiao Yang couldn't help laughing out loud. "Har har, how about it, racing is fun." "I was wrong. Don't drive so fast. Don't joke with your life. I thought you liked it." Xiao Yang laughed and slowed down the car. Seeing Xiao Yang's extremely comfortable expression, as if everything was under control, Jiang Yang's heart finally calmed down. In fact, Xiao Yang seemed as steady as an old dog at this moment, but he was actually very panicked. "Damn, racing is so exciting. For the sake of your own safety, please refrain from doing such things in the future." Looking at Xiao Yang, who was as calm as water, Jiang Yang couldn't help but pat him. "You are so bad, you are deliberately bullying me. You were the one who wanted to race." The car stopped next to a small lake. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh, opened the sunroof, put down the car seat, and lay down on it. "Are you happy?" Xiao Yang suddenly asked. "Happy?" Jiang Yang's eyes curved. "This is the happiest day of my life," Jiang Yang added silently in her heart. "Xiao Yang, I like you." Jiang Yang suddenly spoke. This time, Xiao Yang was confused. "When I turned around, I saw that the other person turned her face away, and her delicate neck was covered with a blush." Bite. A clear voice sounded in my mind. Mission: Jiang Yang's confession. Option 1: accept the confession and receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Option 2: refuse to confess, reward 5 million yuan. Chapter 29: I'm leaving. It was still a familiar task. This time, Xiao Yang did not complain in his heart that Jiang Yang was only worth 4 million. Because it was different from the previous two confessions, Xiao Yang could feel a different flavor in this sentence: "I like you." Xiao Yang made a decision quickly like the previous two times, but raised his head and glanced at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang's face was turned sideways. Under the sunlight, the crystal clear earlobes looked particularly charming. There was silence for several seconds. It felt like a century had passed in the car. Just then, a blue and white bird fell from the skylight. Scum tilder. The shouting was a bit noisy, breaking the silence in the car. "What kind of bird is this? It's so pretty." The bird landed on Jiang Yang's shoulder and pecked at her clothes, as if looking for food. Jiang Yang looked at the bird curiously, as if nothing had happened just now, with a smile on her face, looking extremely happy. Xiao Yang suddenly laughed, and laughed happily. "It's called a magpie. So this is the magpie." Jiang Yang smiled with her eyes curved. The magpie didn't seem to be afraid of Xiao Yang and walked back and forth on her shoulders. Xiao Yang stretched out her hand, and the magpie climbed onto her palm again. For some reason, this time, Xiao Yang felt that Xiao Yang was more like a fairy. A very beautiful and charming fairy. Perhaps the magpie did not find what it was looking for, and soon flapped its wings and flew away. Inside the car, Xiao Yang was staring at Xiao Yang in fascination. "Ghost Xiang, you are really pretty," Xiao Yang suddenly said. But after he said it, he quickly realized that he had actually called out the name in his heart. And this was just what he really thought, he didn't expect to say it out loud. Xiao Yang smiled, "I think so too." She glanced at Xiao Yang and suddenly said, "Can I hug you, Xiao Yang?" It was rare that this time, there was no mockery in Xiao Yang's eyes as before, and this time she seemed extremely serious. Xiao Yang nodded. Xiao Yang was somewhat happy and leaned down to snuggle in Xiao Yang's arms. "Xiao Yang, let me tell you a secret." "What secret?" "Actually, my family is very rich." "Very rich, even richer than you," Xiao Yang said. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. In his opinion, he should have 10 million in cash now. How much richer must he be if he is richer than me? "Then you still want to lend me money?" "No, I have to charge more interest," he joked. "Okay." Xiao Yang rubbed against Xiao Yang's arms like a coquettish kitten. "I'm leaving," Xiao Yang suddenly said after a long time. "I know." Xiao Yang nodded. It was just a chance encounter, so how could we not part? But at this moment, for some reason, Xiao Yang felt a little reluctant. It's only been 2 short days. I mean, we may never meet again in the future. Xiao Yang looked up, and there was a trace of mist in her eyes. Xiao Yang suddenly felt a little pain in his heart. But he didn't say much, and even said with a smile, "Really? Well, it should be." Silence. Still endless silence. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Yang's hand gently fell on Xiao Yang's head. I stroked it like I was stroking a well-behaved kitten. "No, to be precise, it's a goblin." "Let's go back," Xiao Yang suggested. "Okay." Xiao Yang stood up reluctantly. "Don't drive too fast," Xiao Yang said with a smile, as if she was still a little scared. Xiao Yang nodded. This time, the car drove very slowly. He didn't ask Xiao Yang why she left, nor did he ask why they might never see each other again. Even the sound of 5 million arriving in Xiao Yang's account did not cause any ripples in his mind. On the other side, Xiao Yang turned on her cell phone. "This time, I won again. Note above, Qing Xiantong. I moved into Xiao Yang's heart before you did." "Did he accept your confession?" "No." "Then what the hell are you talking about, you damn goblin?" "Hey hey." Xiao Yang turned off her cell phone, took off her shoes, stood on the passenger seat, and stuck her head out of the sunroof. The car was not driving fast, and this time, Xiao Yang did not scold her. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello. Xiao Yang? It's me. I am Xiao Yu. It's brother Yu. I heard from my mom that you are getting married. Congratulations. Don't worry, I will definitely be there tomorrow." "Xiao Yang, I'm not getting married tomorrow." Xiao Yu's voice came. What do you mean, not getting married again?" Xiao Yang was stunned. "Your sister-in-law." "No, Lin Yang's parents put forward some conditions, which I can't meet." "So?" Xiao Yu's tone sounded somewhat helpless, and it could be heard that he still liked Lin Yang very much. "What conditions?" Xiao Yang was a little confused. "It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, I'll just let you know so that you don't have to come here for nothing tomorrow." No, don't be anxious. "How about this, you wait for me at home, I'll be there soon," Xiao Yang said hurriedly. His cousin Xiao Yu was his childhood playmate. He was only a few years older than him and was an honest man. Xiao Yang knew Xiao Yu very well. He knew that Xiao Yu was a little bit stupid and his tone was not right, so he was afraid that he would do something extreme. This place is not far from Xiao Yu's home, only a 20-minute drive, so Xiao Yang immediately drove directly to Xiao Yu's home. What happened? Xiao Yang sat back in her seat, fastened her seat belt, and asked. Xiao Yang briefly mentioned the general situation. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yang's car stopped in front of Xiao Yu's house. My cousin Xiao Yu was sitting at the door at this time, wearing a suit and looking a little depressed. There were a few friends standing around, constantly saying words of comfort to him. Xiao Yang, you're here. Several people also knew Xiao Yang and greeted him. What happened? Xiao Yang asked. It's Lin Yang's parents. They said they were going to take wedding photos today and booked a banquet. They asked Lin Yang's parents to come over and take a look in advance. As a result, her parents suddenly asked for a dowry of 300,000 yuan, and also said that they wanted a $1 million luxury car as the wedding car. The Bentleys from the rental company would not work. Don't even mention the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. The key point is that we can't find such a luxury car. We're getting married tomorrow. Isn't this embarrassing? Several people nearby explained. When Xiao Yang heard this, he frowned. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. He even had some doubts as to whether Lin Yang's parents looked down on Xiao Yu and therefore made such a request in order to deliberately ruin the marriage. Is that so? Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu sighed. What did Lin Yang say? Of course she doesn't mind the betrothal gifts, wedding cars, etc. She's still trying to persuade her parents in a house. But her parents won't agree. Now where am I going to get $300,000 and a luxury car? Xiao Yang glanced into the room and saw a young girl trying to persuade a middle-aged couple. It can be seen that Lin Yang was very embarrassed and her eyes were a little red. It's okay, leave it to me. You notify the others and the wedding will go on as usual. We will definitely get married tomorrow. Seeing this, Xiao Yang thought for a while and spoke. Do you have a solution? Xiao Yu looked up suddenly, with more hope in his eyes. Xiao Yang, can you borrow a car? No, even if I can borrow the car, I don't have 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. I can't borrow a car. Xiao Yang shook his head, but I can buy one. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Yang patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, turned around and walked into their house. Chapter 30, I bought this car. Uncle, aunt, hello. As soon as Xiao Yang entered the house, he greeted Lin Yang's parents. Behind, Jiang Yang followed closely. Who are you? I'm Xiao Yu's cousin, my name is Xiao Yang. Hello, are you here to persuade us? Father Lin glanced at Xiao Yang and smiled. You look quite energetic, young man. Thank you. Xiao Yang smiled, but I'm not here to persuade you. Oh. The two were a little surprised. Xiao Yang sat down and said, I think your request is actually quite good. After all, marriage is a lifelong event and we should prepare well for it. I've raised my daughter for so many years, and now she's ready to marry me off. As the saying goes, a daughter who's married is like water spilled. This is the only time she can enjoy the glory. Don't you agree? After these words fell, Lin's father and mother laughed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Xiao Yang, you are right, that's the truth, isn't it? After all, we are old, and we only have Lin Yang as our daughter. You said she is married, so we have to pretend to take care of her in her old age. Our family has always been respectable. Just like you said, this is only a chance for glory. The next time we get to shine might be when we both step into our coffins. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Yang glared at her mother. We don't mean to look down on Xiao Yu at all, but this is a big marriage, so we have to be more reliable. I know that our request is a bit excessive, but isn't it also for the good of our Yang Zi? If Xiao Yu can't even solve this one thing, then what will happen if Yang Zi is wronged in the next few decades? Yes, you are right. Xiao Yang nodded repeatedly. When Xiao Yu, who had just entered, heard this, he was dumbfounded. Is this cousin of mine here to help or to sabotage? It sounds like he is here to sabotage. Actually, the wedding car is easy to get. Let me do it. Xiao Yang patted Xiao Yu and said. You do it. Xiao Yu was stunned. Leave it to me. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Let me make it clear first, we don't want to rent a car from a rental company. They have been used many times before, which is unlucky, said Lin's father. I know that the car I found for you is definitely not a car from a rental company. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Well, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Why don't you two come with me to take a look at the car and see if I'm lying to you? Xiao Yu was confused. What did this mean? However, Lin's father and mother looked at each other and immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, let's go together. Who else among you is driving? I opened it, said a friend. Several people came here by car, which made it easier. Xiao Yang returned to his car, and Xiao Yang was still sitting in the passenger seat. Perhaps Lin's father and mother thought Xiao Yang spoke nicely and liked this child very much, so they got into Xiao Yang's car. Wow, Xiao Yang, your car's interior is nice. Father Lin said with a smile. Not bad. Xiao Yang replied with a smile. It will cost at least $200,000. Yes, cars are expensive nowadays. Xiao Yang responded casually. Jiang Yang couldn't help but patted Xiao Yang with a smile. You are so bad. Xiao Yang smiled. Yes. When the two of them first met, I told Xiao Yang that this car would cost at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. He also said that it would be at least 100,000. There's not a single word you say from the truth. Jiang Yang cursed in a low voice. Okay, let's go. Xiao Yang asked them to fasten their seat belts, stuck his head out of the window, and said, Brother, follow me. Okay. There were 3 cars in total, and they arrived at their destination half an hour later. Maserati 4S store. After getting off the bus, everyone was full of doubts. Xiao Yang, why are you here at the 4S store? Why don't we bring the uncle and aunt to have a look first? We're afraid that we've chosen the wrong car and they won't like it, so we need to confirm it. Xiao Yang explained. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, understood Xiao Yang very well and nudged him in the stomach with her elbow. You're not going to give me a car. Are you a goblin, or a worm in my stomach? Xiao Yang touched Jiang Yang's little head, which felt great. The latter frantically straightened her hair with her hands after Xiao Yang stopped. You messed up my hair. Now that they were here, everyone followed Xiao Yang into the 4S point. Outside the door, many sales staff had already noticed this group of people. As sales employees of Maserati, they have basically seen all kinds of people, but after seeing the cars driven by Xiao Yang and his group, they all lost interest. The cars they sell here are basically luxury cars worth over $1 million. Those who drive this kind of car have limited purchasing power and probably come here just to take a look. At this time, a young man came up. Hello, welcome to Maserati 4S store. Hello, we came to take a look at the car. You can take it for a look. Xiao Yang directly stated his purpose. Okay, please follow me. As he spoke, the young man led the way. This is a Ghibli series car. When designing this car, safety is our first consideration. This model has passed the Euro NCAP 5-star safety standard. The salesperson began to introduce the product, and Lin's father and mother looked very excited and stared at the product. The price of this car is 760,800 yuan. How is it? Xiao Yang looked down at Lin's father and mother. 760,000, that's not appropriate. Lin's mother squinted and shook her head. But despite saying this, the two of them couldn't take their eyes off it because the car was so beautiful. Okay, then let's take a look at the others. Xiao Yang was very patient and asked the salesperson to continue taking them to see other vehicles. This is the Quattraport President model. The Quattraport President offers a comprehensive L2 ADAS advanced driver assistance system as an option, reaching the highest level of autonomous driving currently allowed. This is a super luxurious large sedan, which looks more majestic than other Maserati vehicles. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the vehicle. Lin's father and mother were obviously very satisfied, with smiles all over their faces. This car is so beautiful. Lin's mother exclaimed. Before Xiao Yang could speak, Lin's father spoke first. How much is this car for? Hello, this car is currently priced at 1.48 million. 1.48 million. Lin's father and mother gasped. When Xiao Yu heard the price of the car, he almost fainted. If this car is used as a wedding car, it would simply be. Mother Lin swallowed. When Father Lin saw this, he immediately said, This is the car. If you can borrow this car, we promise not to hinder the marriage. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yu's face suddenly darkened. This car is hard to find. Even if you find one, who would be willing to lend it to you? Even if it's just a broken wheel, they can't afford to pay it back. Xiao Yu glared at Xiao Yang and let out a long sigh. You are such a good cousin of mine, giving me such a difficult question. Lin Yang glanced at Xiao Yu and whispered, If that doesn't work, let's elope. Let's go. Xiao Yu held Lin Yang's hand and shook his head helplessly. But at this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke. Excuse me, this car should not have been reserved by anyone, or, if I complete all the formalities today, can I drive away immediately? As soon as the words were spoken, there was silence. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Yang with shock in his eyes. The salesperson was also stunned. After he finished introducing the car, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He thought that these people really came here just to look at the car, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But when he heard Xiao Yang's words, his eyes flickered instantly. Yes, we can complete the formalities today, and you can drive away directly after paying for the car. He nodded quickly. Okay, then let's take this one. Xiao Yang nodded. What do you mean? I bought this car, swipe the card. The voice fell. Xiao Yu, Lin's father and mother, and a group of friends all fell silent in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. The salesperson was just stunned. This is. Bought it. Buy it now? Chapter 31, Amazing Gift. Xiao Yang. You are not kidding. Xiao Yu was stunned. The others also laughed along. Xiao Yang, your joke is not funny at all. This is a car worth more than 1 million yuan, not a car worth more than 100 yuan. You have to think carefully. Xiao Yang is still a student, right? Several people knew Xiao Yang. Not only was he a student, his family situation was not very good, and it could even be said to be quite bad. But this is a million-level luxury car, how can you just buy it? Besides, even if you buy it, you have to be able to afford it. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, didn't say a word. She just held Xiao Yang's arm, and her attention was obviously on Xiao Yang. Luxury cars have nothing to do with her. Seeing this, the salesperson couldn't help but smile and said, Sir, you can look at the car at will. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it. I really want to buy it, I'm not kidding. Xiao Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and took out his bank card from his wallet. No matter how suspicious the salesperson was of Xiao Yang at this time, he could only take the bank card and said with a smile, Please wait a moment. At this time, Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiao Yang, I understand that you want to help me, but this joke. Is it too loud? Besides, this kind of occasion is not appropriate. Xiao Yang smiled and said nothing, just patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder. At this time, the salesperson came back and said, Hello sir, please follow me to pay. Xiao Yang nodded and followed. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, and said anxiously, This is a joke. If you can't pay, it's just a joke. Won't this cause trouble? Lin's father and mother didn't say anything. They didn't know Xiao Yang before. They only knew that the young man spoke beautifully and didn't look like the kind of young man who boasted without thinking. But according to what Xiao Yu said, they were also a little worried whether Xiao Yang would get into trouble. Why don't you follow and see? Good. After a few people discussed it, they followed. But before they could open their mouths to ask, Xiao Yang had already walked back. The other party was holding several documents in his hand, while Xiao Yang was holding the issued receipt. What's wrong? Everyone asked puzzledly. It's nothing. The car has been paid for. After signing the contract and completing the formalities, you can drive it home. Xiao Yang said with a smile. It's already this time and you're still joking with me. Where did you get the money to buy such a luxury car? Xiao Yu looked at his cousin with resentment. He vaguely remembered that Xiao Yang was not the type of person who liked to brag. How come he developed the habit of bragging after entering college? But when he finished speaking, the salesperson came up to him with a smile and said, Sir, Mr. Xiao Yang has indeed bought the car and paid in full. Just as he said, you can take the car home after completing the formalities. When everyone heard what the salesperson said, their jaws almost dropped to the ground in shock. Only now did they realize that Xiao Yang had not been joking from beginning to end, and everything he said was true. No. Xiao Yang, where did you get so much money? We in the Xiao family have never committed any crime. You should talk to me and tell the truth. Xiao Yu did not immediately care about the car. Instead, he pulled Xiao Yang aside and spoke earnestly. Brother Yu, what are you thinking about? Don't you know me well? How could I do anything illegal? Xiao Yang explained with a smile. I started some business with my friends, and all this money was earned honestly. I earned it from business. Xiao Yu was stunned for a long time before he said tremblingly, It's better to go to college. You have a much better future than your brother. Okay, brother, don't think too much. Xiao Yang took the contract document from the salesperson and said, "Sign your name on this document now, and we can drive the car back." Signature. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't even look at the document and signed his name under Xiao Yang's instructions. "What do you want to sign?" Lin Yang stood up and asked in confusion, "Xiao Yang, isn't this the car you want to buy? Why do you need your brother's signature?" "Yes." Everyone also found it strange. "Why do you want Xiao Yu's autograph? Is there something fishy about this contract?" Thinking of this, Lin Yang suddenly took the contract from Xiao Yu's hand and said, "Let me see it." She flipped through it, and the salesperson next to her smiled and explained, "This is the contract for purchasing the vehicle. Whoever signs it will be the owner of the car." "What do you mean?" Lin Yang was a little confused. Xiao Yang smiled and explained, "This car is a wedding gift I gave to brother Yu. This car will be registered in his name, so of course his signature is needed." R. Xiao Yu was stunned, and the pen in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. "Xiao Yang, you said you wanted to give me this car. Yeah, we are family, right? Is it weird for a younger brother to give his older brother a car?" At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This is a super luxury car worth 1.48 million. This is a luxury that most people cannot afford even if they work hard all their lives. Does this mean it will be sent just like that? Mr. and Mrs. Lin also widened their eyes. They must have heard it wrong. Xiao Yang looked at the expressions of Lin's father and mother and said with a smile, "Uncle and aunt, this car will be used as the wedding car for tomorrow. Are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied, satisfied." The two elders nodded repeatedly. But at this moment, Xiao Yu suddenly stood up. "No, I can't accept it." Xiao Yu was an honest man. He could not accept such an expensive car given to him by Xiao Yang. "We are all family. Although you are only my cousin, I always treat you as my real brother. Don't reject me. Isn't that a slap in my face?" Xiao Yang said with a straight face. "This." Xiao Yu turned around and glanced at Lin Yang. Seeing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart. That's it. It seems that brother Yu is destined to be dominated by his wife in the future. Lin Yang pursed her lips and said hesitantly, "This is too expensive, I'd better not take it." At this time, Lin's father and mother stepped forward to help their daughter make a decision. "This is a gift from your brother. We are all family, Xiao Yu, just accept it." Seeing everyone say so, Xiao Yu nodded, patted Xiao Yang's shoulder and said solemnly, "Thank you." Xiao Yang patted Xiao Yu's hand and looked at the two elders. "Since the car has been bought, there should be no problem with tomorrow's wedding." "No problem, no problem," Lin's father and mother said with a smile. They looked at Xiao Yu and felt that this son-in-law was much more obedient. They opposed their daughter's marriage before, just because they didn't want her to live a poor life. But now it's different. With a younger brother like this, my life won't be too bad in the future. The other friends who followed him looked at Xiao Yang with completely different eyes at this time. They all came over and gave him a thumbs up, righteous. "Brother Yu, if there is any need for the betrothal gift." Before Xiao Yang could finish his words, Xiao Yu interrupted him with a wave of her hand. "I will figure out the issue of the betrothal gift myself. You have helped me so much. If I let you pay for the betrothal gift again, what will I be? Okay, I won't get involved in this matter." However, the two elders heard the conversation between the two and immediately stepped forward and said, There is no need to rush about the betrothal gift. For the two of us, it is enough to have something to eat. Lin Yang is our only daughter. Xiao Yu, please don't mistreat my daughter in the future." Their whole family suddenly became happy, and it seemed that the issue of the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift was over. On this side, everyone started chatting with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang remains as low-key as ever. On the other hand, Yang, who was standing at the side, held her head high and chest puffed out. Her eyes were full of Xiao Yang. Chapter 32, One Day Couple Part 1. The processing procedures still takes some time. Xiao Yang and everyone else sat in the hall. "Xiao Yang, this is your girlfriend, right?" Perhaps they were too busy with the wedding matters and didn't pay attention. When they relaxed, they saw the extremely beautiful girl next to Xiao Yang. "This girl is so pretty," Lin's mother praised. "You two are such a perfect match." Speaking of this, Yang shyly leaned closer to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang wanted to say something, but the latter whispered in his ear, "Xiao Yang, let me be your girlfriend for a day." Just a day, Qing Xiantong has done it. I thought Xiao Yang would refuse something, but he reached out and hugged Jiang Yang, smiling and said to everyone, yes, her name is Jiang Yang, my girlfriend. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Lin Yang praised. Thank you. Jiang Yang immediately smiled and responded with a smile. The formalities are completed. By the time he got into the luxury car, Xiao Yu couldn't believe it was real. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to say something, Xiao Yang hurried forward and said, okay, remember to toast me a glass of wine tomorrow, bride. Of course. Lin Yang affirmed, tears welling up in her eyes. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were also stroking the interior of the car with smiles on their faces. Xiao Yang? What's wrong, sister-in-law? Lin Yang pulled Xiao Yang aside. Thank you very much for this. Your brother and I will work hard. We will pay half of the price of the car. What you said is true. There is no such thing as giving away a gift and taking back half of it. Just think of this as a gift for your child's full moon, or your golden wedding anniversary. Anyway, when I go to your house and eat, drink and take things for free in the future, just don't gossip about me. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lin Yang was also amused by Xiao Yang's words. Given Xiao Yang's current aura of being able to buy a luxury car without blinking an eye, when will he ever fall to the point of having to eat and drink for free? We will pay it back. Lin Yang said firmly. Xiao Yang stood where he was, smiled and nodded. Brother Yu is quite good at judging people. Xiao Yu and the others left. After all, the wedding still had to be prepared. It was already afternoon, and Xiao Yang took Jiang Yang's hand and returned to the car. I'm actually quite envious of Xiao Yu and the others. Jiang Yang suddenly said. Why are you envious? You see, although uncle and aunt are demanding, Xiao Yu and the others have noble people to help them, and the final result is good. When Jiang Yang said this, her face was full of helplessness. Seeing Jiang Yang's expression, Xiao Yang felt a little distressed. I'm leaving tonight. Jiang Yang suddenly said. So fast. Xiao Yang was a little surprised. Jiang Yang nodded, somewhat reluctantly. I should have known better than to intervene in Brother Yu's affairs later. Xiao Yang sighed, you wasted a lot of our time. Hearing Xiao Yang's straightforward words, Jiang Yang burst out laughing. Now, Xiao Yang, you are my boyfriend, shouldn't we do something that boyfriends and girlfriends should do? What are boyfriends and girlfriends supposed to do? The car has already left the 4S store. Xiao Yang looked at the hotel not far away and fell into deep thought. Should we go to the pharmacy and buy some safety measures? Get out. What are you thinking about? Jiang Yang's face suddenly flushed and she scolded with a smile. Xiao Yang smiled and said, then tell me, what should we do? Go watch a movie, go shopping for clothes. At this point, Jiang Yang's face suddenly showed some longing. I want to buy lots and lots of skirts. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang, and the car instantly accelerated and flew away. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? This is downtown. Hurry up. Xiao Yang smiled. Along the way, the stars are twinkling and the lights are rippling. The sky outside the window gradually darkened. The night was beautiful, but for Xiao Yang and the others, the time for Jiang Yang to leave was getting closer and closer. When we arrived at Tidal Road, it was crowded with people, and countless couples were walking around hand in hand. Xiao Yang smiled and said, this is the largest shopping pedestrian street in JM City. Jiang Yang nodded thoughtfully, and as soon as she got out of the car, she habitually put her arm around Xiao Yang's arm. Xiao Yang took her hand, and as Jiang Yang was puzzled, he held her hand and interlocked their fingers. Xiao Yang rubbed Jiang Yang's head and said with a smile, buy whatever you want today. Okay. Jiang Yang smiled. After talking to each other, they walked into the pedestrian street. Xiao Yang, look quickly, what is this? Xiao Yang leaned over and felt a chill in his heart. Grilled insects, don't look at it. No, I haven't eaten it. Don't eat. I heard it's high in protein. After watching Xiao Yang eat the white and tender insect with a frown, Jiang Yang was already beaming with joy. There are so many people here for this fruit tea, it must be delicious. Along the way, Jiang Yang never spoke, with her eyes curved, attracting a lot of attention. Of course, there are also some boys who rub their waists and secretly curse their girlfriends for their strong hands. Xiao Yang grew up in JM City and is familiar with every street. He introduced each store in detail, including some embarrassing things that happened there. It's a hat shop. Let's go take a look. I want to buy a hat. Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. In the brightly lit store, two people kept moving back and forth among the shelves. This is beautiful. Xiao Yang looked over. I saw that these were two hats. On one hat it was written, I am as beautiful as a flower. On the other hat is, I earn money to support the family. Let us try it. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. Okay, put it on for me. Then lower your head, you're too tall. Xiao Yang smiled, lowered his head, and took the hat. I'll put it on you. At this time, the two of them were one on top and one on the bottom, and their postures were extremely intimate. Their eyes met, their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breathing on their faces. This is two. Xiao Yang's eyes were as gentle as water. Jiang Yang turned her head away, recalling the scene in the car that night. What a nasty guy. It fits you well. Xiao Yang looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. Yes. Then buy it. A minute later, the two men walked out of the store, both wearing the hats they had just bought. Let's go and look at some clothes. Jiang Yang said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and said, I'll make a call. After a while, Xiao Yang came back, and the two of them walked into the largest clothing store on the pedestrian street, hand in hand. Chapter 33, One Day Couple. Jiang Yang looked around, her eyes lit up, and she walked inside. Xiao Yang followed. This dress is so pretty. This seems to be a parent-child outfit. Xiao Yang was stunned. Yes, sir. These are indeed parent-child clothes. A salesgirl came over and explained, and then took out a small piece of clothing next to her. This is a baby's clothing. The fabric is very comfortable and will not cause any discomfort to the baby. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up immediately. It looks so good, so cute, and so small, so fun. Xiao Yang was choked immediately. It's really pretty. Yes, I see you two like it very much too. Do you want to pack it up? We are offering a 20% discount on all items now. If you buy a set, you will also get 3 pairs of parent-child socks for free. The waiter brought out the gifts. A small blue sock. It's for the baby. There are also 2 pairs of socks in white and pink, one for men and one for women, both of which are cute. On the side, Xiao Yang was stunned. I always thought Jiang Yang was a little goblin. Suddenly it became this cute style, this character. Is there something wrong? Let's take another look. Jiang Yang put down her clothes with regret. The clerk was a little unwilling to give up, and continued, the quality of our parent-child clothing is very good. You can't find clothes of better quality than ours in the whole city. No need, we won't need it even if we buy it. Jiang Yang said with a smile. You don't have a baby yet. That's okay, you're still young, you can buy some to keep as a backup. Not us. Jiang Yang glanced at Xiao Yang and smiled. We are just boyfriend and girlfriend for a day. No, just half a day. She added in her heart, with helplessness on her face. He took Xiao Yang's hand again. Let's go to the next one. The clerk stood there in a daze, looking confused. Boyfriend or girlfriend for a day. What is the relationship between these two? Here, Xiao Yang looked at the clerk and whispered, please pack it up. Someone named Lu Xing will come over to pay and take it away. The clerk, who originally thought he had lost an order, was slightly stunned, and then immediately smiled. It turns out that the man is in love but the woman is not interested. But giving away parent-child outfits before even getting the girl, that's too confident. On this side, Xiao Yang also took out his mobile phone, secretly wrote down the name of the store, and sent a message to Lu Xing. This little skirt is so pretty. I bought it. I want ice cream. Wait for me, I'll go buy it. Looking at the long line, Xiao Yang glanced at the big brother at the front and said, hello, can you buy me 2 more ice creams? I'll pay 10 times the price. Under the colorful neon lights, 2 people sat on a bench, each with an ice cream. Jiang Yang leaned on Xiao Yang's shoulder with a happy face and talked to him word by word. At this moment, the bell and drum tower in the distance suddenly rang. Boom! 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 12 o'clock represents the end of the day. On the street, everyone stopped and looked at the building not far away in confusion. This building is a landmark of JM City. Generally speaking, this building is always brightly lit. But today, all the lights in the building were dimmed. The power is out. No way, how could there be a power outage in Zhonghua building? That's right. If there's a power outage, it won't just happen here. Everyone looked confused. At this moment, Xiao Yang took Jiang Yang's hand and looked at the building. Suddenly, the light went cold. This towering building is arranged in a row. 1, 2, 3. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what this meant. At this moment, the lights in the building gradually turned into words that appeared in front of everyone. 3 days is the time I've known you. From now on, be happy and joyful every day. Wow, someone is using Zhonghualu to confess their love. I seem to have heard that Zhonghualu has this business, but I heard that the price for such an acquisition is calculated by the second, and it seems that 1 second is tens of thousands. Oh my god, this is too arrogant. Rows of words flashed. The writing disappeared. Jiang Yang. 2 big words suddenly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Jiang Yang was also stunned, her eyes full of disbelief. I like you. Until these 4 words fell, Jiang Yang could no longer bear it and buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's arms. In an instant, Xiao Yang felt that his clothes were soaked by Jiang Yang's tears. Keep watching. Xiao Yang turned Jiang Yang's face around. Isn't it over yet? Jiang Yang said with red eyes and pursed lips. Of course. Xiao Yang smiled, but cursed several times in his heart. Damn Luxing. When did I ever let you add the 4 words, I like you? At this time, passers-by were also filled with emotion and talked about it. Wow, Jiang Yang, who is this girl? So romantic. If a boy confessed to me like this, I would dig my heart out and give it to him. I'm so envious. Zhongnan, I also want to express my feelings in this way, a girl said, pulling her boyfriend. I have no money, said the boy named Zhongnan weakly. Everyone envies this girl named Jiang Yang. And this girl was also staring at Zhonghualu at this moment. At this moment, a loud noise reached everyone's ears. It's fireworks. Aren't fireworks prohibited in the city? Everyone looked over and saw the lights of Zhonghua Tower flickering. The sounds rang out one after another, and the lights seemed to explode, triggering the effect of fireworks. Oh my god, you can set off fireworks like this. Is this the legendary electronic fireworks? Oh my god, I've learned something new. The fireworks lasted for a full 3 minutes, and at the end, the scattered fireworks gradually merged into words. Jiang Yang, be happy forever. Finally, the scene stopped. Jiang Yang had already burst into tears and held Xiao Yang's hand tightly without letting go. Xiao Yang, why are you doing this? Jiang Yang sobbed and gently hit Xiao Yang's chest with her fists. Xiao Yang was fine, he just helped the girl wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. After a few seconds, the two hugged each other tightly. Amidst the huge crowds of people, it seemed as if no noise could disturb them. After a long time, the two separated. You said you would make me happy, why did you make me like this? She pointed at her eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sorry. I'm leaving. Xiao Yang didn't say anything, but didn't let go. Just then, a man came running over, panting, carrying large and small bags in his hands. Damn it, you didn't send me the location, so I had a hard time looking for it. Luxing cursed angrily when he saw Xiao Yang. Har, I forgot. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Yes, I got everything. Jiang Yang's face was full of confusion, while Xiao Yang took all the bags. Your gift. Xiao Yang explained. Jiang Yang took a package, opened it, and saw that it was the parent-child outfit that they had seen first. You bought it? Jiang Yang said in surprise. I bought it. Luxing cursed. Seeing this, Jiang Yang couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She looked at the other packages, which were all filled with the things she had chosen. So, Xiao Yang bought them all. He was lying. He said he didn't want to be tired carrying everything. It turned out that he asked Luxing to buy them all secretly. Do you like it? Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Yeah. Jiang Yang nodded and suddenly stood on tiptoe. A peck on the red lips. Xiao Yang stood there in a daze, as if he was still surprised by the remaining warmth at the corners of his mouth. He's really gone. Chapter 34, Can you give me a confession like this? The person left. Xiao Yang landed on the spot. He doesn't know what it feels like to like someone. Maybe that's it. Seeing her happy makes me happy. No matter how reluctant you are, at the last moment you will just smile and watch from afar. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang glanced at the hair in his hand. It was the only thing left of her besides her name. Xiao Yang sat on the bench. What's wrong, Xiao Yang? It's okay. Xiao Yang smiled and said, thank you so much for tonight. Nonsense, you have to worship me. Without me, there wouldn't be so many romantic things. I'm so exhausted. I ran around Zhonghualu and talked for a long time before they were willing to take this job. They were already getting ready to go home. And those stores, damn it, I went to each one, and you didn't even send me the exact location, you just sent me the store name. Lu Xing kept on talking, but Xiao Yang just smiled and patted his good brother on the shoulder. By the way, do you know how much this trip cost? Lu Xing suddenly said. 3 million. Xiao Yang asked puzzledly. 3 million was the amount he transferred to Lu Xing's card, which he thought should be enough. 2,483,221.36. There are both zeros and whole numbers. Xiao Yang laughed. That's right. The Zhonghualu show alone cost 2.4 million. Lu Xing sighed, you rich people really know how to have fun. In just 3 minutes, I've spent all the money I'm going to earn in my lifetime. Har har, money is meant to be earned and spent. But you are wrong about one thing. You can't only earn more than 2 million in your life. Xiao Yan smiled. How about you come and work with me? I'll pay you a salary, how about that? Let's not do it. There's a saying that goes, a little bit of kindness can turn into a grudge. If I follow you, it will affect my mentality. What Xiao Yan didn't expect was that Lu Xing directly refused. After that, he opened his phone, 3 million, and there are more than 516,700 left. Give me your bank card number. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Forget it, you've worked hard tonight. Come on, 500,000, you. Take it. Xiao Yang interrupted Lu Xing and continued, don't tell me nonsense. I don't know your family situation. You didn't go to college because your family couldn't afford it. Lu Xing hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. He patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. So, if you're brothers, don't say those things. Quit your job tomorrow and come with me to Jiangju. Xiao Yang patted Lu Xing. Lu Xing was very clear about his family situation. His parents were healthy, but the family situation was rather complicated. He had a younger brother and a younger sister who were still in high school. His father was working outside, and his mother worked in a cloth factory. That's why Lu Xing chose to go out to work after graduating from high school, because his family couldn't afford to send 3 children to school. Xiao Yang naturally wanted to lend a helping hand to his childhood friend and good brother. After thinking for a while, Lu Xing nodded and agreed. After all, life still has to bow to reality, even if not for yourself, but for your parents who work hard day and night, and your younger brothers and sisters who are still in school. Okay, from now on you will be my boss. Lu Xing said with a smile. Just call me Lao Xiao. Xiao Yang said happily. Then what do you want me to do? Let me make it clear first, I don't know anything. Lu Xing spread his hands. It's okay, just help me drive first, how about that? No problem. Lu Xing raised his eyebrows and didn't ask about the salary. He didn't want to get paid anyway. He didn't know how many months' salary these 500,000 would be worth. To be honest, I've wanted to drive your car for a long time. Lu Xing rubbed his hands. Others may not be able to see it, but he knows very well that this is a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan. Why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't it Xiao Yang who has been in the passenger seat? How can it be that I am driving? When mentioning Xiao Yang, Xiao Yang looked into the distance again. But the person had already disappeared into the night. Jiangju University Business School. Xiao Yang muttered a few words, hoping that he could return to Jiangju to find her. Just from her tone, it seems like there's no chance. Are you going to study abroad? Xiao Yang shook his head in annoyance. This little goblin really took control of himself. Just then, the phone rang. Hello. Xiao Yang, I'm Qing Xiantong. Is Jiang Yang next to you? She's not here. What's wrong? Xiao Yang felt a little strange. These two people were basically arguing when they were together. Why did she call him today to look for Xiao Yang? No, that's good enough. I just saw a video posted by someone else. It showed a confession of love in the night view of Zhonghualu. Did he do it? Qing Xiantong asked with a changed tone. Yeah, I did it. Damn it, she got there first again. Qing Xiantong cursed in a low voice. How romantic. Xiao Yang, can you also confess your love to me? Qing Xiantong thought for a moment and said, no, I heard that Zhonghualu is very expensive. How about you choose another, cheaper way to confess your love? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Qing Xiantong to call him just for this matter. Wait, it was you who confessed to Xiao Yang, and she likes you, you wouldn't. Qing Xuantong's voice became increasingly shocked on the phone. Xiao Yang, you guys are not checking into a hotel right now, are you? Where's Xiao Yang? Is she taking a shower? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, thought for a moment, and said softly, she's gone. Gone? What does that mean? Qing Xiantong asked in surprise. Gone means gone. Xiao Yang did not explain, or rather, he himself did not know how to explain. While Qing Xiantong was still not able to react, Xiao Yang hung up the phone. Let's go too. Xiao Yang patted Lu Xing's shoulder. Lu Xing sent Xiao Yang home. Just as he was about to hand the keys to Xiao Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, you are my driver now, of course you drive. Remember to pick me up tomorrow morning. Let's go to Brother Yu's wedding banquet. Become? Xiao Yang, are you back? It was already 1 o'clock, but I didn't expect my mother to still be sitting on the sofa. Where is Xiao Yang? Why can't I see her? Xiao's mother asked puzzledly. She went home. That's fine. It's no big deal for a young girl like you to always live in our house. I'm telling you, Xiao Yang is a good girl, she's pretty and well educated, you have to make the best of it. Got it. Xiao Yang replied casually. Remember your cousin's wedding tomorrow. At the same time, in Jiangju City. Inside a luxurious manor. Mr. Jiang. Have you found out who is buying our company's shares? The visitor shook his head. Bang. A teacup fell down. What a bunch of idiots. They are buying up our company's stocks in such large quantities. You tell me you can't find them. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, we suspect it was the Fang family. Fang family? Is it necessary to be so anxious? The middle-aged boss's face was full of anger. Okay, did you pick Xiao Yang up? The young lady is already on her way. Well, when Xiao Yang comes back, keep an eye on her and don't let her run away again. Yes. Chapter 35 Wedding. Xiao Yang was woken up by his parents. He ate something and then called Lu Xing, who was also on the way. Within 2 minutes, the car stopped outside the house. Mom and Dad, Lu Xing is here to pick us up. Isn't this your car? Why did you let Lu Xing drive it? He doesn't have a car, so lend it to him for 2 days. Xiao Yang said with a smile. After all, it was a wedding of the Xiao family, so Xiao's father and his wife were dressed quite formally, while Xiao Yang was dressed more casually, but his clothes were all picked by Xiao Yang, so he looked quite energetic. By the way, Xiao Yang, have you prepared any red envelopes? Xiao Yang was stunned. I didn't prepare any red envelopes. I sent them a car. After hearing this, Xiao's mother nodded thoughtfully and said, the gifts are quite good. In the past few years, your uncle's family helped us a lot. Xiao Yu was busy running around and even took care of your father in the hospital several times. Father Xiao also nodded repeatedly. Xiao Yu is a good child, but I didn't expect that he would get married so soon. By the way, Xiao Yang, have you met Xiao Yang's parents? Why is Xiao Yang involved again? Xiao Yang held his forehead and said helplessly, what's your progress? I'm still in college. I'm not urging you, but you have to make sure of your status. Besides, you can't find a girl as good as Xiao Yang even with a lantern. As the saying goes, a three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Finally, I got the seal. Now I feel at ease. Have you stamped the chapter? Xiao Yang touched his lips. Damn Jiangyao fairy, she left and stole my first kiss. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't say anything, Xiao's mother could only end the topic and turn her attention to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, do you have a girl you like? Lu Xing. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the wedding venue. At this time, quite a few people gathered here. When they saw Xiao Yang and his companions getting off the car, many people came over and greeted them. Brother and sister-in-law, you are here. Many of them are from the Xiao family, and Xiao's father is the eldest in the family, so he is naturally the eldest brother. Hey, brother, you look much better than before. Yes, are you cured? Yes, with God's blessing, everything is almost fine now. Father Xiao greeted everyone one by one. This is Xiao Yang, he's already this big. Hello, fourth aunt. Xiao Yang also greeted a few people. However, compared to Xiao Yang, the relatives were more interested in Xiao's father and wanted to know how his illnesses were cured. Fortunately, Xiao Yang had told them not to tell anyone about the elixir, so Xiao's father just gave some vague answers to the question. The elders were in order, so Xiao Yang did not join in their conversation. He followed Lu Xing to say hello to his peers. Xiao Yang, you drove here. Did you buy it? Yes. Xiao Yang knew the person who greeted him. He was a high school classmate. Although they were not in the same class, they were neighbors before and they knew each other. His name was Chen Bei. Volkswagen, that's good. I also bought a car 2 days ago, a BMW 3 Series. From now on, I will have to pay a large monthly payment every month. Chen Bei said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. I can't help it. In today's society, if you don't even have an entry-level BMW, you won't look good in front of your friends. Now when I drive this car to those technical schools, there are always many young ladies who stop the car to ask for directions. Take care of yourself. Lu Xing also smiled and did not explain about the car. Har har, don't worry, buddy can handle it. After chatting for a few words, Xiao Yang came in front of Xiao Yu and his wife. Xiao Yu and Lin Yang were also wearing wedding attires. They were a perfect match, and they entertained the guests along with a few of yesterday's friends and some of the bride's relatives and friends. Xiao Yang, you're here. Brother Yu, happy wedding. Thank you. Lin Yang smiled and handed 2 pieces of wedding candy to the two of them. At this moment, Lin's father and mother also saw Xiao Yang and came over and said, Xiao Yang is here, come sit inside with us for a while. No, I can just sit with my friends. How can that be possible? You are Xiao Yu's brother anyway. Really? I have friends outside. Xiao Yang politely declined and walked out. However, what he didn't notice was that shortly after he left, a girl with stunning appearance walked up to the bride and groom. Sister, brother-in-law, happy wedding. Xiao Yu, I didn't expect you to come. My sister is getting married, so I must come, the girl said with a smile. Thank you. Lin Yang gave him a piece of wedding candy as usual, frowned and asked with concern, why do you look absent-minded? And you have dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? No. The girl shook her head. The two talked for a few more words and then the girl left. I didn't know you had such a beautiful sister. Xiao Yu said with a smile after the girl left. What? We haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already thinking about my sister. Lin Yang narrowed her eyes. Xiao Yu waved her hands quickly, how is that possible? I'm just curious. Aren't you an only child? She is my cousin. Lin Yang knew that Xiao Yu didn't have the courage, so she was just joking. My cousin is very picky. She's now studying at Jiangsu University of Finance and Economics. If Xiao Yang didn't have a girlfriend, I would have wanted to introduce Xiao Yu to him. Lin Yang felt it was a pity, otherwise they could have been closer. That's really a coincidence. Xiao Yang also studies at the University of Finance and Economics. Maybe they know each other. This is none other than Lin Qiyue. Just like Lin Yang said, Lin Qiyue looked a little depressed at this moment, and the reason was, of course, because of a boy who confessed to her 99 times and then ran away. After confessing to Xiao Yang last time, Lin Qiyue felt that as long as she persisted and confessed to him 99 times, Xiao Yang would definitely agree. And after this incident, their relationship will surely last forever. After all, that adds up to 198 confessions. Such a romantic thing is unprecedented. But who would have known that the next day, when she went to find Xiao Yang again to confess her love, Xiao Yang had disappeared? Yes. In this way, Xiao Yang was not seen for several days in a row. All the preparations were like a punch on cotton, causing her to feel listless these days. Her best friends all said that she was suffering from lovesickness. It's still unrequited love. She really wanted to refute. What is unrequited love? It is obviously mutual love. Xiao Yang also likes her. But after not seeing Xiao Yang for several days, even she herself began to doubt herself. And just now, she saw a figure who was extremely similar to Xiao Yang. It can't be that I'm really in love with you, it can't be that I'm hallucinating because of it. Well, it must be because I didn't sleep well. Lin Qiyue shook his little head. Chapter 36, Which daughter-in-law should I choose? Please vote for recommendation. Beauty, looking for someone. Just as Lin Qiyue was looking around, a figure appeared in front of him. Lin Qiyue frowned and said coldly, I don't know you. What does it matter whether we know each other or not? Meeting is fate. I see you are not in a good mood. How about I take you for a ride? Chen Bei shook his car keys. BMW logo, very clear. For Chen Bei, this BMW is almost invincible. BMW 3 Series, although it is entry-level. But many inexperienced girls only recognize the car logo, and once they get on the car, everything else becomes easy. Chen Bei looked at Lin Qiyue and couldn't help swallowing. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen a beauty of this level. She was even more beautiful than those stars on TV with double the filters. Lin Qiyue frowned. She didn't know how many times she had seen such a situation, and how many times she had refused. She didn't even look at the car keys, but said calmly, if you have nothing to do, don't bother me. Seeing that Chen Bei wanted to say something, Lin Qiyue said directly, has anyone told you that you are ugly? The corner of Chen Bei's mouth twitched. In fact, he is not ugly. At most, he is the kind that would be completely inconspicuous in a crowd of people. Even if someone says that they are ugly, they only say it in private and no one would say it openly. His face darkened, but he didn't say anything more. He snorted coldly and retreated. There are flies buzzing everywhere. Lin Qiyue sighed and decided not to stay in the outer hall anymore. He turned around and went back to the inner seat. Everyone here is relatives of both the bride and groom, and they are having a great time. Sitting next to their elders, no one disturbs them. As noon approached, the noise gradually died down. Everyone was seated, and on Xiao Yang's side, almost all the people sitting were his high school classmates. Although they were all Xiao Yu's classmates, they also knew Xiao Yang, so they were all friends. At this time, everyone was talking about their dreams and their work. By the way, Xiao Yang, did you seal the red envelope just now? Why did I see you coming in and walking around? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Someone suddenly said. As soon as their voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Yang. I didn't bring any cash. Xiao Yang smiled. I think some people are just thick-skinned. Even though others have given them red envelopes, they still have the nerve to come in empty-handed and can still brag here. I really admire them. Chen Bei said from the side. Xiao Yang frowned but said nothing. He has always been too lazy to explain, let alone giving a luxury car as a gift. I'm afraid no one here would believe it if I told him. However, Luxing felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't know that Xiao Yang had given him a car. He just thought that Xiao Yang really didn't bring any money, so he said, Ren and Xiao Yu are cousins. Do you have to say whether to give a red envelope or not? Mind your own business. At this time, a boy couldn't stand it anymore and said, stop talking about this. Today is someone's wedding day. Why are you guys arguing here? Although he couldn't bear to see Xiao Yang not giving a red envelope, this was a wedding after all, and he couldn't disrupt other people's festive atmosphere. Yes, we are still brothers. I have never seen brothers like you. Chen Bei snorted coldly and said with a crooked mouth. Did you eat shit this morning? Your mouth. Before Luxing could finish his words, Xiao Yang reached out and pulled him back. Don't make trouble with him, this is Xiao Yu's wedding, let him do whatever he wants. Chen Bei shook his head frivolously. In fact, he was not very happy with Xiao Yang, because when he was in high school, he pursued a girl, but this girl told him that she liked Xiao Yang. Of course, it's all in the past, and Chen Bei didn't take it seriously. But just now, Lin Qiyue called him ugly, and he was in a very bad mood. When she returned to the table and saw Xiao Yang's handsome face again, she couldn't hold herself back anymore. However, no matter how uncomfortable he was, he couldn't disrupt other people's festive wedding banquet, so Chen Bei just made a few sarcastic remarks and then kept quiet. As for the other people at the table, they were looking at Xiao Yang with strange eyes. After all, Xiao Yang didn't refute it, so everyone believed it. Although I didn't say anything, I still despised such behavior in my heart. As a result, the atmosphere at the table suddenly became quiet, and everyone stopped paying attention to Xiao Yang and Lu Xing. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt as if there was a nail on his chair. Fortunately, he was of a calm nature and didn't feel too bad. Lu Xing chatted occasionally, talking about interesting things in Jiangju. But after a while, the wedding began. This wedding was still very traditional. After kneeling to pay respects to both sets of parents, the bride and groom began to give their speeches. First of all, thank you my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Thank you for giving birth to such a good daughter. I will definitely treat Yanzi well in the future. Xiao Yu said word by word, and Lin Yang's eyes were full of love. Secondly, I want to thank someone. If it weren't for him, there might not be this wedding today. This person is my cousin, Xiao Yang. When the voice fell, everyone at Xiao Yang's table was stunned for a long time. However, Chen Bei muttered, I've been so grateful, but you didn't even want to give me a red envelope. TSK 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 TSK. Xiao Yang smiled. He was too lazy to get angry with a clown like Chen Bei. It was not very interesting. At this time, Xiao Yu and Lin Yang's eyes also fell on Xiao Yang. After thinking about it, Xiao Yang stood up. Someone handed me their microphone. Congratulations, and I wish you a happy wedding, a long-lasting happiness, and a baby soon. Xiao Yang said with a smile, then returned the microphone. What he didn't know was that in the innermost seat, a girl was stunned for a moment. The astonishment in his eyes quickly turned into joy. Xiao Yang? Why is Xiao Yang here? She was about to stand up when a middle-aged woman beside her came to her senses and asked, Girl, do you know Xiao Yang? Yes, auntie, we are in love. Lin Qiyue said politely. Talk about love. This was none other than Xiao's mother. She looked at Lin Qiyue with a confused look on her face. I silently put several labels on it in my mind. This girl is pretty, cute, sensible and not noisy. It is quite suitable for Xiao Yang. You know, she has been sitting next to Lin Qiyue, so naturally she knows what this girl has been doing during the wedding. She just stayed there quietly, very quietly. Like Xiao Yang, she likes quietness and simplicity and is a girl who just lives her life. Most importantly, he's handsome. At least the descendants of the Xiao family are guaranteed to be good-looking. Only Jiang Yang and this girl are both good. If she really is my daughter-in-law, which one would I choose? Before she could think about this question, when she turned around, she found that Lin Qiyue had stood up and left her seat, walking towards Xiao Yang. Chapter 37, Second Confession at the Wedding. At this time, Xiao Yang didn't know that Lin Qiyue had set his eyes on him, and he was just busy playing games with Lu Xing. But it was different for other people, especially Chen Bei. When he looked up and saw the beautiful girl he wanted to chat up just now walking towards him, he suddenly became excited. Could it be that after thinking about it, he decided that BMW must be the scent? There is a saying, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. Very realistic. If a girl like this could get in the car with me, it would be awesome. He tried hard to control his excitement and silently pushed the BMW key in his pocket onto the table to make it more conspicuous. At the same time, she couldn't help but touch her hair. Sure enough, she is looking at me. Chen Bei thought coquettishly. The brother next to him also noticed it and patted Chen Bei on the shoulder and said, Damn, Brother Bei, she's a goddess-level beauty. Chen Bei smiled. No matter how beautiful a goddess is, she still has to kneel in front of the BMW car keys, right? Here it comes. As people got closer, Chen Bei's heart kept beating wildly. If possible, I would be willing to live a few years less if I could marry a beauty like this. He could hardly contain his emotions and had an urge to rush forward, but he held himself back. He was not afraid, as he would have plenty of time to play slowly in the future. But all this was broken by a clear voice. Xiao Yang. The voice is sweet and the person is sweet too. At this time, Lin Qiyue had a smile on her face with curved eyebrows, like a fairy in the sky. Just by walking over, he attracted the attention of people at several tables. When Xiao Yang heard the voice, he was obviously stunned for a moment. Why do I seem to hear Lin Qiyue's voice? It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. At this moment, Lu Xing on the side had already urged him. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Come on, don't sell me out. Xiao Yang's eyes fell on the phone again. Here she comes. Wherever my Miyamoto Musashi goes, no grass will grow. Xiao Yang said in a very childish way, his head buried in his phone again, not noticing that the girl was already behind him. Seeing this scene, the smile on Lin Qiyue's face disappeared instantly. Good job. The reason I didn't confess last time was because I was playing games with my roommates in the dormitory. This time, I'm still playing games. An internet addict, right? No woman's knife is faster, right? Suddenly, Lin Qiyue was so angry that she pursed her lips and patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang suddenly shuddered, turned around, and froze in place for a moment. Lin Qiyue. It's really coming. Why are you here? Xiao Yang was stunned. Everyone else also looked at the two of them, and at this moment, Chen Bei, who was sitting opposite, twitched his mouth and was speechless for a long time. You? Lin Qiyue was still angry, but when Xiao Yang turned around, all the anger disappeared. She found that Xiao Yang seemed more handsome than before. In the past, I could only say that I was better looking than others, with a more delicate appearance and more appealing to the eye. But now, I don't know why, there seems to be an attraction to me. In addition, she hadn't seen Xiao Yang for several days, and at this moment, Lin Qiyue forgot what she was going to do. She looked at the girl next to her and smiled. Can I have an extra seat here? The girl was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, sure. After saying that, he took the initiative to go to the side, fetched a chair and joined in. Lin Qiyue smiled and thanked him. To her, these seemed to be commonplace. Don't think that only boys care about appearance. When the appearance reaches a certain level, it can attract both men and women. Few girls would be jealous of Lin Qiyue's looks, because the jealousy is not much different, and they are both at the same level. But when you find that the gap is too big, jealousy no longer exists, only envy. After all, one is in heaven and the other is underground. The person underground will not be jealous of the person in heaven. He will only shout, "Wow, fairy sister." Lin Qiyue is such a person. She sat on the chair, looking at Xiao Yang, who was still confused, and for some reason, she suddenly burst out laughing. She pinched Xiao Yang's face and felt that Xiao Yang was so cute at that moment. Staring at each other, Xiao Yang moved Lin Qiyue's hand away and asked nonchalantly, "Why are you here?" "Of course I'm here, the bride is my sister." "What a coincidence, the groom is my brother." Xiao Yang replied. "So, you came back to attend the wedding. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Qiyue had forgotten what kind of torture she had been going through in the past few days. She waited under the boys' dormitory every day, and all the classmates in the school called her their husband-waiting rock. "Why should I tell you?" Xiao Yang held his forehead. Lin Qiyue was choked by these words. She said aggrievedly, "I have been waiting for you downstairs of your dormitory these past few days." Xiao Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Qiyue to be so persistent. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Yang smiled. With Xiao Yang's words, Lin Qiyue suddenly felt that all their hard work of the past few days was worth it. "When you go back to school, take me with you," Lin Qiyue suddenly said. "Okay." Xiao Yang agreed without thinking much. The two of them chatted with each other occasionally. For some reason, everyone was originally talking about their own lives, but now all attention was focused on Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyue. And the situation Xiao Yang was in just now was exactly like Chen Bei's situation at this moment. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After chatting for a while, Lin Qiyue suddenly asked Xiao Yang to wait for him, then got up and left. As soon as Lin Qiyue left, everyone turned the topic to Xiao Yang. Luxing didn't say anything, but his other friends were full of confusion and asked, "Xiao Yang, who is that person? Didn't you hear it? It's Lin Yang's cousin." "Lin Yang's cousin?" Someone said in surprise. "No wonder, it seems that the Lin family has really good genes, both sisters are very beautiful." "It's quite beautiful." Xiao Yang nodded. Hey, what is your relationship?" Upon hearing this question, everyone pricked up their ears, including the guests at the neighboring table, who unconsciously stopped talking and wanted to listen to what Xiao Yang had to say. "Classmate, she is from our school and she is the school belle. It is normal to get to know her." Xiao Yang did not reveal anything, but just said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bei's expression lit up. "Just classmates." At once, his thoughts became clear. Just imagine, if you don't have many friends you know at the wedding banquet, then when you see your college classmates, it is only natural to come over and chat with them. If so, then everything makes sense. At the same time, many boys also had their own ideas. Since we are classmates, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether you can seduce her or not, it's not too much to ask for her contact information. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. For a moment, the boys couldn't help but use their hands to tidy up their hairstyles, and some even took out the perfume they carried with them and started spraying it. When Xiao Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. But after a while, Lin Qiyue came back. She walked towards Xiao Yang step by step with a smile on her face. At this time, everyone was ready to move. Some boys had already started to clear their throats and adjust their voices to their best condition, ready to go forward and chat. At this moment, Lin Qiyue suddenly took out a bouquet of flowers from behind her and looked at Xiao Yang affectionately. "Xiao Yang, I like you, can you be my boyfriend?" The sound is not loud, but it spread to all the guests at these tables. Clang. Someone's hand trembled and the dishes fell to the ground. But it doesn't matter now. Chen Bei felt extremely uncomfortable, his eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Xiao Yang was also standing there in a daze. What happened? Bite. Mission: Lin Qiyue's second confession. Option 1: accept the confession and receive a reward of 2 million yuan. Option 2: reject the confession and get a 10x cashback card 1 as reward. Chapter 38: The Goddess is a Dog. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Qiyue. Is this girl crazy? With such a pretty face, is there any need to chase her? Damn it, I'm numb. I just wanted to go up to her and confess my love for her, but you told me that she was preparing to confess her love to another guy. The boys present all felt jealous. At this moment, many people feel that they have broken up. But at this time, Xiao Yang was led astray by the system. 10 times cashback card. Note: consumption within 1 hour will be refunded tenfold in cash. That is to say, if I spend 10 million within this hour, then if I use the cashback card, the system will reward me 100 million. This is too exciting. Xiao Yang let out a long sigh, then looked at Lin Qiyue, who was holding a bouquet of flowers in front of him. "Qiyue, we can't be together yet, I'm sorry." Xiao Yang sighed and rejected Lin Qiyue. When their voice fell, their whole audience fell silent. People have forgotten that this should be the wedding of Xiao Yu and Lin Yang. Rejected, rejected. No matter boys or girls, they all looked at Xiao Yang as if he was a fool. I'm afraid this is a case of brain damage. A girl with stunning beauty confessed to you, and you rejected her. Oh shit. This is no longer a question of whether it's scientific or not, it's just too fantastical. Everyone stared at the girl in amazement. Lin Qiyue was stunned for a moment, with a smile on her eyes, but she didn't seem too disappointed. She stuffed the bouquet into Xiao Yang's hand and said with a smile, "Well, this is a gift for you. Remember, this is the second time I've confessed my love to you." The sound like a silver bell fell into the ears of everyone present. Men, women, young and old, all felt that their 3 views were shattered at this moment. If my chin was a little more fragile, I would have to pick it up on the ground. What is this fairy-like girl talking about? She said this was her second confession. This thing actually happened a second time. So, last time, you refused too, right? Depend on. Is this something a human would do? A goddess was rejected after she confessed her love, but she still insisted on confessing it a second time in front of so many people. What kind of behavior is this? This is dog-licking behavior. The key point is that this dog is a goddess-level fairy. Willingly licking a man is unheard of and unseen. Chen Bei, who was sitting opposite Xiao Yang, already had a buzzing head. Why? Does he deserve it? If looks could kill, Xiao Yang would probably be dead by now. But he didn't care, he just took the bouquet and said lightly, "Thank you." After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang added, "The flowers are very beautiful, I like them too." Hearing Xiao Yang's affirmation, Lin Qiyue smiled and said happily, "As long as you like it." This scene once again stunned everyone. Generally speaking, sending flowers should be given by men to women. And when someone says that the flowers are beautiful, you become so happy. This is no longer just dog licking, this is a fucking dog licking. Numb, I'm numb. Xiao Yang is so awesome, I'm so dumbfounded. Xiao Yang will be my idol from now on, so cool. Lu Xing, who was standing by, was also stunned at this moment, and counted on his fingers carefully, Jiang Yang, Qing Xiantong, plus her. 3 beautiful girls, goddess-level girls. Turtle, your luck with love is so good. Xiao Yang. Can I hold your hand? Lin Qiyue asked, holding her chin. His eyes were tearful, as if he was begging. Everyone is numb at this moment, so go ahead and show it off, I'll just pretend I can't see it. Okay, but don't use too much force. Xiao Yang recalled his last experience at a class reunion and quickly reminded. Okay. Lin Qiyue hugged Xiao Yang's arm obediently, and then rested her little head on it, like a well-behaved kitten. It's confirmed, this girl is a licker. And the kind that can lick really well. I envy you. Xiao Yang must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Everyone sighed and wondered if the flower was placed crookedly. Although Xiao Yang is not cow dung, he is also good-looking. But in the eyes of boys, there are no other outstanding boys except themselves. 2 tilde. Shameful, so shameful. I came to their wedding originally to eat dog food, but now, I haven't eaten the dog food yet, so let us have an appetizer first. Finally, the wedding went on as usual, and this could only be considered a minor episode. When the wedding banquet began, everyone picked up their chopsticks, and Xiao Yu, the bride and groom, began to toast. After toasting to the elders, the 2 of them went straight to Xiao Yang's table. Brother Yu, may you have a baby soon and live happily together. Xiao Yang offered his blessings. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Xiao Yu thanked him again, and then drank a glass of wine. Seeing this, Xiao Yang naturally did not delay and poured the entire glass of wine into his mouth. After the 2 went to other tables to toast, Lin Qiyue was a little confused. Xiao Yang, are you the matchmaker? Why do I keep thanking you? At this moment, everyone looked confused. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the bride and groom to toast everyone one by one. After all, there were so many people. Generally speaking, everyone at the table could just drink a glass together as a token of their respect. But this guy just toasted and drank it in one gulp. This is a bit strange. Xiao Yang just smiled and said, it's just a small favor. But at this moment, Lin's father and mother suddenly came over, also holding a glass of wine in their hands. Xiao Yang, thank you. Father Lin's face was beaming. The wedding car Xiao Yang gave him made him look so impressive in front of his relatives and friends that he even seemed to be floating when he walked. It's okay, we are all family, it's what we should do. Xiao Yang smiled. At this time, after toasting, Lin's mother had not left yet. She glanced at Lin Qiyue, then looked at Xiao Yang and said, Qiyue, please take care of her first. Don't worry, auntie. Okay, har har. Father Lin left with a big laugh. After this, everyone became more curious. What exactly is Xiao Yang's identity? Even 2 elders came over to toast him. Isn't he just a junior on the man's side? Logically speaking, he should be the one making the toast now. It was fine for those who knew Xiao Yang, but those who didn't know Xiao Yang were a little confused at this moment. This guy is quite spirited. Isn't he the groom's cousin? Why are they toasting him? It's fine for the bride and groom to toast, but why are the 2 elders also here to toast? I'm afraid he has some noble status. If you are so noble, why are you sitting here? Shouldn't you be inside? Everyone was guessing. Chen Bei on the opposite side was already feeling a little uneasy at this time. Looking at Xiao Yang, he could only become more and more jealous. This kid. Why? Chapter 39 That's called Phaeton, a country bumpkin seeking recommendation votes. Just when everyone was speculating on what Xiao Yang had done to deserve such treatment of a junior, an explosive piece of news spread among them. At a wedding, giving red envelopes is the most normal thing to do. In addition to giving money, some people even gave away cars. Of course, Xiao Yang didn't just shout this. There were quite a few friends present at the time. Someone let the secret slip, and the news started to spread around the crowd. The car given as a gift was not just an ordinary car, but a luxury car worth 1.48 million. When the news came out, everyone present was shocked. 1.48 million. An ordinary person may not be able to afford it even if they work hard all their lives. But someone just gives it to him as a gift. How good must the relationship be? Or, how rich must the person who gives the car as a gift be? He treats luxury cars like cabbages, right? So, who sent it? Everyone started to whisper and ask questions to each other, so much so that even after the banquet had already started, no one had time to eat. Inside, Xiao's mother was also shocked. If I remember correctly, Xiao Yang said that he gave Xiao Yu a car. Could it be the luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan that he gave me? What a prodigal son. This is such a prodigal son. Mother Xiao immediately gritted her teeth. As for the authenticity of the news, no one cared. What's more, they saw the wedding car parked outside with their own eyes. They originally thought it was rented from a car rental company, but they didn't expect it was actually a gift from someone else. At this time, the people in Xiao Yang's car had already started discussing. Who do you think this is? So extravagant. Wow, this really broadens my horizons. Giving $1 million luxury car as a wedding gift. Please give me a dozen friends like this. Why don't I have such a friend around me? After hearing this, Xiao Yang just smiled in his heart. This person is sitting near you now. Lu Xing looked at Xiao Yang in confusion and said nothing. But I guess I've already guessed it. At this moment, Chen Bei at the opposite table also boasted, it's really awesome. Damn, if I meet him, I will call him Big Brother right away. It's so cool. As he spoke, he unconsciously put away his car keys. At this time, Xiao Yang was still chatting with Lin Qiyue. The little girl was quite talkative, and considering the cashback card he had just snatched from her, Xiao Yang was happy to chat with her. This scene was naturally sour in the eyes of others. Although the topic was brought to the mysterious person who delivered the car, Chen Bei's mind became active again at this moment. He suddenly sighed and said, look, when other people get married, they give luxury cars as gifts, but some people, who are brothers, don't even give a red envelope. TSK, I think that no matter what one does in life, the most important thing is morality. I, Chen Bei, despise people like this the most. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yang pinched his nose. Seeing that Lu Xing seemed to be about to lose his temper, Xiao Yang calmed him down and shook his head. You can't get angry with the clown, otherwise it would be like putting yourself on the same level as the clown, and the clown would use his rich experience to defeat you. No matter how you calculate it, it's a loss. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet again. Lin Qiyue was stunned for a moment and asked, who is he talking about? Suddenly, Chen Bei looked at Xiao Yang jokingly, the answer was obvious. Seeing that Lin Qiyue was a little confused, Xiao Yang could choose not to get angry with others, but he still had to explain to Lin Qiyue, so he said, I sealed the red envelope, but they didn't see it. That's wrongly accusing you. Lin Qiyue said in astonishment, why don't you explain? Why should I explain to a clown? That would be too degrading. Xiao Yang glanced at Chen Bei. To him, this was a person he didn't even need to look at straight in the eye. Giving him one more glance would be considered a compliment. Xiao Yang's voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone at the table. Suddenly, Chen Bei's face turned red. Xiao Yang, what are you talking about? Xiao Yang waved his hand and said nothing. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lin Qiyue pulled Xiao Yang and said, why don't we go out for a walk? Okay. Xiao Yang nodded. It would be a bit boring to sit here, so he might as well go out for a walk. When Lin Qiyue saw that Xiao Yang agreed, her face immediately broke into a smile. She wouldn't mind making this her first date if she could. Lu Xing, tell brother Yu for me later. Okay, then I won't disturb you. Lu Xing nodded and just looked at Xiao Yang's waist. The meaning is very simple, brother, take care of yourself. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes at Lu Xing and said, go to hell. After Xiao Yang left, Chen Bei was also filled with anger and cursed in a low voice, what the hell? After all, Xiao Yang didn't say anything, and Lu Xing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Just when he was about to get up, two people sat down over him. Xiao Yang, is he gone? It was none other than a few friends who had come to help yesterday. They had been helping Xiao Yu and the others receive guests and acting as best men and bridesmaids. Now that the banquet has started, they have some free time. Unfortunately, there were too many people and I found that there was no place to sit. This time, I saw that there was an empty seat, so I came over. But after coming here, I was a little surprised. Isn't this the place where Xiao Yang was just now? He's gone? Yes, I said I wanted to go out for a walk. When the two heard it, they immediately understood. Lin Qiyue's confession just now was still fresh in Xiao Yang's mind. Although Xiao Yang rejected her, who knew if the two of them were on a date at the moment, so he just sat down. Chen Bei also knew these two people and knew that they had been helping, so he leaned over and asked, "Hey, you guys have been helping all the time, so you should know about the gifts. Who gave you that luxury car?" Hearing Chen Bei's question, everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears and listen. After all, who doesn't want to know about this kind of thing? They also thought about posting some gossip on their moments later. "Don't you know?" the two asked in surprise. "How do we know?" Everyone shook their heads. "It was given by Xiao Yang." Their voice fell. For just a moment, the atmosphere became eerily calm. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Bei finally reacted and said in shock, Are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding. It was Xiao Yang who gave it to me. We were there at the time. I went directly to their Maserati 4S store to pick it up. It cost 1.48 million yuan, and I paid in full." His tilde. Everyone present gasped. Of course, Lu Xing was an exception, but he was indeed shocked. Chen Bei's expression became even more unstable, full of disbelief. "No, who are you kidding? It was given by Xiao Yang, how could it be possible?" Chen Bei forced a smile and said, "You just saw that the car Xiao Yang drove was a Volkswagen, which was worth no more than 80,000 or 100,000 yuan. You told me that he gave a car worth more than 1 million yuan to others, but he drove a car worth 100,000 or 80,000 yuan himself. How is this possible?" His direct questioning also made everyone nod. Yes, he himself can't even afford a luxury car, so how could he give a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan to someone else? At this moment, Lu Xing stood up, shook his head, and looked at Lin Bei with a sneer. "That's called Phaeton, a country bumpkin." After their voice fell, Lu Xing lost interest and turned away. But everyone present was completely confused. "Phaeton, what is that?" Clang. Chen Bei's chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground. Phaeton. He seemed to have some impression of it because the boss of their company drove that car. It seems that. A car worth more than 2 million. The corners of his mouth twitched, feeling completely unreal. At this time, someone also searched for Phaeton on his mobile phone and immediately said excitedly, Found it, found it. It's really a Volkswagen Phaeton. Yes, it's the same car that Xiao Yang drives, but I see there are some different logos on the rear. Let me take another look." Everyone looked over. "I found it. It's the top-of-the-line Phaeton. 2.48 million people." Everyone gasped and looked at Chen Bei jokingly. "Wow, a Volkswagen that costs tens of thousands is pretty good. Old Chen, I think I heard that you've only paid 2 or 3 installments on your BMW loan." This moment, Chen Bei finally understood what it meant to be on pins and needles and feel like a thorn in the side. Chapter 40. I have someone I like. At this time, Xiao Yang and Lin Qiyue strolled out of the hotel where the wedding was held. Because he had drunk some wine, Xiao Yang couldn't drive. The two of them just walked side by side. Lin Qiyue's hand was still on Xiao Yang's arm, with a faint smile on her face. On the road, the handsome man and beautiful woman attracted the attention of passers-by. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in JM City." Xiao Yang spoke first. "Yeah, I didn't expect that, Xiao Yang, your home is in JM City, right?" Xiao Yang nodded, not knowing what to say. Neither of them was good at talking, and the atmosphere between them became a little awkward. Suddenly, Xiao Yang stopped and said to Lin Qiyue, "Actually, you don't have to keep confessing to me like this." Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. Although the system's confession task was indeed very tempting, he didn't want to treat Lin Qiyue like a sheep to be fleeced. Others have their own choices, and he now also has the emotions he expects. Unconsciously, Jiang Yang's figure was the only one in my mind these past 2 days. The two of them stopped at the same time, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Lin Qiyue looked at Xiao Yang with some confusion. "Why?" Xiao Yang let out a long sigh and said, "Actually, I already have someone I like." It only took a moment for the words to fall. Lin Qiyue's smile froze. She looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief and felt as if the world was spinning around her at this moment. "You? Xiao Yang, you are kidding me." Lin Qiyue's breathing became a little rapid. Seeing that she was about to cry again, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one, and leaving others alone is not my style." Xiao Yang nodded directly and continued, "Yes, I'm not kidding you, I really have someone I like." Lin Qiyue widened his eyes in disbelief. The hand holding Xiao Yang's arm gained a little more strength. Hissed Tilda. Xiao Yang took a breath of cold air. Good man, if I had known I wouldn't have given you the arm. Lin Qiyue stared at Xiao Yang closely, her heart beating faster. She bit her lip, trying to suppress the urge to sob. So, was this also the reason why you rejected me last time? Lin Qiyue asked. Xiao Yang shook his head. Lin Qiyue continued, then the last time you rejected me, saying that the 100th time was an explanation to yourself, was also a lie, right? So, actually, you already have someone you like, and you rejected me because you already have someone in your heart, right? Lin Qiyue became increasingly excited. She stared at Xiao Yang, waiting for his reply. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, no, the last time I rejected you, I didn't have anyone I liked. Lin Qiyue was stunned. Did you fall in love with someone else in the past 2 days? So, while I was still planning my confession, someone sneaked into my house from behind. She was a little unconvinced and said, how is it possible? It's only been a few days. Xiao Yang also nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, it's only been a few days. Jiang Yao Jing, Yu Yao Jing. At this moment, Lin Qiyue's heart was in a mess. She didn't believe it, and was a little flustered. Of course, there are still some regrets. But she did not regret confessing her love to Xiao Yang in public and being rejected. She just regretted why she did not accept Xiao Yang directly at that time. Being outflanked is too outrageous. Now Lin Qiyue wants to understand one thing. Who on earth was it that got behind her? Lin Qiyue is still very confident. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the focus of everyone, and she has her own pride. She really wanted to know who could defeat her. Is she prettier than me? Still. Perhaps, no matter who you are, you want to know what your love rival looks like. She slowly said, Xiao Yang, can you let me see her? See her? Xiao Yang was stunned. To be honest, Xiao Yang also wants to see Jiang Yang now. But she didn't even know where she was. All we know is that she is studying at the business school of Jiangju University and her name is Jiang Yang. I don't know anything else. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang shook his head. I don't know where she is either. These words left Lin Qiyue herself confused. Looking at Xiao Yang's expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. I don't know where she is either. This is too outrageous. You're not going to be like in the TV dramas, where you dream about a woman and then say that she is your soulmate. Although Lin Qiyue believed in things like romance and fate, this was pure nonsense. Xiao Yang, you didn't mean to say that to reject me, did you? If so, this joke is not funny at all. Lin Qiyue was also angry. I confessed my love to you in front of so many people, in public, at someone else's wedding banquet. I'm shameless. It would be too much to reject me for a person who exists in fiction. Yes, that is quite excessive. I'm not kidding. Xiao Yang's smile was a little bleak. He could vaguely guess why Jiang Yang left, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. In fact, he himself didn't want to believe it. In just a few days, his heart was filled with Jiang Yaojing. His mind always inadvertently thought of the pair of long legs in black stockings. I see. The hand still loosened. Although she behaved like a dog when she confessed her love this time, it was because she liked Xiao Yang. In fact, she had been putting down her pride in her heart and wanted to recreate the scene when Xiao Yang confessed to her. After all, love is based on an equal relationship between two parties. If they were together, she didn't want to be inferior to Xiao Yang in any way. But now Xiao Yang told himself that he had someone he liked. Then what would it mean if I insisted on confessing my feelings now? Is it considered a third party? Lin Qiyue also has her own pride. No matter how much she likes Xiao Yang, she would never do such a thing. After a long time, a gentle breeze blew. Lin Qiyue seemed to be much more sober. She glanced at Xiao Yang and tried hard not to cry. I'm sorry, I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qiyue ran out like crazy. Xiao Yang just stayed where he was, not saying anything. He let out a long sigh. This was the best outcome for both of them. Only. Looking at Lin Qiyue's condition, Xiao Yang was still a little worried. Nothing will happen. If the other party encounters an accident because of this incident, I will be held responsible. Xiao Yang frowned slightly, but still chased after him. But it was still a little late, and by then, Lin Qiyue had already run off to somewhere unknown.